I died on a Tuesday, holding a piece of paper that told me I had about 4 months left. Late-stage stomach cancer. The doctor said it kindly, which somehow made it worse. I remember walking out of the hospital into that flat gray afternoon light with the diagnosis folded in my hand like a receipt, and I remember thinking that I had just been laid off 9 days earlier and that the two things together felt less like tragedy and more like paperwork. My whole life had been paperwork. Orphanage paperwork, scholarship paperwork that never came through, a third-rate diploma. 11 years of overtime for a man who called me by the wrong name for the first 3. A girlfriend who had stopped answering, a landlord who had started laughing, and a stomach that had been quietly eating itself the entire time. So I walked down the road, along the edge of the traffic, not really seeing any of it. I did not hear the horn. I heard the brakes, which is a much worse sound, because brakes means somebody already knows. Then the world turned red, and then black, and then it did not turn anything at all. And here's the part where I am supposed to tell you about the truck kun meme, or the flash of divine light, or the celestial bureaucrat with a clipboard apologizing for the clerical error. There was none of that. I opened my eyes and I was somewhere else. No voice, no contract, no glowing tunnel. Just a ceiling made of carved dark wood about 6 meters above my face, silk sheets that cost more than my funeral would have, and a body that was 20 years old and had never once been hungry. My name was still Li Feng. That was the only thing the universe let me keep. Everything else got upgraded without asking me. I was now the 9th prince of the Great G Empire on a planet called Blue Star, in a room roughly the size of the apartment I had been evicted from. My mother was dead. My father was the emperor and was also dying, which I would learn mattered a great deal later. And I had, according to every single person in the palace, the martial arts talent of a decorative houseplant. Also, on the morning I woke up, something opened behind my eyes. No voice, no quests, no lottery, no cheerful assistant calling me host. 2 lines and 1 rule. The rule was that every 24 hours at midnight, my physical strength doubled and my divine soul doubled with it. Not increased, not improved, doubled, ×2, every day, forever. I did nothing about it for 2 weeks because I did not believe it and because I was busy. I spent those 2 weeks doing what any reasonable person does after waking up in a new world. I read the internet. Blue Star, it turned out, was Earth wearing a very slightly different hat. Same continents, same physics, same people complaining about the price of noodles. The difference was that here, the Great Xia Empire had been running for 300 years, had swallowed all 3 industrial revolutions whole, and had come out the other side as a constitutional monarchy with skyscrapers and stock exchanges and a royal family that everyone treated as a beloved national antique. 3 superpowers split the globe. Great Xia in the east, the Sacred European Alliance in the west, the Free Federation of the Lighthouse across the ocean, who I will be calling the Lighthouse from here on, because they are going to come up and I refuse to type the whole thing every time. I watch the news with the sound low. A cargo ship in the Pacific reporting an encounter with something the captain would only describe as a sea monster. Mirages in the Sahara that stayed put for 6 hours. Tracks in the Siberian snowfields with a stride length of 11 meters. I turned the television off without touching the remote. It floated up off the sheets and I put it down on the nightstand and I lay there in the dark doing math. Because those 3 news items were not news items. They were a countdown. Spiritual chi was coming back to this world, and when it came back, the world was going to stop being the one I had spent 2 weeks reading about. I knew that because I had read this before. Blue Star was the setting of a comic called Dragon Fist. I had read it in my old life, in the break room, on my phone, at 2 in the morning when the shift ended. Urban martial arts, superpowers, an inner world and an outer world, a hero who rises from nothing. It was not good. I want that on the record early. It was not a good comic, and now I lived in it. Which brings me back to the thing behind my eyes. The universe, having declined to give me a second chance in any other department, had apparently decided to make up for all of it at once. The 2 lines had a name across the top of them. Infinite attribute. And if you have never sat with what doubling actually does to a number, sit with it now, because I did, for a very long time, on very expensive sheets. Take a sheet of paper, fold it 24 times and it is a kilometer tall. Fold it 42 times and it reaches the moon. Fold it 82 times and it is 51,000 light years, which is wider than the galaxy we are currently standing in. 82 folds. 82 days. That is what was happening to me while I slept. On day 15, I looked at the panel properly for the first time. Physical strength, 3,276. Divine soul, 3,276. 1 point was roughly 1 ton. So I was sitting at 3,000 tons of strength, which put me at about 30,000 times a normal adult man, which meant that if I sneezed wrong in a populated area, I was going to be on the news between the sea monster and the footprints. Telekinesis had switched on somewhere past the 10,000 times mark, and it was frankly pathetic, dragging a lousy 10 tons around like a man moving a couch on his own. 10 tons. Pathetic. Listen to me. 2 weeks earlier, I could not lift a water cooler jug without making a noise. The official palace position on me was simpler. My mother had died young. I had no faction, no allies, and no influence in the royal family. I liked martial arts, which everyone found charming, and I was catastrophically bad at them, which everyone found hilarious. The word they used was trash. Good at neither books nor blades. Handsome and useless, like a Voss. I did not correct anybody. 15 days is not long enough to know which of the smiling people around you would like you dead. Besides, I had noticed something else in those 2 weeks, something that had nothing to do with the system at all. The body I had inherited came with a superpower of its own. The comic called it divinity of insight, and the description in my head read like a line of scripture. It shatters one's own folly and lets one see the true nature of all things. What that meant in practice was that I could learn anything. Look at it once, understand it completely, and then run it forward in my mind until I reach the end of it. Not memorize, understand. It had been switched on since this body was a child, which explained a lot. A 4-year-old with an ability that dumps the complete structure of everything he looks at into his skull does not grow up chatty. He grows up staring at a wall. Everyone in the palace decided the 9th prince was slow. The 9th prince was not slow. The 9th prince was drowning. In the comic, that boy survived the first spiritual chi tide and clawed his way to the top of the world. He was not going to get to do that now. He had checked out on the same Tuesday I had checked in. I sat up, put 2 fingers together, and flicked at the empty air in the middle of the room. The room was several hundred square meters. The void in the middle of it broke with a sound like someone snapping a pane of glass across their knee, and the air pressure slapped the curtains flat against the windows. 15 days. Nobody had seen me do anything. That was about to become a problem because somebody knocked on my door. The guard did not come in. Guards did not come into my rooms, partly out of respect and mostly because nobody wanted to be caught being kind to the useless prince. He spoke through the wood and he sounded apologetic. Your Highness, the men of the Xuanping Marquise have arrived. Ah, right on schedule. Let me explain the Xuanping Marquis in one breath, because he is not important as a person and is very important as a reason. He was the 5th prince. The old emperor was dying, which meant the crown prince slot was open, which meant every son of that man was currently doing arithmetic. And my arithmetic was the most interesting kind, because my dead mother had been an Anne, and the Anne family conglomerate was still sitting on a mountain of money with no living heir to point it at except me. So the 5th prince wanted a conversation, and because he was a coward, he had sent 4 men to have it for him. I went to the window and watched them come up through the garden, 4 of them, walking abreast on my mother's stone path like they had bought it. The one in front had a thick beard and was somewhere north of 40, and I could hear his chi blood turning over inside him like an engine at idle. Chen Hao. Stuck right at the threshold of marrow cleansing and blood exchange for years, and permanently annoyed about it. Beside him, a man whose face had a faint golden bronze sheen under the sunlight, which meant golden bell cover, which meant he had spent a decade making his own skin into armor, Wang Lei. Third, a young one with a fierce jaw who was walking half a step too fast, the way people do when they want to be noticed. Xu Mingyuan. His friends called him Ah Ming. He was at strength and softness, and he was jealous of literally everyone. And last, walking behind the others, thin and slender and quiet, Zhao Jian. He had mastered marrow cleansing, and in his inner pocket he was carrying a folded gilt card, and I could hear the metal of it click against a button when he moved. He was the grand disciple of Gu Qingyun, the sword immortal of the great Luo Dao. The old man everyone in this world agreed was the strongest martial artist alive. They stopped about 300 meters from my window, under a plum tree, and they started talking about me. They did not lower their voices much, because 300 meters is a very safe distance from a houseplant. He is quite an oddball, isn't he? That was Wang Lei. Stands at windows, does not speak. What a waste of a prince's title on trash like that. Chen Hao, spitting into my mother's flower bed. And Xu Mingyuan, laughing, delighted with himself. After practicing all these years, he has not even mastered level 1. Level 1. My little sister mastered level 1. I want you to understand that I had no particular attachment to the 9th prince's reputation. I had been living in his body for 2 weeks. I did not care what 4 hired men thought of a boy I had never met. But I had spent 31 years being the guy people talked about at 300 meters, and I had never once been able to walk over there. I turned around. That is all I did. I turned around and I looked at them through a window from 300 meters under a bright noon sun. Chen Hao's pupils blew out to the edges of his eyes. Wang Lei's golden bell cover triggered by itself, his skin flashing bronze without a single conscious thought from him, which is not a thing that technique is supposed to be able to do. Xu Mingyuan stopped breathing in the middle of a laugh and kept the shape of the laugh on his face like a man who had been photographed at the wrong moment. All 4 of them broke into goosebumps standing in direct sunlight. Zhao Jian told me afterward what it felt like, and I am going to quote him exactly, because I could not have written it better. He said it was like falling naked into a cold hell. I opened the window and stepped out of it, and I did not fall, and that was the first thing that really scared them. You, I said, and I looked at Xu Ming Yuan, the young one, the fast walker. You just called me trash? He tried to answer. I did not really need him to. I did not lift a hand. I did not have to. The thing I had been dragging couches around with for a week found both his knees at once, and there was a wet crunching sound like a bag of gravel dropped from a roof, and Xu Ming Yuan went down into the grass and stayed there. You, Chen Hao, next, the bearded one, who was already backing up. You called me a piece of trash. Down. And you, Wang Lei, whose bronze skin had not helped him at all, and who I want to be fair to, actually got a hand up first. Calling me a weirdo. Down. 3 men on my mother's stone path, and the 4th still standing, and the sun still bright, and somewhere out past the wall, a car horn going off in the ordinary city. You heard us, Zhao Jian said. His voice had gone thin. From there, through a closed window. I thought about how to explain it and decided not to bother because the honest answer would not have made him feel better. The honest answer was that I could hear every hertz of sound within about a kilometer. I could feel the ambient electromagnetic wash off the city like heat off a road. I could count the individual droplets of water suspended in the air of that garden. And under my feet, 100 meters down through the rock, I could feel the stress in the strata, the slow grinding pressure of a planet holding itself together. They had not been whispering 300 meters away from me. They had been shouting into my ear. Zhao Jian did the smart thing, which was also the desperate thing. He burned his own blood to tear free of the pressure sitting on him, and it worked, and the cost showed up immediately as red beating out through the pores of his forehead like sweat that had gone wrong. Then he dropped to his knees on his own, without being pushed, and started to beg. I smiled at him. I have been told my smile in that period was not reassuring. I am quite fond of martial arts, I said. So let's have a match. Defeat me in one move, and their lives are spared. I nodded at the 3 men in the grass. And so is yours. He looked up at me with red running down his face and said the only sane thing available. Your Highness, I am no match for you. I do not like being rejected, I said. I gave him 1 minute to prepare, which I thought was generous, and then I added a condition, which I thought was reasonable, and which he did not. Use that innate 1 chi skill you were bragging about on the way in. He went white, not scared white, offended white, because the innate 1 chi skill was not his to show anyone. It was the core legacy of the great Luo Dao, the thing his sect had spent centuries polishing, and he had let its name slip in my garden because he assumed nobody there could do anything with it. My ancestral master, he said, and his voice steadied, because a man who is out of options will hold on to a name like a railing, is Guqing Yun, the sword immortal of the great Luo Dao. He is the greatest martial artist in the world today. If you kill me here, Your Highness, he will come. I laughed at that. Genuinely. It was the first time I had laughed since Tuesday. How laughable, I said. How utterly laughable. Then I turned to the 3 men still lying in the grass, because I had not forgotten they were there, and I wanted this over before the minute ran out. I reached into their minds, all 3 at once. It was not elegant. Divine soul work at that stage was still a blunt instrument for me, a crowbar rather than a scalpel, and what I did with it was crude and effective. I told them to kowtow. They got up onto their broken knees, and they put their heads down against the granite, and they did not stop. Xu Ming Yuan lasted the longest, which surprised me. He fought it. All that fierce young arrogance came apart in about 11 seconds, and by the end he was crying and begging me through a mouth that no longer worked properly, and I watched him do it. I am going to be honest with you about what I felt, because I would rather you knew. I found it fascinating, the moment when pride shatters. I stood there in the noon sun, watching a man's entire self collapse in front of him, and I thought, in a perfectly calm voice, inside my own head, that it was a beautiful thing to look at. 2 weeks earlier, I had cried in a hospital stairwell because a nurse had been nice to me. Something had come across with me. It just was not the part I would have chosen. The stone stopped sounding, and the courtyard was quiet, and Zhao Jian's minute was almost up. He stood. He put his hands into the opening posture of the innate 1 chi skill, and his chi blood began to circulate, and it made a sound inside him like a river changing direction. And I said, "You do not have to bother. I already have it." He stopped mid-form. "What?" "The QE blood in your body is flowing non-stop," I said. "And my ears are quite sharp. I listened to it on the way in." I picked up a little. That is not how learning works, obviously. That is not how anything works. But Divinity of Insight had taken the sound of his circulation and built me a human being out of it. Not a diagram. A whole phantom body standing in my mind, complete, layer by layer, skin over muscle, over fascia, over organs, over bone, and every channel of key blood in it lit up and running. And then it did the thing that makes it worth more than the system some days. It ran the body forward, faster, faster, days of practice a second. It made every mistake a practitioner could make and corrected all of them and kept going. And I stood in a garden with my hands at my sides and did not move a muscle while a man who had trained for 20 years finished his opening stance. By the time he was ready, I had mastered his sex core legacy. Now, if you have never lived in a martial arts world, you need the ladder in front of you, or none of what happens next will land. So here it is, 7 rungs, the whole of what this planet believed was possible. Power circulating, forging strength, strength and softness, marrow cleansing and blood exchange, swallowing gold and eating iron, transformation. And at the top, Vajra indestructible. A Vajra indestructible could put out tens of thousands of kilograms in a single strike. He could see a bullet coming and step off the line of it. He could run at 100 meters a second, which is faster than the fastest animal that has ever lived on either version of Earth. He would live 180 years. There were a handful of them on the entire planet. Zhao Jian, standing in front of me with blood in his eyebrows, was at marrow cleansing. Rung 4. I generated my first wisp of chi blood. Then I skipped rungs 1, 2, and 3 entirely, because I looked at them and could not find a reason to stand on them, and landed on marrow cleansing. 10 seconds later, I was 5 times what he was. 20 seconds after that, 20 times. At 30 seconds, I passed a man who had trained for 30 years, and I remember thinking in a very small, quiet voice under everything else that this was the part that would have made the old me sit down on the floor. At about 90 seconds, my skeleton started to move on its own. Not break, move. Every bone in my body wriggling and resettling into something denser as I came up through swallowing gold and eating iron, through transformation, and out the top of the ladder into Vajra indestructible, while a man watched me from 10 meters away. 90 seconds. There were maybe 5 people alive on Blue Star who had done it at all. It had taken every one of them a lifetime. And Zhao Jian, who could see exactly what was happening because he had trained his whole life to be able to see it, made a decision I actually respect. He killed himself to try to kill me. There is a forbidden usage inside the innate 1 chi skill called rebirth, and what it does is take the rest of your life and spend it all in one place. He invoked it. The change was immediate, and it was ugly. His face hollowed out, the flesh going in against the bone. Dark purple veins came up under his skin like ink dropped in water. He coughed and a foot of blood came out of him and hung in the air. He had 1 hour left to live. That was the trade. 1 hour in exchange for arms that swelled into black iron pillars until the skin split open along them, and 10,000 pounds of force behind every step. He came at me across my mother's garden with his skin tearing, screaming, "Li Feng, today I will kill you." I put one palm out and both of his arms broke, not cracked, broke along their entire length, the iron going out of them like a light switching off. He kept coming because he did not have anything else, and I put 2 fingers into his ribs and they folded, and he went backwards through the air like a sword somebody had thrown. He hit the ground and skidded and stopped, and he lifted his head to look at me, and that was when my ki blood finished manifesting. I want to describe this properly because it was the first time I saw what I actually looked like from the outside, and I only know because of the face he made. The innate 1 chi skill, at perfection, produces a phenomenon the old texts describe like poetry. His spirit is like a canopy, his divine power like the blazing sun. There was a sun over my mother's garden, a blood-red sun hanging above me in the middle of a clear noon sky, and the real one looked embarrassed next to it. Perfection of a technique his entire sect had never achieved, 100 times past Vajra indestructible. Zhao Jin started laughing, and it was not a good laugh. "You mastered in 1 minute," he said, "the ultimate technique I dedicated my life to." He looked at his own ruined arms. "It's all fake," he said. "All of it. It's all fake." I did not have an answer for that, so I killed him. The first of the 3 killing techniques inside the innate 1 chi skill is called unknown fire. The fire of ignorance. It does not burn flesh. My eyes went hot and turned scarlet, and what came out of them was not light. It was spiritual heat, and it went past his body entirely and into his divine soul, which was weaker than mine by a margin that no longer had a useful name. He burned from the inside outward, and it took about 2 seconds, and there was no scream because the part of him that screams was the first thing to go. I swept one arm through what was left, and the ash went out across the grass. Something small and hard survived it and landed on the stones with a click. I picked it up. A gilt metal card, warm from the fire, with 4 words stamped into it. World Martial Arts Assembly, admission ticket, every serious martial artist on the continent, in one place, in 3 days. I turned the card over in my fingers, and I looked at the 4 bodies in my mother's garden, and I thought about a countdown I could hear in the news and a comic I had read on my phone in a break room at 2 in the morning. It seems, I said to nobody, that I should go out for a walk too. That evening I put on a long black coat and left the palace by the roof. Not by the gate, by the roof, and then by the roof after that, and then the roof after that. going across the capital of the great Shia Empire in leaps of 200 and 300 meters, over intersections packed with cars and umbrellas and people arguing about dinner. 400 meters above the whole of it, not one person looked up. That is the thing nobody tells you about power. The world does not notice. The world is busy. I got out past the city limits and stopped pressing down on myself, which I had been doing constantly for 15 days without really noticing, the way you hold your stomach in at a party. The ground under my feet cracked and sank about 1/3 of a meter. Then I ran. The asphalt did not hold. It came up behind me in fountains of soil and gravel, a long torn seam across the empty country road, and about 2 seconds in the air in front of me turned into a solid thing and then gave up, and a gray-white ring blew out sideways across the fields. I had broken the sound barrier, on foot, in a coat. I stopped, and I stood there in the middle of a field with my ears ringing, and then I tipped my head back and roared at the sky as hard as I could. The air in front of my mouth was displaced so violently it left a vacuum, and the shockwave went out across the wilderness in a visible ring, and every bird in 3 kilometers left the county. There was an unfinished building at the edge of the field, 30 meters up, concrete frame, no walls yet. I ran at it and grabbed the edge of it at supersonic speed the way you would grab a handrail. Half the building came apart. My fingers felt nothing at all. I stood in the settling dust and I checked, and there was not a mark on me, and I understood that I had crossed a line that morning that I was not going to be able to walk back across. I had become, and I want to be precise about this, a completely normal supersonic creature. I caught a plane that night because Yuncheng is a long way, and I did not yet trust myself to fly there in a straight line over 11 million people. The airport was where I found out what the divine soul half of the panel had been quietly doing. I turned my perception on as I came through the doors, and every mind in the terminal opened up at once. I wonder if this deal is going to go through. The beef noodles here are way too expensive. That old man's wallet is absolutely bulging. You damned woman, the moment we land, I am filing for divorce. Why has Xiaolan not answered me? Why has she not answered me? Why has she not? 2,000 people, all of them talking, none of them out loud, and I stood in the middle of the check-in hall of an international airport with all of it pouring in through the top of my head. It's a bit noisy, I said, and turned it off. Then I walked through security without stopping. Nobody saw me. Not because I was invisible, but because I made every person in the line simply not consider me, which is easier and much more disturbing. First class was full, so I picked a bald, overweight man in seat 2A, leaned down, and told him to get off the plane. He stood up, collected his bag, apologized to the cabin crew for a change of plans he could not explain, and left. I took his seat. The stewardess got about 4 words into a very reasonable question. "Sir, that person just now was seated in—" "It's me," I said. She blinked twice. "Sorry, I made a mistake. Juice or cola?" The woman beside me was elegant and expensive and had just started to notice something was wrong with the last 90 seconds of her life. "Go to sleep," I said. She slept, and I sat back in a stranger's first-class seat at 30,000 feet, deeply dissatisfied, because all of that, everything I had just done to those people, was garbage. It was mental force applied like a shovel. It was, I remember thinking, essentially using brute strength to make bricks fly. There was no art in it, no structure, no technique. I had an enormous divine soul and absolutely no idea how to use it, like a man who has inherited a cathedral organ and can only play it by leaning on it. I needed divine soul cultivation techniques, real ones. And nobody on this planet had them, because nobody on this planet had ever needed them. That was going to have to change, and quickly, and here is why. Dragon Fist was a bad comic. I have said that twice now, and I am going to explain it, because it is the reason for everything I did for the next several years of my life. It was not bad because of the art, it was bad because of how it ended. For its entire run, the ceiling of that story sat at roughly star-destroying level. That was the top. That was as strong as anything got, and the whole cast spent hundreds of chapters climbing toward it. And then the author, for reasons that were never explained and that fans argued about for years, decided to finish the series by inventing something that made all of it irrelevant. He called it the Void Demon. It did not fight. It arrived. It distorted physical law by existing. It ran the rules of the universe backwards. It extinguished karma and reincarnation, which in a world that has both is roughly like switching off gravity and the past at the same time. And at the end, it took the entire universe, every star in it, every person in it, and folded it down into a blurred landscape in a memory scroll it carried with it. A snack. On the way to the next universe. The readers rioted. The author was forced to rewrite the ending overnight, and the whole thing became a joke, and I remember scrolling through the comments section on my phone in a break room, laughing about it with a coworker whose name I have now lost, and now I was inside it. Worse than that, there were side stories, there were games, there were 2 movie adaptations with contradictory timelines. Every enemy from every one of those could theoretically show up here, and none of them were on a schedule I could read. I did the math on the plane, on a napkin, in my head. I was safe long term. That is what exponentials do. If nothing killed me, I would eventually be beyond killing, because doubling does not care about anybody's ceiling. The problem was the words long term. The Void Demon was, at absolute minimum, a universe-level threat, and my honest estimate was that it was 10,000 times that, and my pessimistic estimate had another 0 on it that I did not enjoy writing down. I could not sit in a palace and wait politely for chapter 400. I checked the panel. Physical strength, 8,103. Divine soul, 8,095. Which annoyed me, and I want you to appreciate how insufferable that is. I had just jumped 7 martial realms in 90 seconds, the entire ladder of human achievement on this planet, and my numbers had gone up by a factor of 2. The same factor they went up by while I was asleep. My foundation was already too solid for the ladder to matter. Climbing the whole thing had been worth 1 nap. Fine. Then I would stop climbing ladders and start building them. The plane landed at dawn, and I looked at the panel again. 16,206. 16,190. Midnight had come and gone somewhere over the ocean. The cabin doors opened and people started shuffling for the aisle, and I did not want to shuffle, so I froze every human being on that aircraft where they stood and walked out through them. 4 minutes later, in the terminal, they all started moving again with no idea that anything had happened, except for the elegant woman in 2B who woke up screaming with a nosebleed. I am not proud of that one. Yuncheng at 3 in the morning was under a thunderstorm. I had come 3 days early on purpose because I wanted the storm. There is a second killing technique inside the innate 1 chi skill, and it is called Palm Thunder, and the way you obtain it is exactly as stupid as it sounds. You sit outside in a lightning storm, and you swallow the lightning. So I went up onto a hill outside the city, and sat cross-legged in the rain in a coat that had already been through a sonic boom, and I let the sky hit me. The first bolt came down and I opened my mouth. Within about half an hour, I was sitting inside a blazing ball of blue-white light 2 meters across. The rain was not reaching me anymore. It was being converted to steam somewhere above my head, and every strike within a kilometer was bending out of true to come and find me. Here is the canon on Palm Thunder, from the comic, which I had read. A Vajra Indestructible needs about half a month of continuous effort to condense 1 single ball of Palm Thunder, and no matter how long he lives or how hard he works, he can never store more than 20 of them at a time. 20 is the ceiling. 20 is the number that the greatest masters of the last century died holding. I stopped at 5,000. I stopped at 5,000 because I got bored, not because I ran out of room. Each one had a range of about 3 kilometers. Each one would kill anything on Blue Star below Vajra Indestructible instantly. No defense, no technique, no exceptions. I decided to test one, because you do not carry 5,000 of something you have never fired. I picked a building a few hundred meters off, an empty office block, and I flicked one finger at it. The roof came off, not blew off. Came off, in one piece, and landed in the street. That was satisfying enough that I did about a dozen more across the next several kilometers, and by the time I stopped, half of Yuncheng's east side was awake. Car alarms were going off in 3 languages, and somewhere below me, a man was standing in the rain in his underwear screaming, "Damn it, my car got smashed." Sir, I want you to know that I heard you, and I want you to know that I regret it, a little, in a general sort of way. By 4 in the morning, the storm had run out, and the sky over Yuncheng went clear and cold, and I was still sitting on that hill, because there was a third technique, and I wanted it before sunrise. Heavenly River Sword Energy. This one had never been used, not once, by anyone in the entire history of the innate 1 chi skill. The man who created the technique had deduced that it should work, had written down exactly how it should work, and had died without ever confirming it because the thing it required did not exist on this planet. It required star essence, not starlight, not the poetic idea of starlight, the actual power of actual stars, drawn down out of the sky, and before spiritual chi came back to Blue Star, there was no mechanism in the universe by which a man sitting on a hill could reach up and take it. There was now. The tide was close enough that I could feel it. So I looked up and I built the White Tiger of the West. That is the technique. You visualize the 7 mansions of the western sky as a single creature, 54 star officials, more than 700 individual stars, objects thousands of light years apart from one another, separated by distances that make the word distance useless, and you hold all of them in your head at once and insist that they are one animal. I want to be clear that divinity of insight is the only reason I could do this. The white tiger came together above me across a quarter of the sky, and it had a golden character on its forehead for king, and its tail was a chain of black rings that swayed slowly, the way a galaxy swings. And then I called it, and it answered. Star power crossed billions of miles in an instant. There was no travel time that I could perceive. It came down, and it poured into my mouth and nose like millennia-old mercury, cold in a way that has nothing to do with temperature, and every alveolus in my lungs froze solid and shattered into dust. They grew back. That is what Vajra Indestructible is for. But for about a second and a half I stood on a hill outside Yuncheng with no working lungs, drinking a constellation. I compressed it, down and down, until it stopped being light and became something black, and I stored it in my chest. 2 hours later, as the sky was going gray, I had 5,000 strands of black sword energy folded up inside my lungs. I fired one at a television tower a kilometer away, just to see. The top 40 meters of it slid sideways off the rest and fell into the parking lot, cut so cleanly that the steel did not deform. At 7 in the morning, I walked down the hill and into the forest outside Yuncheng toward a manor where hundreds of the strongest martial artists on the planet were arriving for the World Martial Arts Assembly. Everyone there was above marrow cleansing. There were delegations from the southern vassal states. There were men in that crowd who had killed other men in public for the last 30 years without ever losing. I watched a withered old man with a wispy goatee walk in through the gate, dragging an enormous spiraled black spear behind him, and the spear cut a groove in the flagstones as it came, and every single person in that courtyard got out of his way. Ghost Gun Joe Gang. 3 days earlier, 4 men had walked into my mother's garden and called me trash from 300 meters. I fixed my collar and went in. The gate guard wanted to see my invitation. I showed him Zhao Jian's, still faintly warm, and he did not ask why a great Luodao ticket was in the hand of a man wearing a coat with scorch marks on it. That was going to be the theme of the next several days. Nobody asked me anything until it was much too late to matter. Inside, the assembly worked like a very expensive fight club with a guest list. Every serious martial artist on the continent, one venue, 3 days, a ranking at the end of it. The purpose was ostensibly to exchange techniques. The actual purpose was for 4 men at the top of the world to sit on a raised platform and be looked at. And there was one more purpose, which nobody said out loud, which was that a lot of the men there had scores with each other, and this was the 1 week of the year they were allowed to settle them in front of witnesses. A man called Overlord Fist Liu Quan decided to settle one with me. I do not want to spend too long on Liu Quan because he did not spend long on me. He was a Vajra Indestructible. He was one of the handful. He had a reputation built over 22 years, and he had heard that a prince with no talent had come in carrying a great Luo Dao invitation that was not his, and he came down off the terrace to make an example. The example took one move. I want to describe it honestly, and it is going to sound like I am skipping something. He came in, I hit him. That is the entire fight. There was no exchange, no probing, no dramatic pause where our eyes met. He crossed 9 meters, and I put one hand out, and Overlord Fist Liu Quan stopped existing as a topic. The courtyard went completely silent in a way that a courtyard with 400 people in it should not be able to, and that silence is why nobody stopped me for the rest of the day. Not respect, arithmetic. Every man there had watched the same 3 seconds and was now recalculating a number he had been carrying around for 2 decades. They put me on the roster that afternoon. The next morning I came back to the manor for the draw, and this time I did not use the gate. I lifted off from the tree line on nothing but innate true ki and telekinesis and flew in over the wall, slowly, at about the height of the roof, which is a thing you do not do unless you want it noticed. I heard the reaction before I landed. He is flying. That was a young man in the stands, somewhere around 20, on his feet with both hands on the rail. That is actual flight, not a leap, not ki-assisted movement. Even Elder Taoist Gu Qingyun cannot do that. Somebody near him said the words "the martial arts world is about to change," and then a lot of other people said it too, and it went around that courtyard like a cough. The 4 men on the top platform did not say anything at all. They just looked troubled, all 4 of them, in 4 slightly different ways. Sunbo, the eldest, stroking a long beard, eyes half closed. Ghost Gun Joe Gang, and his enormous black spear, laid across his knees. The monk's serene abbot, hands folded, absolutely still. And Gu Qingyun, the sword immortal of the great Luo Dao, the strongest martial artist alive by consensus, who was sitting very straight and had gone slightly gray around the mouth. I checked the panel while I was still in the air. 52,310, 52,209, and because I had a few free seconds before landing, I used them to invent a realm. Not discover, invent. The ladder on this planet stopped at Vajra Indestructible, and I had looked at the top of it and found the handholds where somebody had simply stopped climbing. So I put in the next rung myself, and I called it condensing acupoints and refining apertures, and it went in 3 stages through the 108 major acupoints of the human body. Stage 1 produced true Qi, which I had by the time my feet touched the flagstones. Stage 2 was called the true Qi phantom weapon, and I could see exactly how it worked and could not do it, because Blue Star did not have enough ambient spiritual Qi in the air to feed it yet. That was the first time I was ever told no by anything. I have to say I did not care for it. That night, somebody knocked on my door at the guest house. I opened it, and there was a man in a very good suit on his knees in the corridor with his forehead on the carpet. "Jiang Wei," he said to the floor. "Leader of the Black Tiger Gang. My Black Tiger Gang is willing to serve your highness." Now, in case you are picturing men with tattoos and cleavers, let me correct that. On Blue Star, in the year I arrived, the gangs were the economy. Every Vajra indestructible on the planet had a commercial structure built underneath him because a man who can survive artillery is a very good foundation for a logistics company. The Black Tiger Gang held construction contracts, a shipping line, and 2 seats on a provincial board. Jiang Wei was not offering me muscle, he was offering me a balance sheet. And then, because these people watch each other constantly, the next one arrived 40 minutes later, and the next. By 3 in the morning, I had accepted, without leaving my chair, controlling stakes in more than 10 publicly listed companies, worth somewhere north of $1 billion. I sat there afterward looking at the pile of paperwork on the bed, and I want to record my honest reaction because I was disappointed. More pocket money, more opportunists I could point at things. It did not seem to be of much use. At midnight, I checked the panel out of habit. 104,620. 104,418. I weighed as much as an aircraft carrier. I could have picked one up. At 8 in the morning, we all went to the arena. Sunbo ran the draw because he was the oldest and everybody liked him. He got up and cleared his throat and delivered the following sentence with a completely straight face. "We have added the 9th prince and we have lost Liu Quan, so the number is the same. Old rules. Draw lots. 2 duels. 1 bye. Lost Liu Quan. That is how a man goes in that world, like a coin down a drain." There was a lacquered box with 4 folded gold lots in it on a table in the middle of the arena floor. I was standing about 100 meters away. I raised one palm and my lot came out of the box, unfolded itself in the air on the way across the courtyard, and settled into my fingers. The noise that made in that crowd was not a cheer, it was closer to a groan. Because of everyone in that arena, the person that hurt most was Gu Qingyun, and I only found out later exactly why. The Sword Immortal's signature ability was his flying sword. He had obtained it by spending 10 years fusing a piece of his own divine soul into an old bronze legacy blade. The fusion never fully stabilized, so every single morning for a decade he burned incense and sat in meditation for 2 hours to keep his own sword from rejecting him. He watched a 20-year-old pull a piece of folded metal 100 meters through the air with a lazy hand and no preparation at all. "How?" he said, and I could hear it perfectly from where I stood. "Can he control objects with a wave of his hand?" The draw came out as follows. Me against the monk Serene Abbot, Sunbo against Ghost Gun Zhou Gang. Gu Qingyun drew the bye, which meant he would sit and watch the whole thing and then fight whoever survived. Up in the stands, 2 men were talking about me, and I mention them now because they both matter later. The first was the young man who had called out my flying. His name was Lin Ji, and his talent was the single most obnoxious thing I had encountered on this planet, because it was a worse version of mine. He stole martial arts by watching them, not learned, stole. He would sit in a crowd, watch a man he had never met use a technique once, and then own it. He had built a reputation on this. He was, by general agreement, the greatest thief of martial arts in the world. He was also currently sitting in a stand, looking miserable, and I heard him say it to nobody in particular. Mental techniques, I really cannot steal that stuff. The second man was Wu Dong, who was the editor-in-chief of the Prodigy ranking, which was exactly what it sounds like. His entire profession was assessing martial artists and putting them in order. He was a disciple of Ghost Gun Zhou Gang. He had opinions the way other people have blood. Somebody asked him about me and he did not even hesitate. It is unlikely he can beat Master Serene Abbot within 100 moves. The consensus in the stands was that Liu Quan had been a fluke, a bad step, an off day. Liu Quan had been 47 and probably distracted. I want you to keep Wu Dong in mind for the next 20 minutes. The monk came into the ring and clasped his hands, and he was polite about it, which I appreciated. 9th Prince, let us begin. I took a stance. Specifically, I took a deliberately sloppy, loose, elbows-out stance, which is not the stance of a man about to fight. It is the stance a teacher uses when he is showing a beginner what to do with his feet. Serene Abbot noticed. Of course he noticed. He had been reading postures for 60 years. And the calm on that old man's face rippled exactly once, and I picked the thought straight out of him, as expected of nobility, arrogant. Very well, he said. Then let this old monk teach you a lesson, young man. He went through 10 or 12 hand seals faster than the crowd could follow, and a lotus opened in the air in front of him, and he spoke the name of it, and the name was worth the price of admission. Dharma pure and wisdom true, the great seal of Saha, the Prajna mantra, a century of ascetic practice compressed into a sound. I let it walk right into my head. I did not block it. I did not deflect it. I opened the door and let 100 years of a holy man's discipline come all the way in and stand in the middle of my mind so that I could look at it properly, and then I converted it into a number. That is what divinity of insight does to things. 100 years of sitting in a cave eating 1 bowl of rice a day, the total spiritual accumulation of the most respected monk alive, came out to a 2-digit divine soul value. 2 digits. I was carrying 104,000. Insignificant, I thought. So insignificant. Too insignificant. He came across the ring at me, dozens of meters in a heartbeat, one palm swollen and red with a century of chi. The great seal of the Arhat. There was a clear ringing sound like a struck bowl, and the old monk stopped where he was. To the crowd, apparently, my aura at that moment came off me as a wrathful war god holding a halberd, 40 meters tall, filling the arena. Several people in the front rows sat down involuntarily. Then I put my right hand behind my back, and I pulled the entire thing, all of it, the whole war god, down into one finger of my left hand. I flicked it into the dead center of his palm. He was sealed in place for about a second, absolutely rigid, and then he went flat on his back on the arena floor with his chi blood in total chaos and his divine soul cracked. "You," he said, "you, how is this possible?" The stands came apart. Even a Vajra indestructible, defeated in one hit. He is 20. He is 20 years old. I walked over and stood above him, and I said the thing I had been saving. "You have always thought I was arrogant. You were wrong, old monk. It is not that I am arrogant. It is that you are." Then I turned around and left the ring, and let them get on with the second bout. The second bout was Ghost Gun Jogang and his black spear against Sunbow and a pair of sleeves that turned into phantom blades, and it was genuinely beautiful. 2 old men at the absolute peak of a discipline neither of them would ever exceed. I ate it, all of it, on sight, from the stands without moving. The ghostly spear technique, the netherworld chi skill, crane leap leg, 7 steps to stargazing, shifting spirit and moving chi, righteous true skill, 6 lifetimes of work, absorbed by a man sitting on a bench with his chin in his hand. Sunbow won it by fracturing Jogang's sternum. Then he coughed blood into his own sleeve, looked across the arena at me, and forfeited the final on the spot. "Even the old bald monk was defeated by you in one move," he said, waving a hand. "Let us spar another time," which is how the final of the World Martial Arts Assembly, for the title of number 1 in the martial world of the Great Xia Empire, came down to me against Gu Qingyun, the Sword Immortal. Sunbow, on his way past, stroked his beard and said something to the platform that I do not think he meant me to hear. The 9th prince may very well have already embarked on the path ahead of martial arts. Zhou Gang, holding his broken chest, understood immediately. Nobody one-shot Serene Abbot from inside the ladder. You only do that if you have found the road that continues past the top of it. Gu Qingyun came down into the arena, and he did not clasp his hands, and he did not bow. He stopped 10 meters away, and he pointed at me, and he shouted so that all 400 people in that courtyard could hear it clearly. "Where did you steal my sex innate 1 chi skill?" And the courtyard, which had been merely stunned all morning, turned ugly in about 2 seconds. Because stealing a sect legacy is not a scandal in that world. It is the oldest capital offense they have. It is the one thing every faction agrees on, because every faction has one thing to lose. I want to note, for the record, that the reason they all agree on it is not principle. It is that rules in that world are written by the strong and enforced on the weak, and every man in that courtyard had been on both sides of that at least once. I laughed out loud. "That is right," I said. "I learned your great Luo Dao's innate chi." "What are you going to do about it?" The noise level went up. "And it does not count as stealing," I said over the top of it. "Your good grand disciple Zhao Jian taught me personally." Gu Qingyun said what everyone was thinking, that it was impossible, that the innate 1 chi skill takes years of transmission, that it cannot be taught in a session, that no outsider has ever been given it and lived. "So," I said, "this is the difference between a fool and a genius. Every martial art in the world I can learn in no time at all." And then, because he had not asked, and because he was about to, I told him the rest. "By the way, I killed both of your grand disciples who were disrespectful to me that day." I thought about it. I only had to watch him for a minute. In the stands, Lin Ji, who had spent his entire young life believing he was the greatest thief of techniques on Blue Star, went very quiet. Wu Dong, whose profession was ranking people, stood up. "Impossible," he said. "No such freak can exist." Gu Qingyun stopped arguing. "No matter who comes here today," he said, "even a prince dies." And then he sneak-attacked mid-sentence with 6 bolts of palm lightning. I want to be very specific about what happened to those 6 bolts, because it is the thing that decided how the rest of that morning went. 5 of them came at me. One went wide, the one that went wide, and a good part of the spread from the other 5 went into the stands. There were martial artists sitting there, men who had come to watch. Several of them were turned to charcoal in their seats without ever standing up, and I heard him think it, clear as a bell, while the smoke was still going up. So what if they are dead? What more do you want? I walked out of the smoke without a mark on me. Even if this little bit of lightning were multiplied tenfold, I said, it would not harm me. Then I lifted a hand and answered him with a bolt about 4 times the size of all 6 of his together, and Gu Qingyun came apart into a blizzard of white paper scraps that went everywhere across the arena floor. A fake, of course. The scraps did not settle. Hundreds of talismans came sweeping in from all 4 corners of the manor, from inside walls and under flagstones where he had been planting them all morning, and they folded themselves back into an old Taoist standing in the middle of the ring, the heavenly talisman soldier, a Xuanmen demonic technique that had been considered lost for several centuries, in which a man splits his divine soul across 100 pieces of paper so that no one can ever be certain which of him is the real one. White Lotus, Heavenly Mother, he called out. Wonderful heavenly soldiers, strike. The arena filled up. Hundreds of pale paper soldiers with paper blades and paper shields and paper bows, and behind them a dozen paper eagles and paper tigers and paper wolves, and every single one of them was as real and as heavy as the thing it was imitating. I took a breath. The air within several hundred meters reversed direction and came inward, and the whole arena turned into a ring-shaped hurricane pointed at my mouth, and hats and programs and a folding chair went past me. Then I roared. 1 syllable. No technique behind it. It did not have a name, and it still does not, because I made it up standing there. What came out was a visible arrow of solidified void. The vibration of the air itself compressed into an object, and it went down the center of the arena, and the entire paper army stopped existing at the same moment. Gu Qingyun bled from all 7 orifices at once, and his divine soul very nearly collapsed on the spot. In the stands, Lin Ji was on his feet with his mouth open. This 9th prince, he said, seems to have a lung capacity stronger than several dozen supersonic fighter jet engines stacked together. And beside him, Wu Dong, the editor-in-chief of the Prodigy ranking, the man whose actual job it was to explain things exactly like this to the public, grabbed 2 fistfuls of his own hair and screamed, "Do not ask me, I do not know either." I started walking. I did it slowly, 1 step at a time, and I let my voice carry like a struck bell across a courtyard where 400 of the strongest people on the planet were now sitting absolutely still. Old Taoist, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? He did not answer. No? Then die. I put my foot down, and the earth in the arena jumped, all of it, every stone, about 2 centimeters into the air and back down again. Gu Qingyun did the same arithmetic everyone else had done that morning and reached the same answer, and I heard it running through him on a loop. I am going to die. I am going to die. I am going to die. He slapped talismans onto both thighs. Divine speed. Land leap. His legs swelled until the fabric split, and then the skin, and he went out of that arena at roughly 300 meters a second, trailing a dozen decoy images that punched holes clean through the manor wall on their way out. 12 holes. All different. I looked at the holes for about a second, at the exact angle each one had been made at, and turned northeast. Found you. 1 step took me 200 meters. I caught up with an old man running for his life at the speed of sound, and I ran alongside him for a while, inside the hurricane he was making, close enough to talk. He was still talking. That is the thing I remember. He was fleeing at 300 meters a second with his legs coming apart, and he still had breath for it. Today's humiliation, he said, I will one day avenge. Very well, I said. I will grant your request. And I backhanded him through 4 buildings. He came out of the last one spitting blood and something like 30 teeth, and he sent his flying sword at me, the bronze legacy blade, the one he had put a decade and a piece of his soul into. I caught it out of the air. I closed my hand, and the metal went soft, and I kept closing my hand, and it became a lump. And then I flattened the lump between my palms into a bronze disc about the size of a dinner plate and threw it back. It caught him across the middle and folded his spine backwards into a bow and carried him another 60 meters and buried him in a wall. He was still alive. Barely and briefly, and he used it on the only thing left that he actually wanted. If only, he said, into the brick, I could have mastered Heavenly River sword energy. I stood in the street and thought about that for a second, and I decided the kind thing was to be honest with him. That just so happens to be something I can do too. 100 strands of black sword energy came out of my chest and opened around me like lotuses. Then I jumped, and every one of them went up with me, and what came down over that street was a river of black light, a galaxy tipped sideways and poured out over a single point. Gu Qingyun, sword immortal of the great Luo Dao, the strongest martial artist in the world, stopped being in the world. Finish, I said. and then I looked up because something had changed while I was busy. The concentration of spiritual chi in the air had gone up, not slightly. It had jumped, like a tide coming over a lip of rock, and it was still climbing while I stood there. The spiritual chi wave, I said. It has actually appeared today. I had come out here for 3 days of technique gathering and a title. The world was going to change instead, and it was going to do it in the next 10 minutes, and I was standing in the street over a dead legend with my hands in my pockets when it started. The first spiritual chi tide lasted 10 minutes. That is all. 10 minutes, and it was the culmination of several thousand years of dormancy. Everything that had been slowly draining out of this planet since before anyone was writing things down coming back through the floor all at once. Before that morning, the odds of a human being on Blue Star developing a superpower were about 1 in 100 million. 10 minutes later, the odds were 1 in a million. Do that arithmetic. There are 8 billion people. In the time it takes to boil pasta, Blue Star went from a few dozen genuine superhumans to a million of them. Most of them were garbage, and I mean that with affection. 99% of the new supers could light a cigarette without a lighter, or bend a spoon, or make the air in a 2-meter radius slightly cold. Within the hour, there were tens of thousands of live streams of people setting fire to their own curtains and spraying frost onto their coffee tables and generating tiny indoor whirlwinds that knocked over a lamp and then a bookshelf, and then, in one case I watched all the way through, a television. The hashtag was, superpowers really exist, and it went vertical. But 1% of a million is 10,000, and some of that 10,000 was going to be an actual problem. And then, in the middle of the tide, something happened that had nothing to do with any of it. There was a sound inside my divine soul, not in my ears, not in the air. One single sustained note, and I could not find where it came from. I looked. I had senses at that point that could pick out the geological stress in bedrock 100 meters down, and I put every one of them on that sound and got nothing back. Every sufficiently complex living thing on Blue Star heard it at the same instant. Later they called it the voice of evolution, which is the kind of name people invent when they have no idea what a thing is and need to file it somewhere. And while it was still ringing, divinity of insight evolved. It went into my memory and dredged the whole thing up. Not the highlights, everything. Every book I had ever half read, every film, every anime I fell asleep to, every game I played badly, 31 years of a man's accumulated junk plus 2 days of stolen martial arts on top of it. And then it started sorting. It assembled complete, coherent, working knowledge systems out of that pile. Philosophy, mathematics, physics, chemistry, metallurgy, mechanical engineering, biology, computer science, astrophysics, psychology. I want to be clear about what that means because it is not the same as being smart. I did not become a genius. I became a man who had, sitting fully formed in his head, everything humanity had figured out and that he had ever brushed past, all of it cross-referenced and none of it forgotten. And then it kept going. For about 1 second, I saw the electromagnetic force, not the effects of it, not the equations describing it, the thing itself, one of the 4 fundamental forces that hold the universe together. And I understood how it worked the way you understand a door. And with it came something else. I looked at a ball of light I had pulled toward my own eye, and my vision resolved down and down and down past any scale that has a use, and I saw an atom. Then it collapsed. The whole thing folded shut, and I was standing in a street with a very good memory and no more special vision, and I could not do it again, no matter how I tried. I stood there for a while. If it happens once, I thought, it will happen twice. I did not say the rest of that sentence out loud, and I am not going to say it here either, because it took me a long time and a lot of dead people to earn it. I went back to the arena because the tide was still going, and I wanted to be somewhere I could open all the way up. All 108 of my major acupoints came on at once, and they did not sip at that tide. They ate it. Greedy open mouths all over my body, pulling chi in faster than the world could deliver it. Innate true chi came out of me as hundreds of burning pythons, coiling and uncoiling in the air around my body, and then stage 2 finally unlocked because the atmosphere could finally support it. The true chi phantom weapon, thousands of illusory blades and spears and hooks condensed out of nothing, hanging in the air. I let them go, mostly to sea, and the granite of that arena floor got plowed into furrows like a field, and every blade of grass for several hundred meters was reduced to green mist. 10,000 swords returning to 1. That is what it looks like from the outside. Then stage 3, which was mine. The innate chi field, 9 levels, 12 acupoints spiritualized per level. Here is what 9 levels is supposed to produce, according to the original text I had built it from. At the 9th level, at perfection, a cultivator is surrounded by a wall of compressed chi, several meters thick and functionally equivalent to solid steel. A cruise missile cannot get through it. That was the design ceiling. That was the top of the imagined thing. I hit ninefold perfection in one night, and my field was not several meters. My field was a dome of platinum white light 100 meters across, and while it was forming, the weather over Yuncheng changed, and lightning began stacking up in the clouds without discharging, and every human being within a kilometer felt a suffocating pressure they could not explain and would not forget. While I was doing that, the rest of the planet was having its own morning. In the mountain sects, old men who had not come down in 40 years broke through their ceilings and walked out into the sun. In the forests, animals with eyes brighter than their littermates began gulping the air down like water. In the Pacific trenches, things nobody has ever photographed thrashed in the black and became something else. And in the cities, several billion ordinary people stopped in the middle of whatever they were doing and looked up and inhaled. The governments knew about qi, by the way. I want to correct any impression that this was a shock to them. They had known for decades. They had files. Superhumans existed in tiny numbers, and 99% of them could light a cigarette, bend a spoon, and impress a date, and so the whole subject had been filed at the bottom of a very large stack of more urgent things. Vajra indestructibles were catalogued individually and assessed honestly, which is to say that the assessment read carbon-based, and can be killed with sufficient ammunition and manpower. That assessment was correct right up until 9 in the morning. The emergency traffic that came up the chains that day said two things. First, that every previously catalogued superhuman had jumped by tens, hundreds, and in some cases thousands of times over their baseline. Second, that there were now 1 million new ones and nobody had a list. The projections came back within hours, and the phrase they used was the paralysis of human society, so orders went down. In the sensible places, that meant organized roundups of anyone using a new power to hurt somebody. In the less sensible places, it meant indiscriminate seizure of anyone who lit up, and quiet buildings, and experiments. And in the parts of the world that were already at war, it meant men with new abilities and no supervision at all, doing exactly what you would expect. Amidst chaos and bloodshed, the new era officially began. I did not write that line. That is how the histories put it, later, when there was time for histories. In the arena, the 4 survivors were sitting in the tide and drinking it. Sunbo's injuries closed up in front of me. He opened his eyes and laughed like a man 20 years younger. Fully healed, and my cultivation has increased dramatically. Wonderful. Serene Abbot, who had been flat on his back an hour earlier with a cracked divine soul, sat up and folded his hands and looked at the sky. This humble monk feels, he said, that the world may be about to become unsettled. Lin Ji rolled his neck until it cracked and grinned at nobody. I feel like I have already put 1 foot into Vajra Indestructible. And Wu Dong, who had not recovered from the morning, wheeled on him. What nonsense are you spouting, kid? How old are you? That was the last calm minute any of them got. There was a scream from the arena entrance. Then a body came in through it, at speed, and hit the flagstones and burst apart, and it did not burst the way a body does. There was no blood, not a drop. It had been a man some minutes earlier, and it was now a dry shell, and it broke like a piece of pottery. Sunbo's subordinate, a big man in blue, went straight at the entrance without waiting for anyone. He came back in pieces, and in the archway, unhurried, stood a figure in a gray robe with a veil across the face, eating a human heart. Not tearing at it, eating it. In bites, the way you eat an apple on a walk. Zhou Gang got the name out first, and I have never heard an old man sound so tired. Blood-killing demonic technique, only that evil art leaves them dry like that. And Sunbo stood all the way up and said 3 syllables one at a time. Gai, Zhou, Tian, then, you are still alive. A scourge, said Zhou Gang, can live 1,000 years. I got the background at a dead run because Wudong was hauling Lin Ji toward the exit by the collar and briefing him at the same time, and he was a journalist to the bone, and he could not stop explaining things even while fleeing. Before Gu Qingyun, before any of the current names, the #1 martial artist in the world had been He Jian. They called him the martial arts monster. He was the most gifted man of his generation, by a distance nobody argued about, and he had hit the wall at Vajra Indestructible, the same wall everyone hits, and he had not taken it well. He had gone out into the countryside and started killing. The other 9 Vajra Indestructibles of that era set a trap for him. 9 of the strongest people alive, coordinated, with weeks of preparation. It cost 4 of them their lives to blow him in half, and then they sank what was left in a shark sea and went home to bury their friends. That was 20 years ago. He had spent those 20 years at the bottom of the ocean fusing Western blood magic to Eastern martial arts, growing his body back and going past the wall that had broken him. He pulled the veil off. There were blood-red veins knotted across his back, and they had grown into the shape of an enormous ghost face that shifted when he breathed. His eyes threw beams of red light about half a foot long. His hair was dead gray, and it moved on its own, in a room with no wind. Serene Abbot tried because he was a monk, and it was his job. 20 years ago, he said, you slaughtered 3 entire villages and towns to make your evil arts, thousands of lives. Do you not feel any remorse? He considered it. They died a worthy death, he said, for the birth of my unparalleled divine skill. Martial arts are born for killing. Then he tilted his head back toward the sky, and I realized he had felt the tide too, and had been feeling it the entire walk in. Thanks to that, he said, sounding almost cheerful, I feel like I have become stronger again. Then he looked at the three old men in front of him. Please help me, everyone. I desperately need your flesh and blood. The three of them attacked together. 3 Vajra indestructibles, the top of the ladder, 280 years of combined training, moving as one. It took him less than a second. The red beams out of his eyes went straight through Serene Abbott's mental technique and annihilated it mid-air. Then he slapped the golden bronze hardness off the old monk like dust off a coat and broke his sternum with the back of the same hand. Jogang's black spear came in, and Jean caught it, and then his elbow rotated in a direction elbows do not have, all the way around, as if the joint were decorative, and he took the spear and the arm holding it off in the same motion, and then he somersaulted over his own shoulders, which I still do not entirely understand mechanically, and put both heels through Sunbo's chest. He tore off Sunbo's arms, and drank them dry through his mouth and nose. I am going to move past that quickly. The reason I am telling you at all is that you need to understand what these 3 men were and what happened to them, or the rest of this does not mean anything. They got up, all 3 of them. That is the part I respect. Jogang, missing an arm, crawled around behind him through the rubble, got to his feet, and put a bronze spear into the man's kidney while shouting a sentence I am going to preserve exactly. I agree with your mom. The spear tip wore away against him like a pencil on concrete. Jian did not notice. Sunbo came in with the shifting spirit life damaging technique, a dozen phantom bodies at once. Serene Abbott hit him with thunderous sound cleanses evil, the loudest thing that old man had. All 3 of them went out of the arena again, in different directions. Jian's wounds closed in seconds, all of them, the spear hole in his back sealed like water going flat. I, Guy, he said, have long since forged the blood-undying demon body. As long as my origin is not exhausted, I absolutely will not die. Then he picked Sunbo up and drove him face down into the ground and pushed and kept pushing for about 200 meters of solid stone. Sunbo died somewhere in there, but before he did, he laughed. I heard it from a long way off, and it was not a broken sound at all. It was the sound of an old man who has just remembered something excellent. The new number 1 in the world, he said, into the rock, is the 9th prince of Great Sia. He too has embarked on the path ahead of martial arts, and he did it in a far more honorable way than you. Then Jian went after the crowd. 400 people were trying to get out of one manor at the same time, and he went into them. He fed on the way through, the way he had at the entrance. And a scarlet tongue with barbs on it came out of him and took men down at 40 meters. He was talking while he did it. That is the other thing about him. He never stopped talking. Do you all know what lies ahead for the martial path? The way to break the human limit is to stop being a human, turn from a man into a demon, and devour every living thing under heaven. And then he stopped in the middle of a sentence because a pressure had arrived. He told me later, in the small window between things, what it felt like, and I believe him. He said in 120 years, he had never felt anything within 100 miles of it. He said he broke into a cold sweat for the first time since he was a boy. He turned around and threw everything he had. Blood slaughter demon fist. I had been walking. That is all. I came in over the wall and put my feet down and walked toward him across a courtyard full of people who were still trying to get to the exits. And when the fist arrived, I put out one palm, lazily, at about waist height, without breaking stride. He went backwards 400 meters and through a wall, with both arms twisted into shapes that had no bones left in them. They regrew in about 6 seconds while I watched. Interesting, I said. I have never seen a martial art that can repair bodily damage to that degree. Jogang was on the ground near me, one arm gone, trying to warn me about the man, because that is who he was. I raised a hand. No need, I said. I already know everything. Get some rest. And then Lin Ji, who was 15 or 16 years old, jumped down from the exit archway that he had been dragged to, put his hands on his hips, and addressed the man who had just killed 3 Vajra indestructibles. His Highness is as handsome as Pan On, he announced. Unlike you, you look like a monster. So ugly. Behind him, Wudong made a sound like a kettle. I want to note that Wudong's exact internal thought at that moment, which I read because I was curious, was how dare they talk to such a big devil head, and how dare they mock him? Reasonable question. I never did answer it. I looked at Jian across the wreckage of the arena and told him the truth because I thought he had earned that much. Actually, I am not interested in your tragic past, I said, but I am very interested in your martial arts. So let us have a fight. I will not kill you quickly. If you have any trump cards at all, use every one of them now, or you will regret it. He used them. The first one he called Blood Slaughter Against Fate, and the way it works is that his heart begins hammering at a rate that would kill any other living thing, and his blood turns effectively molten inside him. He swelled past 2 meters. The muscle came up on him in overlapping plates like armor, and then more layers under those, and by the time it finished, he was 3 or 4 times the thing he had been. Lin Ji, backing up slowly, said the only thing that fit. How come this even has a transformation feature? Wudong next to him said, I do not know either. He came at me at something well past 1,000 times the speed of sound, and while he was crossing that distance I read him, and I want you to see the exact shape of the thought I had, because it is not a heroic one. His physical attributes are probably over 1,000, I thought. That is enough for me to practice some moves on. He was, at that moment, the most dangerous individual on the surface of the planet by a margin of decades. I used him as equipment. I parried the first palm and put a knee into him. He came back and I took the arm and cleaved down through the angle of it. He tried to close and I put a kick under his chin with enough force that the air between us was momentarily removed and he went several hundred meters straight up. I let him come down. I am truly disappointed, I said while he was still falling. This body of yours has strength on the same order as mine, and yet you are completely powerless. Because that was the thing. He was not weak. Our numbers were not that far apart. He simply did not know what he had. I caught him by the neck on the way down, threw him, met him in the air, spun and drove him into the ground, then took him up again and folded him at the middle in a suspended guillotine until the back of his head was flat against his own spine. And then I finished it with a redirect. I took every joule of the momentum he had generated over the last 40 seconds and I gave it back to him, all of it, inward, and the undying demon body burst from the inside out. The technique I was using has a name. I built it during the tide out of hundreds of fighting arts, everything I had eaten from the assembly and everything Divinity of Insight had reconstructed out of 31 years of films and books and idle memory. I called it the Flowing Cloud Dispersing Hand. The essence of flowing clouds lies in the word nothingness. You do not meet force. You are simply not where it arrives, and then you are where it ends up. The mush on the ground pulled itself back together, and I was delighted, genuinely delighted. I clapped once. Their vitality is so strong, I said. That is wonderful. Then I did the entire beating again from the beginning. Halfway through the second run he got out. I will give him that. He burned something called the triple kill technique, which kills the body, the mind, and the soul in that order, and is meant to be aimed at somebody else. He aimed it at himself. Then he rode the blast up out of the smoke on a pair of crimson bat wings 4 meters across. Ha 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 ha, he said, hanging in the air above the ruined arena. I survived. And then, because he could not help himself, he told me what he was going to do to me, and then what he was going to do to everyone I knew, and then in what order. Too much nonsense, I said, and I split. 4 of me, then 5. Then each of those split, and each of those. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets the 10,000 things, and the 10,000 things all had my face. Over 100 Mu Changs standing in that arena, and every single one of them carrying the same aura as the original so that there was no way for him to find the real one by looking. Lin Ji grabbed Wudong by both shoulders and shook him. What kind of martial arts is this? Do you even know? I do not know, Wudong said. I do not know anything. I have gone mad. 100 of me kicked off the ground at once. We swarmed him in the air with a force I had developed that night and had been waiting to try on something that could survive it. I called it Dragon Overpower. It is a yin and yang venom that does not do damage so much as keep doing damage, working through bone and organ and meridian and finally into the divine soul, and a cultivator at my own realm would need days of uninterrupted healing to clear it out of himself. Then all 100 of us flipped above him and came down with 200 palms and drove him into the ground. When the dust cleared, he was a blackened skeleton with a face on it, and he was laughing again, and this time the laugh was different. My defeat, he said, is entirely due to my own weakness. I was too arrogant. I stood up and turned around, and I did not talk to him. I talked to the arena. There were still 400 people in it. Hundreds of the strongest martial artists on Blue Star, most of them lying down, all of them watching. You have lingered at the mortal level for too long, I said. You have decided this is the end, and you no longer dare to dream of a higher realm. I looked up. So today I will show you the power and the vision that lies ahead of martial arts. There was a second sun over Yuncheng. It came down through the cloud layer without a sound and settled over the arena, and the light of it did 2 separate things at exactly the same moment. It annihilated the arena, the seating tiers, the 300 meters of solid rock the arena floor had been carved out of, the steel understructure, the walls. Hard stone and structural steel went out of existence as quietly as air, and every single martial artist inside that circle was set down gently on the bare earth without so much as a scorch. Wudong, sitting on the ground where his seat had been, said it out loud, and for once he was not screaming. This power is enough to annihilate an army. And then, quieter, mostly to himself, if the power of the martial path is truly this terrifying, then the times really are about to change. He was a journalist. His mind kept walking down the road after the sentence ended, and I heard where it went, and it was the single most intelligent thought anybody had in that courtyard all day. When the power of one individual completely surpasses the power of the collective, he thought, do the laws of the collective still mean anything at all? I did not have a comforting answer for him. I still do not. Then the 100 of me came apart, all of them at once, dissolving into a single stream of white light that poured across the broken ground and gathered itself and began, thread by thread, to weave a human body out of nothing, which is when everyone found out what they had actually been watching. Using true key silk as the skeleton and the shell, I said, through a mouth that was still forming, key blood as the core and the fascia, and intention as the will of the divine soul. A true chi clone, not an illusion, not a projection. A body I had built and then gone and stood inside. Linji's face did something complicated. So the one who beat Devilhead that badly, he said, was merely His Highness's clone? Zhou Gang did not say anything for a moment. Then, from the ground, missing an arm, 100 and some years old, a Vajra indestructible who had been number 2 in the world that morning. So martial arts can be this powerful, Your Highness, truly, a divine being. And then the real one came down. I came down out of the sky wrapped in white fire. 108 vortexes turned around my body, each one eating the chi of the world into an acupoint. And the aura of the thing that landed on that ground was a few hundred times what the clone had been carrying. Nobody could move, not out of awe. Physically, every person in that field was pinned where they stood. Lin Ji, flat on his back, staring straight up. God, he said, a god has come down to earth. Serene Abbot, on his knees, hands together. Amitabha, this is the supreme enlightenment. And he, Jean, who at that moment had the clearest perception he had ever had in his life because he was almost entirely dead, finally saw the whole shape of the road he had spent 120 years walking. So my whole life, he said, has been wasted. I am an idiot. Ha 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 ha. I looked down at him. I only wanted to see what your road would be, I said. I never expected it to be so poor and so weak. I am very disappointed. You have been alive this long only because of my mercy, and now I take back your right to live. Ash, and then not even Ash. Then I healed everybody. That is the part that got left out of the reports later, and I do not particularly mind, but it happened. Every injured martial artist inside my QI field, all at once, without me doing anything except deciding to. Broken sternums knitted, crushed organs came back. Zhou Gang's severed arm grew back onto his shoulder in about 4 seconds, and he sat there in the dirt turning the hand over and staring at it. I spent a minute on my own field afterward, because it had been bothering me. I compressed it and rebuilt it and compressed it again until it would not take any more, and when I finished, the diameter had gone from 100 meters to 333, and the wall of it was 300 meters thick. I stood inside it and idly wondered whether it would hold against the 100 million degree core of a nuclear detonation. I have still never tested that. It is on a list. Then I checked the panel, because it was that time of night. Physical strength, 1,515,247. Divine soul, 1,514,395. Past a million. The tide alone had multiplied me by 10 in 10 minutes, and I was running about 500 times what I had been a few days earlier when 4 men called me trash under a plum tree. I turned to leave, and 100-and-something-year-old Vajra indestructible ran after me across a field of rubble, got in front of me, and went down on his knees. Zhou Gang put his forehead on the ground 3 times, hard enough that the ground moved. Master, please accept this old man as your disciple. Then Lin Ji sprinted over from 40 meters away, skidded, and kowtowed next to him without asking anybody's permission. I looked down at the old man. Zhou Gang, you are over 100 years older than I am, and you want to be my disciple. He answered without lifting his head. I was born an orphan. I never joined a sect. I pieced my martial arts together from scraps for 100 years, and I have been stuck at Vajra Indestructible for decades of them. He paused. I want to see the scenery from a higher place. Besides you, who can take me there? And then, because he was also a businessman. Also, I have lived over 100 years and I own companies worth tens of billions. I will give all of it to Master and keep only this heart. I took them both. You two, I said, are now senior and junior brother. Lin Ji was somewhere between 15 and 17 years old. I never got a straight answer out of him about it, and I do not think he knew. He had taught himself martial arts 6 months earlier from a boxing manual he bought off a street vendor, had reached transformation on his own, and had crossed into Vajra Indestructible that morning while sitting in a stand watching other people fight. The surviving martial artist looked at him the way you look at an open safe. Wudong got dragged over by his own master, physically, by the sleeve. "Come and pay your respects to your grandmaster," said Zhou Gang, "and to your second master." Which meant that the editor-in-chief of the prodigy ranking, a grown professional man, had to bow to a teenager and call him elder. Lin Ji enjoyed this enormously. "Hey, hey," he said, patting Wudong on the head. "Good boy, my great-grand disciple." Then I gave them their first gift, and it doubled as a test. I flicked 2 fingers and shot the complete Holy Firmament True Skill into both their foreheads. Not a book. Not a lecture, a living torrent of structured information that went in through the skull and then walked their bodies from the inside. It found every accumulated error in a century of self-taught practice and corrected each one. It closed every hidden injury they were carrying. Then it made them run the whole technique through in their minds at speed, so they would know what it felt like to do it right. Zhou Gang's whole frame changed shape slightly while it was happening. "One condition," I said. "You are not to come and see me before you have cultivated innate true qi." I did not give them the better one. I want to be honest about that too. I had built a technique on top of Holy Firmament during the tide, called the Illusory Sun True Method, and it is superior in every measurable way. I kept it, not out of stinginess, although I would probably have kept it out of stinginess as well. Illusory Sun requires a body that can hold the true fire of a sun without cooking, which means a divine soul over 3,000 and a physical attribute to match. If I had put it into Zhou Gang's head that afternoon, it would have killed him in about 9 seconds. Then I left, straight up 10,000 meters in a few seconds, and only after I was gone did anybody think to ask the obvious question, which was what the realm above Vajra Indestructible was actually called, since it had apparently existed for about 30 hours. Serene Abbot proposed Supreme Perfect Enlightenment, which is very monkish. Zhou Gang said, and I am quoting, "Fart. Call him a terrestrial deity." Wudong settled it because settling things was his profession. The realm would be recorded as condensing acupoints and refining apertures, which was the name I had given it. And the man would get a title, the immortal Buddha of this world. He was already writing the article in his head before the argument finished. The first person to span ancient and modern times, the residing immortal, Prince the Ninth. Somebody accused him of licking boots. "Lick it?" said Wudong. "So what if I lick it? Go and find your own awesome grandmaster to lick." Behind them, Lin Ji came out of meditation, broke the Vajra Indestructible ceiling on the spot, and condensed his first strand of innate true qi about 90 minutes after being told not to come see me until he had. It came out attributed to slaughter. That is a thing that happens. Innate qi takes a flavor from the person, and that teenagers came out the color of killing. Zhou Gang stared at him. You brat, you actually mastered true qi." About a kilometer from where I was flying, there was a private jet on final approach into the capital, and there were 3 people in it who were going to matter to me. The first was a young woman named Lin Manhwa, and I want to introduce her properly because she is not what you are expecting. She held 3 doctorates, life sciences, genetic engineering, and biological genetics. She was well known in the scientific community of the Great Shia for work she had done before she turned 25, and she was the granddaughter of the An conglomerate, which made her the closest living relative I had on my mother's side. The second was her uncle, a mild man in a good coat who spent the flight doing sums. The third was Han Ye, young master of the Chu family, who had been following Lin Manhwa around for 2 years and would not take a hint. She saw a light go through the clouds off the left wing, fast, and put her hand flat on the window. Han Ye did not see it because he was looking at her, and I read what was behind his eyes on the way past because I was curious and had the range. It was not romantic. It was inventory. He was thinking, in the exact tone of a man reviewing an asset, that if it were not for her family's board seats and the trouble they could make for his, he would have rewritten her personality into something more agreeable months ago and been done with it, because he was a new tide superhuman, and he had drawn a good hand, emotional reading, mental lashes, and personality rewriting, which is precisely as bad as it sounds, and which the tide had multiplied by several dozen times a few hours earlier. They were flying to the capital because the head of the An family had made a decision. He would rather marry Lin Manhwa to me, the useless 9th prince, a distant branch through her aunt's bloodline, than let her anywhere near the Chu family. I did not know any of that yet. I was busy. I had gone up, straight up, in the small hours, out of the troposphere and into the stratosphere and through the mesosphere and up past the ionosphere, until the sky stopped being a color, cosmic radiation, no oxygen. Hard vacuum. 270 degrees below. None of it touched me. It was not that I resisted it. It was that none of it was relevant to what I was made of anymore. I stopped, and I turned around, and Blue Star was underneath me. The whole thing, blue and white and turning, with the Terminator line crawling across the Pacific, and a storm system spiraling somewhere over the Southern Ocean, and thin scatterings of orange where 8 billion people had left the lights on. I reached out and cupped it in one hand. When I was a kid in that orphanage, I used to look up at the starlight and think I could pluck it out of the sky, I thought. And now the sky is much higher, and he is within reach. Soon, I said out loud, in a vacuum where nobody could possibly hear it. You will be mine soon. That is the first time I ever said it. I want it on the record here, in the middle, rather than pretending it arrived later and by accident. I looked at an entire planet from orbit and decided I was going to own it. Then the sun came up over the curve of the world and hit me in the face, and I started drinking it. Not metaphorically. I opened everything and pulled, and the region of space around me went black. Not dark. Black. An actual collapse of light in a volume several kilometers across, because the photons that should have been passing through it were going into me instead. There is footage of that. Somebody in Chile had a telescope pointed at the right patch of orbit and caught a hole in the dawn panel that morning. 3,031,598. 3,029,872. Dozens of aircraft carriers per punch. And here is where I ran into a problem that has never gone away. My attributes were climbing like a rocket. My realm was crawling. The next realm in the comic was called Physical Body Achieving Sainthood, and I could see the door and could not reach the handle. Not because I lacked power. I had power coming out of my ears. I lacked the thing Divinity of Insight actually runs on, which is knowledge. Even the best cook in the world cannot cook without rice. And then I made myself sit with 3 more facts in orbit, watching the sun come up, and none of them were comfortable. 1. The Kui revival was not a planetary event. It was a stellar domain event, measured in light years. Blue Star was sitting in what would be classified as a low spirit region, which implies, immediately and inescapably, that there are high spirit regions, and that they are full. 2. The tide was not a single arrival. It was the first wave of something, and behind it were going to be alien civilizations and things that live between stars and are large enough to have geology, and the sort of thing that gets called a deep space evil god by people who do not have a better word. 3. And this one actually frightened me. Jin was not in the main story. I went back through everything I remembered of Dragon Fist, and he was not there. Not as a boss, not as a flashback, not as a footnote. He appeared in the prequel movie briefly as a minor antagonist who dies early to establish that things are serious. And in the movie, he was assessed at roughly 3rd level refining apertures. The thing that had killed 3 Vajra indestructibles in front of me in under a second, that had needed 9 of the strongest people on the planet and cost 4 of their lives 20 years ago, was a disposable early movie villain. Which meant the comic was not a map. Which meant I did not actually know anything. There are mountains beyond mountains, I thought, hanging in orbit with a planet in my hand. I must not slack off. And while I was sitting with that, I caught something else. The first true meaning of my own martial path, which is a thing you do not choose, you only find out. Every serious martial artist eventually resolves into an image, and mine came up in front of me without being asked for, a colossal sun, rising. Down on the ground, at the 9th Prince's mansion, Han Ye was standing in my mother's overgrown garden looking around with an expression of open contempt. You can tell from this place, he said loudly to Lin Manhwa and her uncle and anybody else in earshot, that our 9th Prince is practically invisible in His Majesty's eyes. Then he decided to demonstrate. He punched the air, and there was a genuinely impressive bang, because he was sitting at about 25 in the strength and softness realm and had a new superpower on top of it. Then he moved on to the family business, which was where he actually had something. The Chu family, he said, has just delivered the first individual exoskeleton frame to the military. Any ordinary man in one has 3 tons of strength. 3. That is enough to kill a marrow-cleansing martial artist in a straight fight, and it takes 11 days to train an operator. Lin Meihua's uncle stopped smiling. And the smart combat suit is nearly finished, said Han Ye. 50-ton lift, 100 meters a second, and the fighting techniques are uploaded directly into the suit, so the intelligence in the frame does the fighting. Comparable to a Vajra indestructible in no time at all. Uncle An went pale, because he had done the arithmetic 3 sentences before Han Ye finished. 100 exoskeletons and 5 smart suits kills any Vajra indestructible alive. And 100 exoskeletons is a purchase order. I should mention, in fairness, that Lin Meihua's interest in martial artists was not romantic either. She had explained it to her uncle on the plane with a clarity I found refreshing. As a life sciences researcher, what she wanted from a Vajra indestructible, more than anything else in the world, was to open one up and look inside. Lin Jai walked into the garden about then, chewing something. What crooked bones and idiot clothes is he talking about, he said. I can blast that stuff to dust with one punch. I am the 9th Prince's second disciple. Han Ye turned around to say something withering. Lin Ji crossed 9 meters in under half a second and slapped him 10 meters across the lawn. And Han Ye, on the grass, with his face already swelling, pulled a small silver pistol out of his jacket and shot Lin Ji in the back of the head. Lin Meihua screamed. Lin Ji turned around. He had the bullet between his teeth, still smoking, slightly flattened, held in the front teeth of a 16-year-old who was grinning around it. He spat it into his palm. "It is a bit weak," he said. "Here you go." Then he flicked it back, and it went through Han Ye's knee and out the other side. Zhou Gong arrived a few minutes later, and Uncle An nearly fell over, because the ghost gun walking into your nephew's garden is roughly like a head of state turning up to a barbecue. And while they were talking, Zhou Gang learned something that changed his whole afternoon. The Prodigy ranking had printed nothing about the assembly. Nothing. 400 witnesses, 3 dead legends, a second son over a city, and there was not one line in print anywhere on Blue Star. Somebody had buried it. Zhou Gang went through the possibilities out loud. Not the special task force, not military intelligence. They would have leaked it by accident within 6 hours. Then he turned northeast toward the palace and stopped. "The Imperial City Division," he said. "And then I came down out of the sky like a small sun and landed in my own garden." Lin Meihua went scarlet from the collarbone up and stared at me without blinking, and I read her, and it was not what her uncle hoped it was. "The 9th prince," she was thinking, "is like a god born from the ultimate evolution of the human species. How many secrets does his body hold? I really, really want to investigate." "Ma'am," I thought, "we are going to have a wonderful working relationship." Han Ye was still on the ground with a hole in his knee, and something in him gave out. I heard the hole collapse because he was broadcasting it. "So what if you are a martial arts master?" he thought. "So what? I have superpowers. I can tear apart your soul and reshape your personality into whatever I like." Then he pointed at me and shouted it. "Damn you, Li Feng. I am going to turn you into a stray dog." I very nearly swatted it out of the air on reflex. Then I stopped because I had actually looked at it, and it was interesting, very weak, genuinely pitiful in raw output. But the type was rare, purely mental, no physical component at all, which on Blue Star at that point was maybe one superhuman in 10,000. So I took it apart in the air in front of my face. Emotional reading, which is a parlor trick. Mental lashing, which is not, and which would have dropped an ordinary person. And personality rewriting, which was strong enough to break a marrow-cleansing martial artist in about a minute if he was not expecting it. And then, rather than destroying it, I simply turned it around and put it back where it came from. Hanya's world went unfamiliar. That is the only way I can describe it, and it is the way he described it. In the seconds he still had the vocabulary. It is not that his mind was damaged, it is that the frame collapsed, objects stopped being objects, words stopped attaching to things. His comprehension fell off a cliff and kept falling second by second, and he could feel it going and could not stop it. "I clearly," he said, and then, woof, and then, wanted to turn you, and then, woof, and then, into a dog. "My Chu family will not let you get away with this. Woof, 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 woof." He ended up on all fours on my mother's grass. I learned something useful from that, incidentally, and it took me the rest of the day to put words to it. There are 2 entirely separate things, and everyone on Blue Star had been calling both of them the same word. Mental energy manipulates matter. That is what I had been doing at the airport and in the garden. At full power, my weakest thread of divine thought could take a 10,000-ton freighter and twist it into a steel braid. Mind power manipulates thought, emotion, and the divine soul itself. That is what Han Ye had badly, and it is the more dangerous of the 2 by a distance. While I was standing there, I read Lin Meihua and her uncle completely. All of it. Every memory either of them had, top to bottom, in about the time it takes to blink. 2 entire human lives arriving in my head at once. 2 real worlds crashing in, and me standing somewhere outside both of them looking down. An ordinary psychic who attempts that gets schizophrenia at best. Usually they die. I found what they had come for, which was the marriage proposal, and I want to give you my honest reaction to it because it tells you more about where I was that week than anything else I could say. She was one of the most accomplished young scientists on the planet. She was beautiful, and she was one of the 2 or 3 people in that hemisphere who would have understood a single word of what I actually did all day. And I thought, with complete sincerity, that the gap in life status between us was so wide that we were nearly 2 different species, and that to discuss love across a gap like that was utterly absurd, and that the whole idea was the thinking of insects and ants. I planted a mild suggestion in both of them and sent them out to the car to fly home. I have gone back to that afternoon more than once since. I am not going to pretend I have made peace with it. Then I picked my next target because the divine soul problem had not gone anywhere, and I now knew where the answer was. The great Luo Dao. The oldest sect in the original story, sitting on centuries of soul secret arts and currently missing its number one and its two grand disciples, all three of whom I had personally removed inside a week. I was going to walk in and take the manuals. Oh, and Han Ye, I did not kill him. I am in a good mood, I told him, on my way past. Too lazy to kill you. Go find a female dog to play with. He growled at me. His tongue came out. He got up on 3 legs, because of the knee, and limped off down the drive. I looked up at the sun and stretched. How merciful I am, I said. Behind me, Lin Ji and Zhou Gang, who had both watched a man become a dog in 11 seconds, stood very still and did not say anything at all. I found out later they had independently reached the same conclusion, which was that being made a dog by me was considerably worse than being killed by me, and that they should both be extremely careful about ever being funny in my direction. Meanwhile, in a room in the palace I had not been invited to in 2 weeks, my father was dying in a way that I had not accounted for. The emperor of the Great Xia rolled his sleeve back for the monk who attended him, and there were black veins moving under the skin of a withered forearm. Moving, not pulsing, traveling. 30 years earlier he had been injected with something called the immortal pill factor, along with every high official in the empire, because in a world where the top of human achievement was a man who could dodge bullets, a serum that added 20 good years to a governor was worth any price. It had sat inert in all of them for 3 decades. Then the Kui riot came through, and in my father it woke up. It pulled itself out of his organs and out of his bone marrow and gathered, and what it gathered into was a blood sac, and the sac was alive and it was draining him. One day had aged him decades. Everyone who took that pill was having some version of the same week. The mild cases were managing on daily medication. The bad ones were surviving by amputation or by transplant in private wards with no records. He got the worst case on the planet. The sac had fused itself to every vital organ he had and to his brain, and any attempt to damage it killed him instantly. He was being kept alive on a dozen secret medicines a day. I feel, he said, that I will not live much longer. The monk sitting with him was called Fa Yuan, and he is worth a paragraph. He had started as a Quanjin Taoist, and he had been a prodigy, and by his early 20s he had mastered the art of fate, which on Blue Star was real and rare and horribly expensive to use. And the first serious thing he did with it was read himself, and what he saw was that a fatal calamity was waiting for him, and that it was tied to the destiny of the Great Xia. So he abandoned Taoism for Buddhism and entered the palace, and spent the rest of his life sitting near the throne, watching. He was not afraid of dying. He had stopped being afraid of it about 40 years earlier. What he had instead was curiosity. He wanted to see the calamity. He had been waiting for it his whole adult life the way other men wait for a child to be born. Read the fates of all the princes, said the emperor. I will select the crown prince from what you see. He paused. I know it will greatly deplete your lifespan. And Fa Yuan, sitting on the floor in a warm room, broke out in goosebumps from the scalp down. Death's calamity, he thought. That is the breath of death. He bowed until his head touched the boards. My lord, I obey. The emperor also had a folder in front of him, and it was from the Imperial City Division, and it was about Yuncheng. He had not believed it. Nobody would have. And then he had turned to the appendix and read the file on Heijian and cross-referenced the casualty list from 20 years ago, and stopped. I truly never imagined, he said, that Xiao Feng had been hiding himself so well. Then he asked the only question that actually mattered, which was why the nobles and the industrialists of the empire were not already crawling toward me with gifts, and answered it himself. They will not allow a second spiritual symbol to appear in the Great Xia, he said. Ordinary nobles and tycoons are dogs. They only know what their masters permit them to know. He looked out of the window for a while. Immortals and Buddhas residing in this world, he said. Some people are about to get restless. Outside that hall, several hundred soldiers of the Imperial City Division, who had been lying in ambush since dawn, quietly withdrew. 70% of them were at marrow cleansing, the rest were at swallowing gold and transformation. There were 4 or 5 Vajra indestructibles among them, and their commander was past Vajra indestructible entirely. I did not know any of that either. I want to be clear that at this point in my life, I was extremely powerful and extremely badly informed, and those two things very nearly cost me everything a couple of chapters from now. Zhou Gang came to my residence the next morning with a report. After Heijian's massacre, the survivors of the assembly had gone home, made phone calls, and founded something. The Great Xia Martial Arts Alliance. Northern and Southern Fist Associations, 5 Elements Fist, Eagle Claw, Xingyi, the Vajra School, the Ship Gang, the Bamboo Green Gang, the Brotherhood, the Red Lotus Gang, the Quanjin, Danding, Jinshan, Jingyang, and Laotian Taoist sects, the Great Awakening Temple. Every one of them wanted me as Grand Alliance leader. They are just trying to ride your coattails, said Lin Ji, who was eating an apple. He was right, and I had no objection to being ridden as long as it went in a direction I was already walking. My private opinion of the whole business, including the title Wu Dong had invented for me, was less generous. Without the power to destroy a star, I thought, you cannot even be called an immortal. What is the great Luo Dao's reaction? I asked. Zhou Gang consulted a phone. It seems there has been no response at all. Yes, I said. Very good. I put my hands behind my back. Then you two go and wipe out the great Luo Dao, and bring me all of their secret manuals. Lin Ji stopped chewing. Master, he said, isn't this a bit? He did not finish the sentence. I finished it for him, because I did not want him carrying it around. The improvement of martial arts requires the nourishment of blood, I said. When you have the right to be arrogant, never back down. That would be an insult to your own power. I want to note here plainly that I sent a 16-year-old and a 100-year-old man to destroy a sect of several thousand people because I wanted their library, and that I dressed it up in a maxim, and that they went. Then I armed them, because I am not stupid. 2 fingers to the forehead again, both of them. Months of training compressed into the transfer. Both bodies converted end to end into pure innate true qi, which multiplied them several times over on the spot, and then a martial art each. Lin Ji got the flowing cloud dispersing hand. You will only manage 2 or 3 parts in 10, I told him. That is enough. Zhou Gang got dragon overpower. Domineering, ruthless, and vicious, I said. It suits you. Use it sparingly, or it will start eating you instead. And then I gave them the trump cards, and I want you to see what that looked like from where they were standing. Thousands of strands of black sword energy came out of me and filled that room, drifting around them at eye level like a school of fish. Zhou Gang, who is not a man who sweats, sweated. Lin Ji did not move a muscle for about 40 seconds. Then all of it condensed down into 2 objects, 2 swords, 1 foot long with no hilt, black, and inside each one you could see something that looked exactly like the night sky with stars in it, 3,000 heavenly river sword energies apiece. Zhou Gang immediately started protesting the cost because he was still thinking like a man who had spent 100 years hoarding. I waved him off. I can condense 50,000 of those in one night, I said. There are so many I cannot find things to use them on. Same for palm lightning, 50,000 a night. Both of the great killing techniques of the innate 1 chi skill had gone from legendary to a chore, like a man complaining that his printer keeps producing money. I named the swords 1 foot of galaxy. Once used, I told them, the area within several miles will be reduced to dust. You recite it in your mind. You can concentrate the whole thing on one enemy, or rain it across a crowd. Your choice. Then I gave them the target and the method. Great Luo Dao's headquarters was on Tianqi Island in the East China Sea, 1,500 kilometers out, behind a concealment barrier that nobody had located in living memory. Go up to 100 meters over the outer perimeter, I said, and come down through it with true qi flaring. The barrier is anchored at ground level, and it cannot handle vertical disruption. That method, incidentally, is one that Lin Ji invents for himself several years later in the original story, after a long and difficult sequence of failures that teaches him something about patience. I handed it to him over breakfast. They bowed and turned to go, and I stopped them at the door. Wait, how are you two going to get across? Lin Ji shrugged. Let us take a plane? No, I said. You will travel there entirely on foot, no transport of any kind. They looked at each other. Homework, I said. Do not disappoint me. 10 minutes after they left, a palace servant arrived with an imperial edict, a banquet that evening, all children of the emperor to attend. I turned the paper over in my hand. What, I said, does my father want to do? The banquet was in Zhaoyang Hall, and it was the first time I had been in a room with my siblings, 6 princes and 3 princesses. Jing Hao, the eldest, round-faced and permanently smiling, and cold all the way down under the smile. Princess Li Hua, second-born, elegant, past 40, saying nothing. The Wan Marquis, third, military to the bone, thick-bearded, loud. The Xuanping Marquis, fifth, handsome, charming, and the man who had sent 4 people to my garden to die. The 4th and the 6th, Li Tao and Li Xuan, untitled and both visibly out of their depth. And the 2 little princesses, Li Rui and Li Qin, 7th and 8th, who did the only genuinely warm thing that happened in that hall. They swarmed me at the door. Long time no see, Xiaofeng. You have become so beautiful, you cannot even see your pores. Quick, what skincare do you use? 7th sister, 8th sister. I let them hang off my sleeves. I have only had a slight breakthrough in martial arts. Nothing else. Ah, said Li Qin, immediately losing interest. Martial arts is so tiring. Let us forget about it. The Xuanping Marquis had come over while they were talking, and he already knew everything, and he wanted me to know that he knew. You are the #1 martial artist in the Great Xia, he said pleasantly. How can you say only a slight breakthrough? Then my 3rd brother shouldered him out of the way, because that was his entire personality. Since you have such abilities, said the Wan Marquis at volume, Why do you not join the military? Come with me after the banquet. I will give you the rank of captain. You will pass your skills to my soldiers. I looked at him. Third brother, I said. Are you teaching me how to do things? The hall stopped. I understood afterward exactly how bad that was. Nobody had spoken back to the third prince in the palace of the great Xia in about 15 years. Servants had been dismissed for pausing too long before agreeing with him. The eldest broke it up, smoothly, the way he broke everything up. Pursuing force too much, he said, walking away from us with a cup in his hand, only turns a man into a useless brute. For royal nobles, wisdom and courage matter most. I said it to his back. Without the support of power, even the greatest wisdom and the strongest spirit are nothing but castles in the air. What do you think? He did not answer. He kept walking. I want to tell you what that room actually looked like to me because it was the moment I understood something about my own situation. I could read the emotional band of everybody in it, and the family affection channel in that hall was nearly empty. Not hostile, empty. 9 people who shared a father, standing around a warm room full of good food, generating almost nothing between them. I sat there with a cup in my hand and idly wondered what these people would do if I showed them what I could do to a city. And I noticed, with a kind of distant academic interest, that I had started treating everything in front of me as a game about a mortal world, something to poke at, and that when I eventually got bored of playing with it, I could simply destroy it. I noticed that thought, and I did not do anything about it. That is the part worth recording. Then my father came in, and he had aged so much that 2 of my siblings audibly reacted, and he sat down and told us why we were there. The reason I have summoned you, he said, is to select a crown prince. He explained his reasoning, and to his credit it was actual reasoning. The old order of succession assumed an old world. The world was 4 days into being a new one. So the choice would not be made by seniority, or by faction, or by the councils. It would be made by Fa Yuan using the art of fate. I got to watch the art of fate work from about 3 meters away, and Divinity of Insight took it apart from me while it was running. Here is what it actually is, stripped of the incense. Fa Yuan burned his own life essence, literally, to make contact with the consciousness of the planet. Then he used that contact as a springboard to reach the collective unconscious, which on Blue Star is a real structure and not a metaphor, a spiritual abyss belonging to the human species, a miniature Akasha record covering exactly one world and nothing beyond it. And from inside that, he could see the summed future collisions of one person against every other person and against the material world. I sat there with a cup of wine, learning the whole architecture as it ran, and I made a note that at this rate I would be able to do it myself within a couple of weeks. It is a pity that you are limited by this world, I thought, watching an old man burn years off his life to look at my brothers. Born in a proper immortal world, you could have been remembered as an ancestor of the art. The readings went around the table. The 6th prince. Foolish and incompetent. The Xuanping Marquis, my handsome 5th brother. Shrewd and cunning, good with merchants and with foreign powers. The appearance of the Hunhu Chi dragon. The hall stirred at that, because it is a real omen and a good one, and my father put it down without raising his voice. His capacity is good, his dragon chi is weak. Suitable for a small country, not for the great Xia. 3rd brother, into his drink. To put it bluntly, a coward and a wimp. The 4th prince. A mediocre life. 3rd brother sprayed his wine across the table. No wonder you 2 hang around together, a pair of idiots and fools. The eldest, Jing Hao, noble and arrogant, regards the common people as worthless, in cahoots with the noble relatives. And then Fa Yuan's actual rating, the Jade Mountain Golden Dragon. The hall gasped, and it was the loudest thing that happened all night because the Jade Mountain Golden Dragon is an emperor's omen and everyone there knew it. My father killed it in one breath. If you become a puppet of those nobles, he said, sleeping in the deep palace and unaware of the world, then the great Xia will naturally be very stable. Hehehe. Then he put down his cup and said the only thing my father ever said that I have kept. Power always rises from the earth beneath our feet, from the masses. It does not come down from nobles who rely on a bloodline. 3rd brother, the Juan Marquis. Domineering and arrogant, a life of military chaos, war and revolution. The destruction of enemies and the fall of nations, Fa Yuan opened his eyes. The destiny of the master of war. 3rd brother roared with laughter and slapped the table twice. The eldest and the 5th looked at him with eyes like glass. And I sat there and sipped my drink and thought about the fact that in the original story, the 3rd prince became crown prince and was later killed by the original owner of this body. Fate, I thought, nothing more than a plaything in the hands of the strong. Which left one, the Juan Marquis, still laughing. Great master, I do not think he needs a reading. The Xuanping Marquis, smoothly. Fa Yuan looks very tired. Perhaps we should stop here. Fa Yuan got up, walked the length of the hall, and sat down in front of me. I opened myself to it. partly out of courtesy and mostly because I wanted a closer look at the technique while it was pointed at me, and Divinity of Insight began copying it down in real time. Here's what happened on his side. He told me, before the end, in about 9 words, and I have reconstructed the rest from what the technique looked like from the inside. The world he was looking at collapsed. He reached for my fate, and there was no fate there to read. There was a god standing in his entire field of vision, filling it edge to edge, and the mere fact of being in front of it made his body feel as though it were being pressed by an enormous number of blunt knives. And Fa Yuan, 90 years old, halfway through burning his own life, smiled with an enormous and complete satisfaction. So, he thought, Ninth Prince, you are my nemesis. This old monk's road ends today. And the realization itself broke his barrier. He ascended to Vajra Indestructible on the spot, sitting on the floor of a banquet hall at 90 after 70 years of being stuck, and he spent the entire breakthrough immediately pushing harder into the reading. Then the god in his vision slowly turned its head and looked back at him. His eyes burst. He screamed for exactly 1 second, and then he closed his mouth on it and kept reading. Flames came up out of his body, blood red and wrong, burning from the inside, and he delivered it, out loud, to the hall. The fate of the Ninth Prince, a god, or a demon? Like a god descending to earth? Like a golden immortal banished to the mortal realm? Looking upon all the people and all the things of this world, and none of them are even a fraction of him. The world can be turned upside down, and the universe can soar in the blink of an eye. He was a charred shape by then, with his hand still clasped in front of him. The Ninth Prince, he said, is the one who will bury eternity, heaven-defying, the one who defies the Tao. And then he collapsed into dry bones on the floor of my father's banquet hall. My father laughed 3 times. Not one thought for the old man who had just spent his life on the answer. I checked. There was nothing there at all. How fortunate is heaven, said the emperor of the great Shia. Our great Shia has risen. I hereby declare that from this day forward you are the crown prince. 3 of my siblings came out of their seats. The 3rd prince smashed a table. I looked up at them. That is all. I did not stand. I did not speak. I let a hint of what was actually behind my eyes come to the surface for about half a second, and all 3 of them experienced something like a nuclear detonation going off inside their own skulls, and sat down and did not say anything else for the rest of the evening. I could have killed all 3 of them from that chair without moving my hands. The only reason I did not was that the body I was in still had some residual bloodline affection for the old man on the throne, and I did not want to do it in front of him. That is the whole reason. I want to be accurate. It was not mercy, and it was not restraint. It was an inherited feeling that I had not gotten around to auditing yet. One more thing came out of that night, and it is the thing I think about most. I had spent 3 weeks assuming I was a soul from Earth that had been dropped into a stranger. Sitting in that hall with a dead monk's ashes on the floor and a title I had not asked for, I stopped believing that. What I think happened is simpler and stranger. I think I brushed the dust off my own divine soul and woke up remembering a past life. I think I was always Li Feng, the 9th prince of the Great Xia. I just woke up late. 2 provinces away, in Liancheng, a woman was sitting in the dark next to her son. Han Ye had been found in a garbage dump outside the capital in the company of several dogs. His mother, Chen Fang, was crying over him, and he was hissing at her and letting his tongue hang out. His father had already had the argument and lost it and left. If you had not spoiled him into an arrogant brat, Han Qing had said, he would never have offended the 9th prince in the first place. She had screamed that Li Feng was a monster and that she wanted him dead. Her husband had slapped her aside and called her a brainless woman who would bring ruin on the family. She had said accurately that he only wanted her out of the way so he could move his mistresses in. Everybody walked out on her. So she sat alone in the dark with her son, and she typed on her phone. Son, she said, you watch. Your mother will definitely avenge you. Then she dialed a 15-digit number, which took her to a blank page, into which she typed a much longer string, which triggered facial recognition, which opened a site with a black skull on it. The Black Skull organization's customer service is, and I am not exaggerating, a call center script. Do you need assistance with business matters, submitting a task application, checking task progress, or submitting a complaint or suggestion? She filed the form. 10 minutes later, the reply came back. Your mission request has been accepted by the assassin with the ID Win Demon. Amount, 10 million yuan. Expected task time, 72 hours. Target confirmation document. Head, note. If the target risk level error exceeds 100% of the submitted materials, 30% of your fee and 30% of your deposit will each be deducted. Chen Fang looked at that last line for a moment and did not think about it hard enough. Confirm, she said. Out in the corridor, the family's resident Taoist, an old man called Taoist Yu, delivered his diagnosis on her son to her husband. His soul, he said, has turned from a human's into a dog's. He had never seen it. He had only read about it in old books, in the sections everyone treats as mythology. But he had a card to play. Decades earlier, he had done a favor for a man called Gu Long, who was the elder brother of Gu Qingyun, and who had promised him one favor in return, whether it was killing or saving lives. He would leave for the East Sea in the morning. Neither of those two men had heard one word about what happened at Yuncheng. Not a rumor, not a headline. The Imperial City Division had the whole thing sealed shut, which is how a woman ordered a hit on the crown prince of the Great Xia for 10 million yuan, and an old Taoist set out to call in a favor from a sect that had, at that exact moment, about 9 hours left to exist. There was a bar in Liancheng with police tape across the front of it and no roof. The local chief, a fat man named Tang, wanted to write it off as a gang revenge killing and go to lunch. His actual sentence, said out loud, in front of his own officers, was that anyway, this is just a damn little city. Then a young woman in a long trench coat and glasses came in under the tape. Zhang Hua, baby-faced, maybe 25, looked like an intern. Special task force. She had 2 superpowers and both of them are worth knowing about. The first was signal empathy. She could stand in a place and replay the last 12 hours of it, not deduce. Replay, in sight and sound and smell, walking around inside it like a 3-dimensional oil painting while the living crowd of the present day walked through her body. She rewound the bar, a gaunt figure at the door. A vortex of compressed air that pinned every person in the room against the walls, then hundreds of curved blades. Everyone in that bar had died over an argument about a woman. Close to S rank, she said. Then she used the second one, soul drawing. She reached out and touched the frozen image of the killer, and an invisible pen moved across a sheet of blank A4 in her other hand and drew a portrait clear enough to run through a database. She looked at it, and her eyebrows went up. It really is you, Shadow Gale King. When did you get this strong? Chief Tang made the mistake of asserting that this was his territory right up until his own bureau chief called him personally, and then Jiang Hua's phone rang, and she answered it with 2 words. Your Majesty. Chief Tang's ankles nearly gave out under him. The order was this. She was to leave the special task force and build a dedicated Office of Internal Affairs from scratch for the new Crown Prince. She drove home in a black and red sports car with doors that opened upward, already planning which of her old colleagues she was going to poach and exactly which salary complaints she was going to use to do it, on the reasoning that His Highness should not be short of money. And somewhere around the 3rd traffic light she thought, I do not know what kind of person the Crown Prince is, or whether he will be difficult to get along with. However, I have heard that he is very handsome. And she smiled at the windscreen and changed lanes. My 2 disciples were, at that moment, crossing the country on foot at several hundred meters a second, which sounds efficient and is actually miserable because at that speed you cannot turn. If either of them had attempted a curve at Mach 1.5, their own momentum would have taken their legs off, so they ran in absolutely straight lines, stopping, reorienting, and starting again, like 2 men playing a very expensive board game. An hour and 800 or 900 kilometers later, they came down beside a rural highway where Wudong was waiting with an SUV and a portable barbecue. He had brought beef, vegetables, drinks, and a case of beer because he was a journalist, and journalists understand that the way you get information out of people is to feed them. Just how strong are you 2 now? He asked. Zhou Gang did not answer with words. He took 2 short guns off his back, screwed them together into one long spear, and sighted on a boulder the size of a house about 100 meters off. He feinted a thrust. He did not throw anything. He did not move his feet. The boulder acquired a hole 2 meters across and 7 or 8 meters deep, punched clean through. This is almost as good as a mortar, said Wudong in a slightly strangled voice. That was a casual jab, said Zhou Gang. A charged attack is 5 or 6 times that. Our real trump card cannot be demonstrated out here. Lin Ji, working on a pork chop. Master said it felt a bit like a nuclear bomb. Wudong put down his beer. Then he gave them the actual news he had driven out there to deliver, which was that the tide had produced new Vajra indestructibles in the sects. Reclusive old cultivators who had been sitting under a ceiling for 30 or 40 years and had walked out from under it in 10 minutes, and some of them had opinions about a 20-year-old prince being made Grand Alliance leader without their vote. These are like mosquitoes, said Zhou Gang. Once this business is settled, I will personally go and give them a wake-up call. Count me in, said Lin Ji. I am too low-key. I have no reputation at all. I will let them know that Vajra Indestructible has been over for a while. Grandmasters, said Wudong carefully, are you 2 not being a little too fierce? Lin Ji stared at him with genuine bafflement. How can a martial artist not be fierce? Why would you live for nothing but fame and fortune? And Wudong, chewing, thought, is the reason my cultivation is so slow that I am too nice? He also finally answered the question that had been bothering all of them, which was why the prodigy ranking had printed nothing. The Imperial City Division had visited every major sect on the mainland inside a single day and shut the information off at the source. They are a secret force of the Great Xia Emperor clan, he said. Quite difficult to deal with. He paused and then grinned. But our master is a member of the royal family. Tsk, quite interesting. Then the two of them ran across the East China Sea. There is no technique for that. You simply run so hard that your feet are only on the water for a fraction of a second each. From above, it looked like two black scissor lines cutting across the waves, with a rooster tail of white behind each one, going east into the dark. They reached Tianchi Island at dawn, a pear-shaped rock, an extinct volcano at the western end whose ash had made the farmland, a fishing town on the south shore that had been there for centuries, and in the eastern forest, invisible, the great Luodao. They went up 100 meters and came down through the barrier. Lin Jie's true qi came out golden red and the air around it stank of slaughter. Zhou Gang's was black-gray, the yin ghost qi, and there were sounds in it that were not from him. The forest below them stopped existing, and there was an ancient complex there instead. Pavilions, towers, walkways, tiled roofs, a training ground the size of a stadium, all of it 1,000 years old, and none of it on any map. Zhou Gang planted his spear, pole vaulted 100 meters straight up off it, and rained several dozen black cones down across the compound. A dozen buildings came down at once. An elder with a very long beard came out of one of them at speed. How dare you cause trouble in my great Luo Dao? He got as far as the second syllable of Dao, and then he and his sword both came apart in midair. The rest of the sects scattered, regrouped in about 90 seconds, which is genuinely creditable, and counterattacked with flying swords and lightning and fire and talismans from 4 directions. Old Wang broke all of it with a spear and cleared the courtyard. Lin Ji went over the training ground wall and stopped on top of it to look at the view. Thousands of acres of pavilions and gardens and old timber. How wonderful it would be, he said out loud, if this place could be used as a villa for master. Then, after a moment of consideration, but we would need to get rid of all these people first. He dropped into the crowd, drew in a breath deep enough that the wind in that courtyard changed direction, and roared. The one who wiped out the entire family is Song Dai. Then he kicked off a wall and went through the masked martial artists of the great Luo Dao like a cannonball fired into a market. I am not going to walk you through what that looked like. The outcome is the thing that matters, and the outcome was that a 16-year-old crossed a courtyard containing several hundred trained fighters and came out the other side of it, and the courtyard did not have several hundred people in it anymore. An instructor watching from a distance saw the golden red saber key and made a professional judgment out loud. He has been forced to use his ultimate move. He is finished. Get him. Lin Ji stopped, 100 meters away, and tilted his head. You are saying I am no good? And then he cleared that entire radius, including the instructor. He stood in the middle of it afterward, breathing, and something in him let go. He went straight into the second stage of refining apertures on the spot. The true Chi Phantom weapon, which had taken me the tail end of a global spiritual event to reach, arrived for him standing in a ruined courtyard at 16 years old. Master is right, he said. Martial arts can only be improved by soaking in blood. And then he did something I did not teach him. He picked up an ordinary steel knife off the ground, and he started applying the force control principles of the flowing cloud dispersing hand to it, half in a trance, talking to himself. The swing got smaller, and faster, and smaller, and faster, until his hand was as steady as a machine tool, and the blade was vibrating on its own at a frequency that made the air around it ripple like heat off asphalt. A chaotic vortex came off the tip and cratered a wall 20 meters away. Then he did it 9 times in a row, and the 9 strikes merged into a single silver dragon that went down the length of the courtyard, and the wall it hit was not knocked over. It was reduced to powder, and there was a sound like an animal calling. Lin Ji dropped the knife and stared at the sky with his mouth open. I think, he said, I have figured out a sword technique. Meanwhile, by a quiet lake at the eastern end of the compound, an old man had been fishing all morning. He heard Lin Ji's roar carry across the water. Exterminate the entire family, he said without turning around. What a huge mouth you have. Gu Long, Grand Elder of the Great Luo Dao, and the elder brother of the Sword Immortal I had killed in a street 6 days earlier. He was significantly stronger than his brother had ever been. He was almost unknown in the martial world because he did not care about the martial world and had not left this island in decades and had never once entered a ranking or attended an assembly. Zhou Gang came up the path to the lake dragging a spear that was dripping. Gu Long looked him over the way you look at a delivery man who has brought the wrong package. I never expected that you would be able to walk the path ahead of martial arts, he said. It takes a poor man 100 years of secluded cultivation. And you, a mediocre talent, have done it? How laughable. Zhou Gang ignored all of it. These are your last words, he said. Aren't they? They went to fists first, and the first exchange evacuated the air out of the space between them and stripped every leaf off every tree around that lake. Zhou Gang gave ground, backwards, onto the water, and stood on it because for a man at his level, water that does not exceed knee height is simply floor. Here is Gulong's life for the record, because I think he deserves it more than his brother did. 1,000 caddies of strength at 7 or 8 years old, 200,000 jin at Vajra indestructible, which put him in the top 2 or 3 human beings alive, and then 50 years of nothing. Half a century of a man at the absolute peak of his species making no progress whatsoever, fishing on an island, waiting for a door that was not there. The tide had opened it 3 days ago. He had broken the heavenly barrier at last, at 80-something years old, alone, with nobody to tell, and now he was fighting to a draw with the disciple of a boy he had never heard of. This is outrageous, he thought, and I do not blame him. Sword against spear in the mist over that lake for about 4 minutes. It ended with a 1,000-year-old magic sword shattered and Gulong's right arm gone at the shoulder because Dragon Overpower does not care what something is made of. It corroded the blade and the arm at the same rate. Zhou Gang, standing on the water, was not even satisfied. If it were not for my own lack of skill, he said, this power should have ended you on the first move. Gulong's answer was the best thing he had, and it was very good. He had spent decades condensing exactly 108 Heavenly River Sword energies, not 5,000. 108, one at a time, over a lifetime, each one an achievement. He condensed all of them into sword veins, and then the veins into hundreds of illusory armor plates that flowed and shifted around his body, closing every gap the instant one opened. The Immortal Gang Sword Shield. Blunt force stopped, piercing stopped, explosive stopped. As long as the sword vein is intact, he shouted, the sword shield is inexhaustible. No one in the world can defeat me. And Zhou Gang, who had spent his whole life being underestimated by exactly this kind of man, put the needle in with great care. Do you know, he said, that my master can condense 50,000 sword chi in a single night? Gulong screamed that it was impossible, that no human body could take that much star essence, that even a body made of pure steel would be destroyed by it. He was still screaming it when Zhou Gang answered him. When you encounter something you cannot understand or cannot do, said the old spearman, you immediately reject it. Not only is your strength weak, your will is weak. You old Taoist priest, I look down on you. That did it. Do not you dare disturb my Tao heart. He detonated the rear face of his own shield for thrust, went up into the sky like a launched round, and came down like a meteor. Sword annihilates reincarnation, heaven turning seal. I will note, because he said it on the way down, that this move had originally been prepared for me. He had spent 3 days building it for the man who killed his brother, and he never got to use it on him. Zhou Gang opened his palm, and the galaxy came out. Gulong, mid-dive, committed, unable to stop, saw it and started screaming a completely different thing. This is such pure Heavenly River sword energy, 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the poor Dao's own. How is this possible? One black flash. It went through the heaven-turning seal, and then through several dozen layers of the Immortal Gang sword shield, and then through Gulong. Everything he had from the shoulders down to the hips became dust. The sonic booms arrived afterward, in the wrong order, rolling across the lake. What was left fell in the water and was still alive, briefly, out of nothing but the vitality of a man who had put 80 years into a body. His Tao heart was gone. I do not mean it was damaged. I mean the structure he had built his entire life on top of had been demonstrated to be worthless by a man he had insulted 4 minutes earlier. So all that poor Taoist's 100 years of cultivation, he said into the water, was just a joke after all. And his last actual thought, which Zhou Gang caught and reported to me later because it bothered him, was a wish. He wished he had met me. Once. Just to look at the thing that had annihilated him with a technique it had given away to an apprentice as a parting gift, without ever laying eyes on him or knowing his name. Then he died. Lin Ji cracked the sect vault and took only the books. Dozens of manuals, 1,000 years of accumulated soul arts, and he walked past every bottle, jar, elixir, weapon, and treasure in that room without a second glance, because I had told him books and he was 16 and he did exactly what he was told. Then, from the mountainside, Zhou Gang called down, "Destroy these buildings too. You cannot just wipe out a faction like that. Killing people is not enough." 1 foot of galaxy went off over the compound, and thousands of strands of sword energy came down through it like rain through a roof. The Great Luo Dao, 1,000 and some years old, ended on a Tuesday morning before the fishing boats came back in. Taoist Yu arrived a day later to call in his favor. He walked into the ruins, stood in them for about 90 seconds, walked back out, and called Han Qing with his hands shaking. "It is terrible, master. The Great Luo Dao clan has been wiped out." "What?" 2 days after that, my panel read 12,126,392 and 12,119,568, past 10 million. My disciples came back travel worn, having run 2,000 kilometers each way and destroyed a millennium-old sect in between, and stood in front of me waiting to be told whether they had done it right. Excellent, I said. I am very satisfied with your operation. Come early tomorrow and escort me to the palace. Lin Ji blinked. Escort? The investiture of the crown prince. Which one is it? Of course, I said. I am the crown prince. I looked at both of them. Also, how can someone of my status not have bodyguards? Then I sat down with 100 and some stolen books and read them the way you read magazines in a waiting room. Guiding the demons back to the gods, which stabilizes the soul. Discarded. Moon viewing soul refining. Discarded. The art of sleeping and scattering souls, which is dream invasion and soul theft and would have made its owner the most feared criminal on the continent. Discarded. Heaven's blessing. The edict to exterminate evil. Both discarded, with a note. The note was this. This world is ultimately materialistic. There are no gods, no demons, no immortals, and no Buddhas. Every art of praying to a higher power in that entire library was, structurally, a very elaborate method of self-hypnosis that worked because the hypnosis worked. Any single one of those books, in the hands of one motivated person, would have produced a genuinely dangerous sorcerer within 5 years. They ended up scattered in the corners of my room. Some of them are probably still there. I spent about 10 hours synthesizing 24,932,507 physical strength, 25,683,641 divine soul, and that is the first time my soul ever passed my body. It never went back. At midnight, it doubled again, just under 50 million and just over 51 million. I opened my eyes and lightning ran along the ceiling of a dark palace room because my mental output had begun bleeding directly into physical reality without me asking it to. Then a psychic shockwave went out of my residence in every direction for a radius of 100 miles. High-rises, hotels, parks, cinemas, shopping malls, the subway, the sewers. Several million people stopped mid-step at the same instant. Half the capital of the Great Xia Empire simply stopped, standing up, for somewhere between 4 and 9 seconds, and then started again with no memory of the gap. There were rear-end collisions on every major road in the city. The traffic did not clear until morning. I pulled it back in and thought about it for a moment and decided it was acceptable. I have finally created my own divine soul cultivation technique, I said. I called it the Sun and Moon Cave Divine Method, and it has 2 halves. The sun half is reality, yang thought. Divine thought that suppresses matter directly. The moon half is illusion. Yin consciousness that goes into the minds of living things and distorts what is there. What the sun gave me was telekinesis measured in tens of millions of tons, with precision down to the individual atom. I sat there and did the next step in my head. If I could get the precision down to the subatomic level, I would be able to perform fusion by hand. Then I put that away for later, because it turned out to be a much longer road than it looked. What the moon gave me was the ability to search and seize a soul at will. My divine soul now had, and this is the only way I can describe it, a search engine and an editor installed. I could go into a mind, find the specific knowledge I wanted, extract only that, and filter out the rest before it touched me, which matters more than it sounds, because the rest of a person is contagious. And I came out the other end of all that reading with one conclusion about consciousness that I have never been able to shake, and which I am going to put here because it explains a lot of what I did later. Consciousness is not sacred. It is a function. Neurons, electrons at the edges of nuclei. A natural material phenomenon that arises out of a specific arrangement of matter doing a specific dance. If I fully understood the structure, I could take a large enough number of soldiers, give each one a set of flags, and have them signal to each other according to the rules. And that group of soldiers would demonstrate consciousness. It would think. It would have opinions. It would be afraid of dying. And when I ordered them to stop, the consciousness would dissipate. Which means that mental energy interference is not mystical at all. It is editing the electrical signals inside a meat computer. To touch the actual divine soul, the thing that is detached from matter, you need mind power, and mind power was still the one thing I was bad at. The morning of the investiture, 3 billion people were watching. I should explain that number, because it surprised me too. 300 years earlier, the Great Xia had given up supreme power, become a constitutional monarchy, and released Jiaoji, Dongying, Zhenle, Silla, and Luzon into independence, and by doing that, it had survived. The Xia cultural sphere in my time was more than 10 countries and about 3 billion people, a third of everyone alive, all of whom still regarded the emperor in the capital as a symbol worth getting up early for. My father's private view of that arrangement, which he had told me the night before, was less romantic. An era is over the moment people start being sentimental about it, he said. He did not want to be a symbol. He wanted the power of life and death, and he had spent 40 years not having it. So the motorcade went down a boulevard lined with people and cameras, and on a rooftop 10 kilometers away, a man named Yang Kai was smoking a cigarette and watching the live stream on a laptop. "Ah Wei," he said to a phone. "Time to get to work." His two powers were a very good pairing. Eagle Eye, which let him resolve individual ants at 10 kilometers, and Enchanting, which fed kinetic energy into small objects. Put those together with a heavy rifle, and you have a man who can hit anything he can see within a 10-kilometer radius, which in a flat city is most of it. "Li Feng," he said, and settled behind the stock. "Say goodbye to your future glorious life." The bullet took 9 seconds to cross the skyline. I turned my head in the back of the car at about the 6-second mark, which is when it entered a range I found interesting. "Interesting," I said. "They actually dared to assassinate me with a gun." I narrowed my eyes. The round stopped several hundred meters out, in open air over a crowd. Then 50 million tons of telekinesis compressed it until it stopped being metal and became plasma. Then I sent it back the way it had come. Yang Kai had just lit a second cigarette and was watching the motorcade through his scope. He should be dead by now, he was thinking. The beam took his chest off. His head was still intact, so I caught it in the air at 10 kilometers before it could hit the roof, and held it there, and went through it. "Let me take a look at your memories." 4 things came out, and every one of them changed my week. There was a superpower brotherhood, and it was organized. There was a man called Wei Bo whose ability was aircraft manipulation and who was on his way right now. There was a Black Skull organization which had contracted this, and there was a phrase repeated through all of it in different mouths. Ability increased 100-fold. I sat in the back of a moving car with a dead man's head hanging 10 kilometers away, and I was delighted. How could I have forgotten about you superhumans, I thought. My perspective was far too narrow. The martial arts world has run out of potential to tap, and here you are, delivering yourselves to my doorstep. Thank you, my friend, I thought, at a head. Your brothers will be down there to keep you company soon. Weibo arrived about 40 seconds later. He came off the top of a 200-meter building inside a hurricane he had made himself, and on the way down the wind stripped the streetlights and swept parked cars into a wall of scrap, and he landed on one knee in front of the lead vehicle of the Imperial motorcade. "Li Feng, your life ends here." The escort emptied everything they had into him. Every round died in the air 1.5 meters out. Then he walked toward us, slowly, on purpose. I read him while he did it, and the reason was simply that he enjoyed the part where people work out that they cannot get away. "This is humanity," he said, strolling. "This is the lowly humanity." On a rooftop nearby, 2 special task force agents were having a bad morning. "Why is Weibo here?" "That was a young woman, and I will get to her." "He is an S-class superhuman. Who can possibly stop him?" "What the hell are you talking nonsense for?" said her brother. "Come and protect the Crown Prince." The whole thing was live on the Tiger Shark streaming platform, with a camerawoman named Sarah hanging out of a helicopter, and the chat was doing what chat does. An assassin. There are still assassins in this day and age. My Kangdian is just an ordinary person. Somebody save him. Wah! I opened my eyes in the back of the car. "Take care of him." "Master," said Lin Ji. "You can rest assured." He was gone. The broadcast caught one frame of blur. Then I turned to Zhou Gang, who was in the other seat because I had just had an idea and I did not want to lose it. "After the ceremony," I said, "find a suitable location and set up a life science research institute. I am quite curious about superhumans, and I want to study them in detail." Outside, there was one slap. Weibo's windfield collapsed like a tent in a storm, and he went down through 2 levels of the viaduct and into the roadway underneath. "Let us go," I said to the driver. "Do not delay the investiture ceremony." Down on the road, Lin Ji landed in front of a man who had been the most feared superhuman in 3 provinces for 6 years and read him out loud like a technician reading a meter. "You are using superpowers. You can manipulate air. Your body is weak and your strength is not great, but your surface is covered in something like steel, very elastic like a spring mattress. It absorbed 80 or 90% of my strength." He rolled his shoulder. "Let me try kicking you again." "Wind God heavy armor!" The kick shattered it and cracked the road into a spiderweb tens of meters across. Weibo staggered backward, bleeding, and made a noise that was mostly disbelief. "Even the most powerful Vajra indestructible could not break the Wind God heavy armor, and you shattered it with a single kick. What the hell?" "Yeah," said Lin Jie, delighted. "It shattered with one kick. And I am not afraid to tell you, I have already broken through Vajra indestructible into a higher realm. No one in the Great Shia has set foot on the road past martial arts in thousands of years. What makes you think you can?" "Only you are so ignorant," said Lin Ji. "My master is the greatest martial artist in history, and also the current crown prince. Up on the rooftop, the two agents looked at each other. Out of respect and taboo toward the royal family, said the brother slowly. And because the Imperial City Division monitors anything deeper, our department simply could not investigate the Crown Prince. He swallowed. I suspect that every piece of intelligence we hold on him is either wrong or badly out of date. Weibo escalated twice. First, the Wind Demon chain cannon, which is several hundred fist-sized shells of compressed air fired in sequence, each one hitting like a heavy explosive round. They did not scratch Lin Ji. Then the Blade of Wind, which is a perforated alloy sword that he vibrated until it threw 10-meter blades of wind ki, and those shredded streetlights, roadblocks, and the reinforced concrete of the viaduct. Also not Lin Ji. The chat, meanwhile, had a long way to fall and went all the way. This is a human demolition crew. Is this a movie promotion? I am a professional editor, and I am telling you this is absolutely real video. And then, the way these things go, at 3 in the afternoon when nobody wants to think about what they are watching, somebody said, I think we might be living in a novel. Xuanhuan? Xianxia? Urban? Science fiction? So who is the protagonist? I am the main character. Give me 50 coins and I will take you to new heights. Anyway, I will not be the main character, looking back on my failed life. So who am I? You are just background scenery, a character without even a name. Then what is the meaning of my existence? Will I even appear in the chapter content? Hi, good morning, potential readers. Can you see me? And then, further down, from an account with no avatar. If I really lived in a novel, I hope somebody would know that my whole life is more than just this one sentence. I read that later, in a transcript, months afterward. I still think about it. Lin Ji stacked a dozen true chi shields in front of himself and yawned. Is that all? You cannot even break my defense? You are such a waste. Then he crossed the gap and put a fist into Weibo that carried him 100 meters through a row of utility poles. And that is when Weibo finally understood that he had never at any point been in the fight and remembered, with perfect clarity, what he had said to the Crown Prince's face on live television 4 minutes earlier. So, he thought, I was the clown all along. He went up, straight at the nearest helicopter, which was Sarah's. Let us all die together. The calamity of the wind. And he began to detonate. Lin Ji went up after him and hit him with a deliberately restrained, flowing cloud-dispersing hand, which did not stop the detonation but compressed it inward and bought about a second. And then, while the body was still climbing past 100 meters, the 16-year-old drew a plain steel knife he had picked up in a ruined courtyard on an island and had never once used. And he spoke his own technique into existence for the first time, out loud, in the air over the capital. Using God as a guide, I wield saber intent. By merging the real and the illusory, annihilate all things. He drew. This is the heavenly will divine blade. A silver dragon of blade light 10 meters long went up howling to meet a man. The intent got there before the chi did. That is what that technique does. Weibo's spirit broke first, and the world came apart in his eyes about a quarter of a second before anything physically touched him. The detonation happened. The thousands of scarlet wind blades happened. And all of it came out the other side as a blood-colored wind thinner than a hair, sweeping harmlessly across 100 meters of rooftops. There was nothing left of Weibo at all. I want to describe what he had built, because he built it himself in about 90 seconds, and it says something about him. The heavenly will divine blade is pure lethality with zero defense. You forget yourself and you kill everything. Every internal cycle stacks one more layer of momentum at the cost of true ki and mind and body. And if you can run enough cycles in a single instant, one slash stops being a cut and becomes an area. He worked all of that out standing on a wrecked highway at 16. There was a squad of hooded men with rifles in a stairwell 4 blocks away, sent by one of my brothers, who watched all of it. Boss, said one of them after a while, should we still make a move? I think, said the boss, that we should observe for a while longer. But how are we going to explain this to the Marquise? A business trip? It is a suicide mission. What kind of work are you going to do? Forget it. Let us run. Then the temperature in that stairwell dropped about 15 degrees, and a girl made entirely of metal walked up through their gunfire without slowing down and flattened all of them against the wall. That was Xia Guang's team salvaging something from a catastrophic afternoon. At least we caught some people, he said. Otherwise, with Weibo turning up, we would have accomplished nothing and been scolded to death by the higher-ups. The ceremony itself went ahead on schedule because the Great Xia does not reschedule. Honor guard with umbrellas and flags and fans and halberds, 5 kinds of flowers for 5 blessings. And inside the Holy Harmony Hall, everything the Empire had. The 4 Grand Ministers. Finance, military, civil, foreign. The princes and princesses, the dukes, the marshals, the president of the Grand Council, the generals. Every one of them looked at me at the same time, and I could feel it as weight, scrutiny, curiosity, doubt, joy, from about 4 people, indifference from more than I expected, and hostility, which was the most honest thing in the room. So I narrowed my eyes and let my aura out once and swallowed the combined pressure of the entire imperial elite of the Great Shia and swept it back at them. There was a silence, and then applause. Involuntary applause, which is the funniest thing I have ever caused. My 3 rivals were clapping. They realized what they were doing about 4 seconds in, tried to stop, saw that the cameras were still rolling and that everyone else in the hall was still going, and had to keep applauding with their faces getting darker and darker. Duke Jen, my father's brother, who had a reputation across 2 generations as the best judge of character in the family, said it out loud for the microphones. Truly a hero for all ages. An intelligence officer standing at the back said something quieter and more useful. In 300 years of this empire, there has never been such an outstanding crown prince. The private reactions were more informative. My eldest brother gave up on the spot. I felt the whole structure of it collapse in him in about 2 seconds, and what was left underneath was a flat sentence he repeated to himself the rest of the day. I have no imperial destiny. Xuanping did not give up. Xuanping seethed. I cultivated my image for years, he was thinking, behind a perfectly pleasant face. I had the support of so many noble houses, and father believed in old bald monks' fortune-telling. And those useless fools I sent, why did they not make a move on the way? And the third prince, who took it worst, had already moved on to the next thing. Father has been deceived, he thought. Li Feng, you are still only the crown prince, not the emperor, the future. You just wait. The live chat during the ceremony went a different direction from the one during the fight, and I have kept some of it. Do you not think Kang Dian has suddenly become even more handsome? Really? I think he looks really scary right now. It is like playing on your phone in class and turning around into your homeroom teacher. It is like he has turned into a Buddha statue in a temple. Solemn, sacred, and without a trace of human warmth. The ritual itself was a golden book, a golden seal, and an imperial staff. Nobody knelt, because in modern times human rights are respected, and the Great Shia had updated the ceremony 60 years earlier. The 4 grand ministers bowed to me, then the noble houses, then my brothers and sisters, in order, which took a while, and which several of them did not enjoy, and then the last part, which is very old and has never been changed. The doors of the ancestral chamber close, and the new crown prince stands alone in front of the tablets of everyone who came before him, for exactly the time it takes 1 stick of incense to burn. About 5 minutes. They shut the doors, and it went dark. And there is 1 round hole in that roof, positioned by someone 300 years dead, so that at the correct hour of the correct season, a single beam of sunlight comes down through it and lands on the face of whoever is standing in the middle. It landed on mine. The sun, I said. And I fell into enlightenment standing up in a sealed room with my ancestors. While that was happening, a radar station 40 kilometers outside the capital was having an argument. Unidentified object inbound from the northeast, Mach 22. Could it be an intercontinental ballistic missile? It is smaller than an ICBM, and it is. A pause. It looks humanoid. Impossible. Nonsense. A longer pause. Let us report it. A dozen hypersonic fighters went up. The lead pilot got most of a sentence out. Report. We are currently some distance from the unidentified object. Wait, that is a person. No, it does not look human. 1 flash of crimson and every aircraft in that flight exploded. Inside the sealed hall, in the dark, with a beam of sunlight on my face, my true meaning was being born. Here is what I saw. A boundless expanse of dry yellow land, going to every horizon, a sun coming up over it. And inside the sun, a 3-legged bird that had been conceived over thousands of years, shaking fragments of fire off itself on the point of waking up. The true meaning of the great sun golden crow. And with it came a sentence that I did not compose and that arrived fully formed. The strong act according to their own will and assume that it is the will of heaven. The strong never follow the crowd. Having a true meaning changes what you are. It means I could kill with the landscape of my will alone, with no energy expenditure at all, because the image itself is the weapon, and it meant that once my true chi finished converting, the next great realm was open. Physical body achieving sainthood. Panel. 301 million physical strength. 308 million divine soul. 6 times over in 1 sitting. Past 100 million. I laughed out loud in a dark room full of dead emperors. Then I upgraded the clone because it was going to need it in about 90 seconds. 1 wisp of true meaning poured into it, took it from roughly 1,000 tons to 30,000. It stopped having imitation organs made of true ki and started having real functioning ones. And my control range over it went from a few miles to 1,000. Outside, the last step of the ceremony was waiting on me, and several hundred of the most important people in the empire were standing in a courtyard in formal dress in the sun. And then something came down on the Holy Harmony Palace. Every camera in that courtyard blew out at the same instant, the way electronics do in the first quarter second of an electromagnetic pulse. The live broadcast to 3 billion people went to static. My eldest brother, Marquis Jinghao, got half a stammered sentence out. Something landed on him from a great height and he did not survive it, and neither did several people standing near him. Then it stood up and turned to the throne. "Mu on," it said. "It has been so long." My father went white to the lips. "God," he said. The remains of God. It corrected him, and it was genuinely offended. "Human. I, this God, have a name. My divine name is Wu Zhan." I got the background out of the officials' heads about 4 seconds later, and it was this. There was a specimen at the Snow Peak laboratory. It had been there for decades. Empire scientists had classified it as an artifact of a prehistoric civilization and had been taking pieces off it that whole time for study. The tide had woken it up, and it had walked out. "How did you get through the capital's air defenses?" said my father. "You mean those flying metal boxes?" It sounded amused. "How could something like that stop this god's path?" Several hundred elites of the Imperial City Division came at it from 3 sides. Everything from marrow cleansing up, several Vajra indestructibles, a commander who was past Vajra indestructible. 2 red beams came out of its eyes. Every one of them was gone. The beams kept going another 100 meters and killed dozens of officials in the standing rows behind, and then the press behind them, and then went on and melted the palace buildings past that, and left 2 smoking crimson lines running away to the horizon, more than 300 people in one sweep of a head. I want to give you its actual view of us in its own words, because it explains everything about what came later. In just a few million years, this small planet has evolved another group of intelligent life, and in such large numbers. It sounded genuinely pleased. "When the king and his people recover and return, you will surely be the best meal. Do you know that food should have a sense of self-awareness?" And then, with real fury, "How dare you desecrate my divine body?" This is an unforgivable sin. That was the grudge. Decades on a table being sampled by men in coats, awake for some of it. I am not going to detail what it did in that courtyard next. It fed. The men it fed on did not have time to be afraid, which is the only mercy available in the sentence. Thousands of exoskeleton troops arrived from 3 barracks and put everything they had into it, and the rounds slid off without leaving so much as a mark. "How boring," it said. Its hair extended and split and kept splitting until it had blackened the entire sky over the palace, and then it came down, and the doors of the Holy Harmony Palace opened by themselves, with no wind and nobody near them. Kuye stopped in the middle of what it was doing. It told me later what that felt like. It said a chill went through it that it could not source and had never experienced in its life, and that it turned around before it had decided to. It looked into the hall and saw a man standing with his hands behind his back. "Such powerful energy," it said. Behind the soldiers, Duke Jen said in the voice of a man who has just had a joke explained to him at the worst possible moment, "Is it because of the immortals and Buddhas who reside in this world?" And the generals, who had all quietly assumed my new title was Martial World Flattery, said the thing they had been avoiding. Could it be that the Crown Prince's true combat strength has already surpassed the human level? I did not turn around. "Are you Aurora Clan?" Kuye's vertical pupils contracted to slits. "Who are you? How do you know?" And there it was again. "Because the Aurora Clan do not appear in Dragon Fist. Not in the main story. Not in the side stories. Not in either movie. They are background lore from a single action role-playing game spun off the franchise, the kind of thing you read on a loading screen, and one had just walked into my coronation. The plot, I thought, is really unreliable. If this continues, an alien fleet could land on this planet tomorrow if I am not careful, which retroactively justified every cautious thing I had done that month. And I want to note that this is the only time in my life that being careful has ever felt good. Here is the Aurora Clan, since it matters. They lived on Blue Star millions of years before humans, when the QE of this world was rich and the surface was covered in things large enough to be geography. There were only a few hundred of them, total. And with a few hundred individuals, they subdued everything on the planet and ruled it. Each one has tens or hundreds of thousands of tons of strength, a very long life, and several superpowers, with no cultivation whatsoever. That is just what they are born as. In the game's timeline, they died out on their own. And millions of years later, the Holy Body Research Society dug several of their mummies out of the polar ice and called them angel remains and extracted the bloodline genes and built gene drugs and superpower implants and biological modification surgery on top of them. That is how humans in that story ever got strong enough to stand in front of a real one. I tore open the memories of several officials standing in that courtyard and got the rest of it in about a second and a half, and the rest of it was very bad. The plan was called Ascend to Heaven. The Great Xia had done the same thing the Research Society did. Same source, same idea, and they had done it sloppily and 30 years too early. Without the Ketide, the Aurora bloodline genes in the serum never activated, so the immortal pill could only push a man to Vajra indestructible, which was still worth doing, so they did it. Every senior official in the Empire, my father first, and now the tide had activated what was sitting in all of them. Every one of those men was headed for the same physical collapse. My father was simply the furthest along, because he had taken the largest dose the earliest. Which is why the old man had been in such a hurry to name an heir in front of a burning monk. Simply put, I thought, he is dying and needs to find a successor. I should also say why I let a courtyard full of people get slaughtered while I stood in a dark room. I was mid-enlightenment. I was in the middle of forming my true meaning, which is a thing that happens once and cannot be paused, and I made a decision. Those people's lives were not more important to me than my realm advancement. That is the whole reason. I have not dressed it up and I am not going to. I did decide to stop it at that point, and the reason for that is equally unflattering. The Great Xia was a useful tool, and I did not want it broken yet. I also decided not to kill Kuiye. His body, I thought, is of great use to me, so we will have to take this slow. Since I awoke, said Kuiye, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Even those so-called Vajra indestructibles are not 1% of me. Its head tilted. But you, I cannot see through you. Behind it, the generals made a sound. Because to them, a Vajra indestructible was a strategic problem that required carpet bombing to solve, and something had just used the words, not 1%. Originally, I said, today's ceremony was perfect. You have ruined all of this. Your rudeness puts me in a difficult position. Kuiye laughed, and a figure made of light appeared beside me, crossed the entire courtyard in one instant, put a palm on the side of its head, and drove it through more than 10 palace buildings and 1,000 meters out of sight. Fanger, said my father into the silence. What was that just now? My clone, I said. Kuiye is a minor character. Do not worry too much. I looked at the master of ceremonies. Let the ceremony continue. The assembled leadership of the Great Xia Empire looked at each other. A clone. A minor character. The clone took Kuiye face first through the ground at several thousand meters a second, out past the ring roads, to the old industrial zone. That was deliberate. I picked the location while we were still moving. The old industrial zone had been abandoned more than 20 years earlier after several decades of unrestrained dumping, and there was nobody in it except a handful of guards at a chemical plant. I still needed the government. I did not need the district. The punches on the way out shook the towers on both sides of the corridor we traveled through, and half the capital ran into the street shouting about earthquakes and typhoons. Then we had a proper fight, and I want to be fair to Kuiye because he gave me one. He blasted the clone several thousand meters straight up with beams the thickness of an arm, and we fought through the sky at somewhere between Mach 20 and Mach 30, tens of thousands of tons per exchange, changing direction so fast that the inertia alone should have destroyed both bodies. The clone repaired itself with a turn of true ki each time. Kuiye did not have that option and had to eat every one. A dozen high-rises came down. 5 or 6 elevated highways were cut in half. Watching from a container yard at the edge of it were the same 2 special task force agents from the rooftop, Xiaguang and his younger sister, Xialing. My God, said Xiaguang, is this a movie shoot? I feel like they could evaporate me with a flick of a finger. They are human natural disasters. And Xialing, flushed to the ears, growling at the sky. This is real power. With a wave of his hand, he can annihilate thousands of troops. That is a real man. 10 seconds later, both of them were bleeding from the nose and mouth from the sonic booms alone, and Xiaguang had to drag his unconscious sister out of the perimeter by the collar while cursing his own department. I was just here on patrol, he was thinking. How did I run into these big shots fighting? Agents further out went into convulsions and blacked out. 2 of them came out of it with lasting problems. Somewhere in the middle of it, Kuiye worked out what was actually happening to him. He shattered my life magnetic field, he thought, torn open and gasping. My regeneration cannot keep up with his destruction. If this continues, I will die. That field is the reason his species were what they were. It stops tank rounds. It stops missiles. It stops infrasound, ultrasound, electromagnetic weapons, and microwave weapons. In 30 years of trying, the best laboratory in the Great Xia had only ever managed to nick his skin, and only while he was asleep. The flowing cloud dispersing hand disperses that field. Dragon Overpower suppresses the regeneration underneath it at the cellular level. I had built both of those for entirely different reasons, and they happened to be the exact pair of keys for this particular lock. What is wrong? I said pleasantly. Can you not take it anymore? I have not even used my QI field yet. And he played his last card. Aurora Technique. Thunderous body invincibility. He converted his own flesh into high-energy plasma, a blinding white humanoid shape 1,000 meters up, ionizing the air for 100 meters around it, and I stopped attacking and just watched, because it was genuinely one of the most interesting things I had ever seen. How did you manage to temporarily transform your flesh and blood into high-energy plasma? I said. That is amazing. I am increasingly curious. Just how many secrets are hidden in your genes? A poor bloodline, he said from inside the light, means you are destined to lack the potential to reach the highest level. In the invincible state, all the damage you cause is instantly repaired, so you have no chance. The light flared. Human, I will devour you alive. I raised a hand and made a white ball of lightning in it. Let me walk you up the ladder on this, because it took me a week and I am proud of it. Palm Thunder is the base technique. Then I optimized the condensation and layered rings of spiritual chi into each ball and got the 9 Heavens True Thunder, which runs at tens of billions of joules apiece. One of those burns through several dozen heavy tanks in a line and scorches everything within 100 meters, and then I applied the 1 foot of galaxy method to those and stacked 50,000 of them into a single shot, hundreds of billions of joules, which is, if you want the reference point, the yield of a Tsar Bomba. I called it the Thunder King Light-Killing Cannon. Kuye, 1,000 meters up made of lightning, laughed at me. Electricity? You want to use electricity on me? Are you an idiot? My body is made of lightning right now. He spread his arms. I will stand right here, and I will not move. I want to see how ridiculous your special move is. I sighed. In that case, I said, I hope you can survive. The sky went black, not from smoke, from contrast. The beam was bright enough that everything else in the visual field, including the sun, red as darkness, and agents several kilometers away, who turned to look bled from the eyes. Xiaoling went down on her knees in the rubble and started crying. This is a nuclear bomb. Holy crap, this is a nuclear bomb. Xiaoguang was flat on the ground with his hands over his head. Your Highness, he said into the dirt. Please accept divine ability. We mortals cannot accept it. Kuye watched it come at him in slow motion, and the last coherent thought he had in that body was, I am going to die, and then he was not there. The industrial smog that had been sitting over that district for 20 years was blown completely away, and the sky over the old industrial zone came out clear blue for the first time since before I was born in either life. The crater was several hundred meters across and more than 100 deep, and the bottom of it had gone to glass. Secondary beams had scorched straight lines out to the horizon in 4 directions. The capital heard it. The palace heard it. The entire province, several 100 million people, heard it, and felt the ground move under them. And my honest, immediate private reaction was this. He will not really get beaten to death, will he? Did I go a bit too far? Because I wanted those genes. I had every intention of copying the Holy Body Research Society's entire program and mass-producing a force of my own out of it, and I needed a live sample considerably more than I needed a hole in the ground. Otherwise, I thought, I will have to handle everything myself. That would be too degrading. I noticed satellites looking at me around then. It is a satellite, I thought. Whatever. I want to be precise about that, because it sounds like arrogance, and it was actually a filing decision. I was afraid of things. I was afraid of otherworldly demons, interstellar civilizations, deep space evil gods, and higher dimensional life, and I lost sleep over the last category specifically. The nations of Blue Star were weeds, not ants. Weeds. Then I picked up a faint mental signal underground, several kilometers away, and dragged half a shattered skull out of a secondary crater. You are really tough, I said. You did not die even after all that. The consciousness inside it was still furious. When my king returns from his resurrection, I will exterminate your entire race. The masters of this planet will always be us. I turned the skull over. You still have a king? Is he very strong? Which was another thing the game had never mentioned. And Kueye, dying, gloating, gave me the single most useful piece of intelligence I acquired that year, entirely for free. There are still dozens of my clan asleep, he said. I am the weakest member. Each of them is several times, even more than 10 times stronger than me, and my king is more than 100 times stronger than the part he was proudest of. Human, I have already sent your message to my people. Your lowly nation will not last much longer. Ha 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 ha. I smiled at the skull. Then I really thank you. And then, because I could not resist, and because I have never once been able to resist, do you know that the body that fought you is just one of my clones? The pause was extremely satisfying. You. Is your original form very strong? I said. It should be about 10,000 times stronger than the clone you see now. Then I picked the consciousness up out of the skull and carried it several tens of kilometers back across the city and held it up in front of my real body, standing in the Holy Harmony Palace. In pure consciousness, his perception was sharper than it had ever been in his life. That is a thing that happens when you lose the body. All the noise goes away. So he got a very good look, and it broke him completely in about 2 seconds. Because what he understood, standing in front of me with no flesh left to filter it, was that his king, leading every single member of his clan, might not survive one of my hands. How could someone like you exist in such a low-spirit environment, he said. This does not make sense. I do not believe it. And then he remembered the message he had already sent home. I have never seen panic like it, before or since. He started trying to send a correction, frantically, over and over, throwing everything he had left at it. Do not come any closer. Do not come any closer. Get off this planet. Anywhere is fine. Please. Do not come any closer. He could not. I had him pinned. He could not even abandon the skull. I was, and I will not pretend otherwise, radiant. The planet is so big, I said. I was really afraid I would not be able to find you ancient rats. And now there are dozens of primitives, each several times or 10 times stronger than you. Oh, and a primitive chieftain 100 times bigger. I crouched down to his level. This is really great. Then I crushed the consciousness into pure spiritual energy and swallowed it, memories and all. And the memories were fake, all of them. Beautifully constructed, internally consistent, and completely fabricated, and I only caught it because I was looking at the seams from the inside. This memory is fake, I thought. It has no value whatsoever. Was that the work of the so-called Aurora King? I also noticed, on the way out, that somebody had been editing the radio, optical, and photoelectric remote sensing signals across the entire area for the duration of the fight. Interesting, I thought. The variety of superpowers spawned by this Kui trend really is increasing. I shrugged and flew home. Back in the ruins, Xia Ling climbed out from under a slab of roadway, put her fist in the air, and announced her career plans to a completely empty street. It is decided. I am transferring. I want to go to the Prince's Office of Internal Affairs. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? Said her brother, who was bleeding from both ears. A boring life will only stifle my talents. Even if I am just a working person, I still have dreams. I am looking for the strongest boss. She paused. And the crown prince is so handsome. The incense burned out, and I walked out of the ancestral chamber into a courtyard with 300 dead people in it and a very quiet crowd. My father came at me almost ingratiatingly, which I had never seen him do to anybody. Fenger, what about Kui Ye? He is dead. Wow. My father blinked. It has only been a few minutes? That fast? I honestly did not understand the question. A few minutes is that fast? I said. I told you, he is a nobody. Then, because there was still a piece of the ritual outstanding, and I wanted to go and check the panel. Now that the incense has burned out, is the ceremony considered over? Yes, yes. And every single person in that courtyard nodded along with him, wearing the same ingratiating smile. I could hear what they were doing, because they were all doing the same arithmetic at once, and none of them were being quiet about it internally. They had just watched a creature that might have justified nuclear release get killed by a clone in under 4 minutes. So how strong is the real one? 3 times? 5? 10? A few of the braver ones got as far as dozens. Not one of them guessed 10,000. My third and fifth brothers, standing near the back, more or less came apart where they were. Somebody in the crowd described it afterward as foxtail grass ravaged by a torrential rain, and I have never been able to improve on that. That evening, in a mountain bunker on the other side of the world, in the Lighthouse Free Federation, several people sat in the dark and watched the fight on loop. So, said one of them eventually, is it actually possible to fit a strategic nuclear weapon inside a human body? And a woman's voice, unhurried and almost pleasant, said this. From a broad natural science perspective, everything objective can be examined, explained, and predicted. I believe that as long as there is a sufficient number of samples available for research, the pleasantness went out of it. The essence of any superpower can be analyzed. Their decision was to leave the prince alone for now and go and take the angel skull. Why not send Isaac? Somebody said. He is better at this kind of thing. Remember that name. At the same hour, 10,000 meters down in an Arctic trench, a shimmering pyramid a kilometer long appeared in the water out of nothing, and the mental pulse of its arrival reversed the currents for kilometers in every direction. Inside it, several very old consciousnesses woke up. Why did the royal city suddenly return to reality from the spirit realm? The alarm system has been triggered. Oh, I see. Kui Ye is dead. They were killed by humans. Humans? What are those? After our race fell asleep, another intelligent primate evolved here. Is it very strong? Heh, incredibly fragile, but it tastes good. A pause. Kui Ye is a complete waste. Kui Ye is indeed a piece of trash. However, according to the information he sent before his death, a rare advanced life form has appeared among the humans. Being able to defeat the weakest member of our race as an inferior species, he has every reason to be proud. When can our people set foot on this land again? The spiritual chi is not active enough yet. Let us wait a little longer. My king, when will you awaken? Another surge will do it. Then the king will awaken. Very good. Then we will exterminate humanity and cleanse the earth. I second that. I second that. I second that. And the city blinked out of reality again, and the currents in that trench went back to normal. That night, in the hall of mental cultivation, my father asked me the question he had been holding all week. Fanger, do you think you can cure my illness? I shook my head, and then I explained, because he deserved an explanation more than he deserved a comforting no. It was not an illness. His body had fully merged with the Aurora bloodline out of Kuye, and the alien mutation was absorbing ambient chi to stabilize itself, and the worst part was the part nobody in the Empire had noticed. It appeared to be intelligent. It was not simply growing, it was working. Actively, adaptively, on the destruction of his body and his soul, and it changed strategy when the doctors changed treatment. It is like its purpose in life, I said, is to kill you. My father took that better than I expected. Karma's retribution, he said. This might be Kuye's revenge. He looked at his own hands. Can it be taken out? The forces inside you are in an extremely delicate and fragile balance. The slightest change. Very well. He put his hands back in his sleeves. Perhaps this is fate. I made a private note that night that I have since spent a very long time acting on. Have I been too focused on techniques that end life, I thought, and neglected the ones that preserve it? Creation is always harder than destruction. I did not know how much harder yet. 1 month, said my father, perhaps several. And then his voice changed completely, and I met the man who had actually run that empire for 40 years. The Mu royal family has been completely sidelined, he said. At most, we command 1,000 imperial guards and the Imperial City Division. No matter how much respect the world gives my family, it is meaningless without real power. The military, the nobles, the parliament, and the conglomerates are all in cahoots with each other and have been since before you were born. He leaned forward. I have no hope left except that you reclaim the throne in this lifetime. Promise me, I laughed. Ha! This life? Father, it will not take that long. I will get it when I need it. Then I said the rest of it, because he had earned that too. But from now on, anyone who blocks my path will die. Do not blame me for being ruthless. And my father, who was 2 months from death, waved his hand like a man dismissing a small bill. Kill, kill, kill to your heart's content. The more blood the dragon chair is stained with, the more securely you will sit on it. He settled back into the cushions. The Emperor's journey is often accompanied by lonely souls. When they reach the underworld, they can look after each other. 2 days later, the entire top table of the Empire sat in a room and watched shaky drone footage of my clone fighting a prehistoric god, special task force, military intelligence, military research, the marshals, the generals, the council speaker, the Chamber of Commerce, the Noble Federation, the chief scientists of 4 institutes. I have the transcript. It is one of my favorite documents in the world. I feel that the D to SS social threat ranking may no longer be sufficient. Said another, SSS or X? Neither tanks nor supersonic fighters would be of much use. Conventional chemical kinetic weapons would be largely ineffective. Then how do we fight? A long pause. How about surrendering? Nobody laughed. They worked through it properly after that, to their credit. Sonic weapons? Dismissed. Microwave? Dismissed. Lasers? Dismissed. Nerve agents? Dismissed on the grounds that the target had no relevant biology. High-yield nuclear got the longest discussion and died on a technicality. Their average speed during the engagement was Mach 15, peak Mach 28. There is no way to pinpoint them, and our nuclear missiles cannot fly that fast either. Then somebody put up the crater footage, a sinkhole several hundred meters across, concentric rings of blackened pits, kilometers of ruins in 4 directions. The room went quiet for a while. If this kind of attack landed, said someone, in the city center, 7 figures, minimum. An old official took his glasses off and cleaned them on his tie. This kind of power, he said, if placed in ancient times, no, even in modern times, would already be considered divine. And then somebody at the end of the table said the sentence that turned the meeting around. Gentlemen, this is just the crown prince's clone. There was a silence, and then a middle-aged noble raised one finger and pointed out something that everyone in the room had been carefully not noticing for 2 hours. That power belonged to their crown prince, the future emperor of the Great Sia. An intelligence chief actually laughed at himself out loud. Occupational hazard, he said. The moment you see a threatening person, you instinctively want to control it. Nobody said the next part. The next part was that after I ascended, a man with that power was not going to remain a ceremonial figurehead who signs things, and every face in that room changed at the same time as they each arrived at it privately. Then the old marshal spoke, and I want to give you most of it, because it is the single most intelligent thing anybody on Blue Star said about me, and it decided the shape of the next several years. He said he had already asked the question months earlier at a policy meeting about superhumans, and that nobody had answered him then either. If a superhuman who can single-handedly defeat an entire nation truly emerges, he had asked, how should we ordinary people conduct ourselves? How will he view this social system built by his former compatriots? And what will he do next? Then he laid out the landscape. Global superhuman numbers were exploding. The weaker countries had already given up on controlling theirs. In the warlord regions, they were being imprisoned, experimented on, or sold to multinational pharmaceutical companies by the container. One faction of thinking said superhumans were the next step of evolution and should be given status, wealth, and a formal role. The other said they were no longer human and needed immediate, hard regulation before it was too late. The old marshal's answer was neither, and it was much more frightening than either. It was a social points system. Human beings rate one another. Positive points by trust, access, and belonging. Negative points get you shunned, prosecuted, ruined, and, most importantly, make you feel that you do not belong. Humans are always social animals, he said. No matter what era it is, experienced people are needed to help those in power manage the world. He lit a cigarette in a room where that was not permitted, and nobody stopped him. If the surreal dictatorial world from the movies really does arrive, we should make sure it awards us as many positive points as possible before it gets here, so that we will not suffer too much loss in that new era, and neither will the country. Then he exhaled and delivered the part that I have never been able to entirely dismiss. After satisfying material needs, people develop strong spiritual needs. We can bestow all of our admiration, our worship, and our longing upon this strong person. Let him adapt to it. Let him enjoy it. Let him immerse himself in it. He tapped ash into a saucer. By then, even a dictatorial strongman can become a guardian of justice, to uphold justice for the majority. There was a very long silence in that room. Perhaps, someone said finally, we need to change our long-standing practices. They also decided, unanimously and quickly, that I would never be used as international leverage. Not once, not as a hint, not in a closed negotiation in case it offended me. And then the old marshal revealed that he had seen the whole thing coming at the start of the fight and had ordered a teleporter to drop a signal editing superhuman at the edge of the industrial zone, which is why every foreign power that pulled satellite imagery of that battle pulled imagery that was very slightly falsified. Not obviously, subtly in the places analysts check, so that the more carefully anybody scrutinized the footage, the more certain they would become that it was fabricated. The intelligence men applauded him. Old Marshal, I think you would be more suited to our department. No. He waved it away. I am already so old, and because of that immortal business. He coughed. My health is not very good anymore. If I can prolong the national fortune of the great Shia for a while longer, I will be content. He coughed again, and everyone in the room watched him visibly age between one sentence and the next. The story that ran in the papers the next morning was a warehouse fire at a chemical plant. 8,500 tons of ammonium nitrate. Then 2,000 tons of TNT in the building next door. Then 9,300 tons of potassium chlorate. Then 12,000 tons of ammonium dichromate. Plus, for the crater shape, a sewer line. Fortunately, said the final paragraph, the explosion site was located in a remote area, and the number of casualties was not large. I spent the next 3 days sitting cross-legged in orbit facing the sun, and I broke into physical body achieving sainthood. Martial Saint. It is one realm with 3 gates in it, and each gate is fatal if you get it slightly wrong, and I did all 3 in one continuous push because stopping halfway is what kills people. The first gate is condensing true nature. Your divine soul purifies itself, and everything it decides is an impurity gets ejected. I want to note what that ejecta was because it went somewhere. Chaotic mental beams, scattering off into space and some of it down through the atmosphere. Anyone who happened to absorb that garbage would instantly become a high-level psychic superhuman, with a distorted and deformed personality, permanently, because it was made of the parts of me that I had just decided not to keep. I have never gone looking for whoever caught that. I think about it sometimes. The second gate is shaping the sacred body. All 108 acupoints go incandescent and several hundred trillion cells light up and evolve at the same time, and the body ejects the blood it no longer wants. Each discarded drop, on contact with vacuum, ignited and electrified. Each drop had the destructive potential of a cruise missile. There were a great many drops. Some Some of them are still in orbit. The third gate is nourishing divine power, and that is the one that changed what I am. My QE field, which had been 333 meters across, collapsed inward to 10. Then a three-legged golden crow shrieked into existence out of nothing, circled me twice, and went into it. And the field came back out to 10 kilometers, and it was not a field anymore. It was a world, barren earth to every horizon, a sun overhead, golden crows dancing in the light of it, and the true fire of the great sun rolling across all of it at 150,000 times 100 degrees. 1.5 million degrees Celsius, which is 272 times the surface temperature of an actual star. My true chi was gone, entirely. What replaced it was true intent divine power, and I built that by dissecting Kuye's life magnetic field and then asking what it would look like if a human being did it properly. It is a biofield made physical, an absolute domain around the body that grabs things like telekinesis, materializes into clothing when I want clothing, becomes blades and spears and halberds when I want those, and manifests entire killing scenes of sword, water, fire, hurricane, and thunder when what I want is a landscape. One thought inside that field turns a 100-mile metropolis into scorched ground. There was a side effect I did not anticipate and immediately exploited. A clone rebuilt out of divine power instead of true chi came out at least 100 times stronger than the old one, attributes in the millions, and my control range over it went out to tens of thousands of miles, which is the entire Great Xia Empire, and then some. The upgraded clone, I thought, is enough for me to travel the world without my main body ever having to move. Panel after the breakthrough and that midnight's doubling, 15 times over in one go, 4.515 billion physical strength. 4.618 billion divine soul. Down on the ground, Zhou Gang had found me a research institute in one day. That normally takes 10 to 15 days for the site selection alone. It took him one, because money and resources and permits and connections now arrived with a wave of the hand, partly because of the title, mostly because of the terror. Although, as it turned out, he had not needed to find one at all. The institute was donated. The An conglomerate handed over an entire facility, complete with its top biomedical team and every instrument in it, framed as an apology. The An family was not cleared to know anything about what had happened at the palace. They simply read the direction of the wind, the way large old families do, about a week faster than anybody else. Other things that arrived under my name that fortnight, without my asking for any of them. A trust called Sky Capital worth several hundred billion. 100,000 mu of grassland, farms, ranches, resorts, more than 20 commercial properties in major cities, $500 billion at the low estimate. And then the television, the news sites, and the social platforms began, quietly and from above, to praise me constantly, not crudely, skillfully. They were building me a persona, a second spiritual symbol of the Great Xia, alongside the Emperor. I read that operation exactly for what it was within about a day. They could not suppress me by force, so they would elevate me onto a pedestal and make me a deity, and deities are above worldly affairs. Deities do not attend council meetings. Deities do not audit budgets. Deities are wheeled out on national holidays and put back in the cupboard, and it works on almost everyone because of something about people that I had noticed long before I had any power at all. Humanity has always chased the moral high ground and hunted for saints, and the rule is always the same. Either you are a saint, or you are not one yet, and therefore you must be assumed to be constantly striving towards sainthood. Otherwise, you are wrong, you are guilty, and you deserve whatever happens to you. Most people go along with that, some willingly, and most because there is no exit. So I let them build it, and I said this to nobody in particular in an empty room. You may gamble on my fate, but you must not presume to know my heart. Also, and I want this on the record because it is the funniest part of that whole campaign, I already regarded the entire planet as my private property. They were trying to please me with my own things. The Baolan Life Science Research Institute was in Jing'an City on the eastern seaboard. Lin Manhwa met me at the door in a white coat and black-framed glasses and went scarlet before she got the sentence out. Your Highness, I am the head of this institute, and I will be responsible for your research needs from now on. I read her, because I always read everybody, and it was about half infatuation and about half the pure, undiluted hunger of a scientist who has been handed a perfect specimen and told to make herself useful. I put a black case on the table and opened it. This is the next research topic, I said. I need the complete genome extracted from this prehistoric skull. She ran a first pass on it that afternoon and came back with her hands shaking. This is a species that has never existed on Earth. The materials that make it up are incredibly hard. She looked up. If you had not told me it was prehistoric, I would have assumed it was alien. Then they tried to cut it. The rig they built was genuinely impressive. A high-energy laser array, a high-speed stamped tungsten alloy saw, and an ultra-high-pressure water jet, all mounted on a 10-meter robotic arm, and the whole thing was the best work that institute had ever produced. Laser power adjustment complete. The water pressure meets requirements. Begin the cutting process. Sparks, water mist, and a scream of friction that came through soundproofed observation glass loudly enough that everyone in the control room put their hands over their ears, everyone except me. After about 4 seconds, I said to nobody, "It does not seem like that will work." Lin Meihua turned around. "Huh? Your Highness? What did you say?" And then the arm locked up, vented black smoke and fire, and the saw disc shattered into shrapnel that cratered the walls and the ceiling. Their single best design. Gone, in 9 seconds, against a piece of bone. "Never mind," I said. "I will do it. Golden light, telekinesis, and no sound whatsoever." The skull opened in exactly the right place, along exactly the right plane, and the bone I had removed hung in the air above the table as an extremely fine powder. "Send people in to collect it." Lin Meihua stared at the cloud and then at me. "How did you do that? You are amazing." Every scientist in that room was looking at me the way people look at gods, and I want to be clear that they had earned the right to. Nobody on the planet understood better than they did how hard that bone was, because they had just spent 2 weeks failing to scratch it. That night, in a gold-clad building in the north of the capital, my 5th brother was drinking. Across the coffee table from him sat a mixed-race man on a sofa, entirely at ease. "Regarding the matter of Kuiye's skull," the man said. "Isaac," said the Xuanping Marquis, "do you think I still have any say in this?" Isaac reminded him politely that the Ascend to Heaven project had only produced the immortal pill in the first place because Xuanping had recommended their people to the court. Xuanping snarled that his father was dying because of that pill. Isaac waved it off. That was the Qi revival's fault, not the products. My brother left the room without getting anything, and Isaac picked up a phone. The Xuanping Marquis has lost his usefulness. A pause while somebody spoke on the other end. "So, are you planning to personally meet that humanoid nuclear bomb?" "Whoa," Isaac actually laughed. "I do not want to die, bro. If that grumpy Mr. Nuclear Bomb does not like me and slaps me, I probably will not even be left with a wisp of dust." His plan instead was a burglary. "I am not good at direct combat," he said, "but I am quite confident in my ability to steal things. After all, my title is Dark Star. Even if he is more terrifying than a hydrogen bomb, he should not be able to detect a tiny bug in the shadow of a nuclear launch pad." Meanwhile, 3 days of cultivation in orbit had produced almost nothing, and I was starting to understand why. I opened my eyes and there was nothing ahead of me but chaos, with no way to find a road through it. Here is the problem with being first. Every martial artist in history has had a predecessor. Somebody who went a little way up the mountain, wrote down what they found, and died. Even the great original geniuses were correcting somebody. I had exhausted the entire accumulated martial knowledge of my species in about 6 weeks. There was nobody above me. There was no manual. Everything from here had to be deduced from nothing. And here is the thing nobody tells you about having the best brain on a planet. My brain power was unparalleled on Blue Star, and it was not the bottleneck. Inspiration and wisdom are largely unrelated to raw processing, and to deduce anything with divinity of insight, you need something to deduce from. You need information. So I had an idea. And I want you to notice how it is phrased, because I noticed at the time and did it anyway. Perhaps I should pass on the Dharma to more people, let them practice, let them generate all sorts of sparks of inspiration, which I can then harvest. There was no risk of anyone catching up. Lin Ji, the single most talented human being alive, had barely reached the edge of stage 3. Zhou Gang was still at the threshold of phantom weapons. I was not worried about competition. I was farming. Panel, 36.119 billion. 36.943 billion, 8 times over in 3 days. And past 1 billion divine soul, something new became available, which is that I could blanket the entire capital. 10,000 square kilometers, every room, every basement, every parked car, received and controlled at once, which is how I had heard Isaac's entire conversation with my brother 3 nights earlier, including the voice on the other end of the phone. Dark Star, I thought. I remember that among the core members of the Holy Body Research Society, there was one whose title was Dark Star. Interesting. Does the Holy Body Research Society really exist in this world? Then I can use him to find it. There was a wing of the Baolan Institute that I want to describe honestly and briefly. Black vehicles delivered batches of condemned prisoners to it, and the scientists in that wing worked in shifts around the clock with the flat eyes people get when they have stopped asking questions. The overheard reports from that corridor, in one afternoon, in the order I heard them. The physical abilities of the 13th prototype have increased dramatically. Do not let him wake up and break the wall. Increase the anesthetic. Substance 62 spewed high-temperature flame and burned down the lab. There is still data inside. Prototype 19 seconds body temperature dropped to almost minus 130. The whole lab is below freezing. Subject 23 mutated into laser eyes. Wait. Oh my. Why are his laser eyes growing backwards? He has cooked his own brain. Let us take him away. Subject 45 can create powerful hallucinations, but he has split his personality. What a coincidence. Exactly 45 personalities. That is the whole account of it that I am going to give. It happened, I ordered it, and the results were useful. Lin Meihua's findings were genuinely beautiful, and I still think they are the best science anyone did for me that year. The Aurora genome has two parts. First, a double helix backbone, far more complex than anything on Earth, with an anti-disassembly mechanism nobody could identify. Force it apart, and the entire chain collapses rather than yield a sample. Second, and this is the part that made me put my cup down, rings. Rings of varying size, orbiting the backbone at a distance, like artificial satellites around a planet. Completely open and unprotected, which is why extracting serum from those mummies had always been easy. Those rings are superpower components. A single Aurora body warehouses up to 100 of them. They slide along the chain, they link to each other, they interfere with each other, and they stack. Every Aurora technique Kui Ye used on me was a combination of those rings firing together. And he had only ever been able to activate 2 or 3/10 of what he was carrying, because using all of them at once would have killed him instantly. The backbone is the engine that powers the whole arrangement, which explained the failure of every human serum program on the planet, including mine. A human superpower sits at a point on the chain itself. An Aurora component orbits it. When you inject the serum, you are jamming a satellite into the surface of a planet, and the body rejects it, or the component never activates, or both. My guess at the missing ingredient was ambient chi density. The components need a high concentration medium to interact across that distance, and Blue Star had not had one for millions of years until 6 weeks ago. New standing order to Lin Meihua set aside laboratories to study the effect of spiritual chi on matter down to the microscopic level, not on people. On matter, and I made a note about the thing I actually wanted, which I remembered from a game loading screen, the Abraham machine. The cult did not build it. Their leader obtained it by accident from somewhere and never explained where. What it does is locate exactly which stretch of any gene chain constitutes a superpower gene, identify precisely what that gene does, peel it off cleanly, and splice it into a different organism with no side effects at all, from Aurora, from human superhumans, from mutant beasts, from alien species. Good things always belong to the strong, I thought. For example, that machine should belong to me. I need to find a way to get it out of the Holy Body Research Society. At 2:30 in the morning, a shadow about the size of a wash basin came under the front gate of the Baolin Institute. It rode the shadows of the patrolling guards. It waited out a camera sweep. Then it followed a balding scientist through a secure door, and then a second scientist through another, and then a third, working inward lab by lab on other people's clearances until it reached the room with the skull in it. Then it killed the air conditioning by sending strands up the wall like black snakes and started drinking the heat out of the room. The glass fogged. The water in the glasses on the desks froze. 2 researchers wrapped their arms around themselves, complained loudly, and went to find an electrician. The door swung shut, and Isaac rose up out of the floor, brushing himself off. "So what if you have a humanoid nuclear bomb?" he said to an empty laboratory. "I will take your most treasured possession right now. What can you do to me?" He put his hand on the skull. "Oh, really?" A clear, pleasant voice, about 10 centimeters from his ear. I have never in my life heard a thought as loud as the one he had at that moment. It was, "I am going to die," in capital letters, at volume. He tried to become a shadow. I wrapped every cubic centimeter of him in telekinesis before he finished the thought, and then I missed. A blurry vortex opened in the air, swallowed him, and closed, and my telekinesis closed on nothing. That had never happened before. "Interesting," I said, out loud, alone in a laboratory. "What kind of power is this?" "It can actually incorporate the formless power of thought." Then I found the pocket, which took about 2 seconds, and flooded it until it overflowed and froze him solid inside his own hiding place. 1 finger to the forehead, and every memory he had came out. The Sun and Moon Cave divine method stripped the meaningless 9/10 automatically, which by then I had stopped even noticing it doing. Isaac Moreau, Lighthouse Federation, core member of the Frankenstein Order, title, Dark Star. 4 superpowers, which explained his confidence. Presence masking, covering sound, image and vibration, thermal absorption and release, with an enormous capacity and a very fast cycle. An exceptional physique, near invulnerable to conventional weapons, tens of tons of force per blow. And the shadow domain, which lets him become a shadow, or shape shadows into knives, axes, hammers, threads, and clubs. "Wow," I said. This is the first time I have ever seen a superhuman with so many abilities at once. And then, casually, because I was curious, "It was ported from the Abraham machine, was it not?" His pupils blew out to the edges of his eyes, because that was his organization's single deepest secret, and I had said it like a man commenting on the weather. The organization is old. It started in medieval Europe as the cult of flesh and blood, and its founding doctrine was that the human body is too fragile a vessel to enter heaven, and that only a body transformed by witchcraft or forbidden art can become a child of God. They were persecuted for 4 centuries, and they simply kept going, stealing corpses, modifying themselves, and, entirely incidentally, advancing clinical medicine by roughly 100 years, because the only people willing to open a body in 1580 were the people who did not care what the church thought. By the Steam Age, they had worked out gene structure and heredity, decades ahead of the universities. Today they are the Holy Body Research Society, a multinational fronted by pharmaceutical firms, medical device makers, arms companies, hospital chains, and health product brands, running human experiments on 4 continents. From top to bottom, almost nobody in the Holy Research Society is a normal human being anymore, and the 6 strongest of them are called the 6-pointed star, Shining Star. Lucas Moreau, Isaac's half-brother, Intelligence Division. His body is silicon and glass. He absorbs kinetic and thermal energy to strengthen his own molecular bonds, and fires it back out as high-energy lasers. Limited storage, which is his one weakness. Sky Star, Rafael Vargas, Security Director at Headquarters. Wide area control of storm and thunder, plus a telekinetic field that can crush clusters of heavy tanks. Purgatory Star, Malik Diallo, Commander of the Mobile Unit. Emits over 9,000 degrees and is immune to it, and absorbs kinetic, thermal, and light energy, which makes him effectively immune to physical attack. Nightmare Star, Joe May, Secretary-Leader of the Neuroscience Division at the Los Angeles branch. Of mixed white and Xi descent, and an extreme racist who hates the people of Xi and hates her own Xi blood most of all. Telepathy, mind control, mind networks, mind projection. A pure psychic grandmaster whose actual specialty is suspected to involve dreams. She is also the leader's mistress, which makes her rank in practice higher than her rank on paper. Havoc Star. Arthur Finch, Intelligence Secretary Leader. He vibrates matter. Ordinary material near him is no better than wet paper. Isaac worked under him for years and still had no idea what his upper limit was. And Isaac, who was the lowest of the 6, along with his brother. The 3 white supers were the actual leadership, and everyone including Isaac knew it. Above all of them, one name with almost nothing attached to it. Julian Davies. Leader of the Flesh and Blood cult and founder of the Frankenstein Company. Whereabouts secret. Information essentially non-existent. Appears to have been alive a very long time. Deeply tied into the Lighthouse military, government, and conglomerates. And the 6-pointed star, who were arrogant with everybody including heads of state, never once dared to be disrespectful to him. None of them knew what he could do. Not one. The thing that had dodged my telekinesis was called the Box of Hephaestus. It is a witchcraft artifact Isaac found at an isolated civilization site on an Aegean island, and what it does is extend mental energy into the gaps of real space and hold open a dimensional pocket with the volume proportional to the user's divine soul. It stores objects. It also stores energy. This is storage space, I said, then, revising. No, it is more like a royal treasure vault. Western witchcraft barely appears in the Dragon Fist main story and is all over the spin-offs, and the system is complex and its origin is not explained anywhere. Perhaps I thought I should send someone to Europe to explore and plunder, not myself. Going myself is exactly the kind of obvious move that gets a man ambushed, and I had no idea what was actually sitting over there. Then I had to decide what to do with Isaac, and since nobody on Blue Star knew where the Abraham machine physically was, I decided to turn him into a tool. The technique I used I built that same night out of 3 ingredients. My own mind power, the mind-bewitching secret arts out of the Great Luodao Library, and the structure of Fa Yuan's destiny art, which I had copied off him while he burned. I called it the heart-suppressing seal. It is not brainwashing. I want to be precise, because the difference is the entire point. Brainwashing edits the brain, and the brain is meat, and meat can be repaired. This works underneath the brain, on the divine soul. The correct name for it is the soul cleansing technique. A mother seal sits in my own soul. Child seals go into other people. The marked person regards me as their supreme master, obeys any order I give including the order to die, and becomes a spiritual vessel, which means I can leap thousands of miles through the collective subconscious and wear their body as a clone. And here is the cost, which is why I have used it sparingly ever since. At the core of every divine soul, there is an indestructible spark. The Taoists call it innate inspiration. The Buddhists call it the Amala consciousness. Everything a person is comes out of it. All initiative, all creativity. Every idea they will ever have, and every emotion, joy and grief and anger and desire and fear and hatred, all of it rises from that one spark. Seal it, and the talent and the potential are gone permanently. What is left is emotionally flat, mentally dull, and mediocre, and will be for the rest of its life. I watched Isaac's soul go gray and lifeless in the space of about a second. From the outside, he simply looked slightly indifferent. He knelt. Master, after you return to the order, I said, do everything in your power to find the Abraham machine for me, even if it costs you your life. I gave him a test tube of Kuye's bone powder so that he would have something to show his superiors and a story to attach to it, and he left the building as a shadow under a door. And then my own figure blurred and vanished because that had been a true intent clone the whole time. I reproduced the box of Hephaestus in orbit the next morning in about a second. 10 years of Isaac's life, on a beach, in a ruin, with everything he had. 1 second. My read on the underlying mechanism is that the so-called magic of wizards is still spiritual chi being used as building blocks. They simply call it ether and have a different set of hand movements, so I turned on ether vision and went hunting. There is a fold in space that behaves like a fish. It swims. When you look at it directly, it moves away from where you are looking, which is presumably why it took a genius 10 years to catch one. I pinned it, force-fed its space attribute chi until it stopped struggling, and dragged the node into my own divine soul. Then I dug. I made a shovel out of soul power and hit it once, and a node the size of a grain of rice blew out to several 100,000 cubic meters, so I kept digging. 1 minute, 5, 10. The difficulty climbing exponentially the whole way until the walls were like rock and every stroke barely moved anything. What I ended up with was a perfect cube, 10 kilometers on a side, 1 trillion cubic meters, large enough to roll up a medium-sized city and put it inside. Isaac's, for comparison, was 100 cubic meters, and that was his life's best work. Isaac's divine soul attribute is maybe a dozen points, I thought, doing the honest math. And I wanted to exceed him by a factor of several billion, so when you calculate it that way, it comes out about even. Panel, 72.238 billion, 73.886 billion. Then I tested it properly. I fired a 9 heavens true thunder into the pocket, expecting it to discharge or dissipate. It floated in a corner, stable, like an object on a shelf. It seems, I said, that the dimensional pocket can indeed be used as an arsenal. And then the question that has bothered me ever since, which I could not answer that morning and could not answer for a very long time afterward. What exactly is the foundation that supports its existence? Because even my divine soul cannot create a real space out of nothing. There has to be some parameter of the universe that I cannot yet perceive, or a force coming in from outside reality entirely. Is it a spiritual dimension? I wrote that down. It sat on the list for years. Down in Liancheng, the Chu family finally found out what they had done. Taoist Yu came back from the East Sea and delivered it to both parents in one sitting, in order, and I would have paid money to watch their faces. The great Luo Dao, wiped out by the 9th prince's 2 disciples, Gu Qingyun, already dead before that, at the assembly, and then the 3 demonstrations, which had spread through the martial world by word of mouth, despite the news blackout, because you cannot black out 400 witnesses. Overlord Fist Liu Quan, killed in 1 move. Serene Abbot, beaten with 1 finger. Gu Qingyun, driven out of an arena with 1 roar. And then He Jian, who had killed 3 Vajra indestructibles in under a second, ended by 1 man who had come back to finish the tournament. The Chus went white and stopped breathing somewhere around the 3rd item, and the stated reason for the extermination, which Zhou Gang had announced publicly and in writing, was this. After I was named Grand Alliance leader, every school on the continent sent congratulations. The great Luo Dao pretended not to hear. To feign muteness, said the announcement, is a grave offense of disrespect, deserving the extermination of one's entire family. Since then, not one person in the martial world of the Great Xia has said a disrespectful word about me out loud. Bai He's advice was to apologize immediately and in the ancient style. Bare-backed, carrying thorns, ideally with visible wounds and some blood, so that it reads as properly wretched from a distance, and to sweeten it with original shares in Zhenbo military industry. Han Qing balked at the shares, then he found a different solution. Since it was Han Ye who caused this trouble, he said, let us take him to apologize. Whether to beat him or kill him is entirely up to that person's mood. Taoist Yu nodded and said that was very wise, and thought something else entirely. If he is this cold-hearted toward his own bloodline, what happens the day he needs a poor Taoist as a spare? He began planning his exit that evening. Then Han Qing stalled anyway because he was ashamed to be seen doing it, and the apology never happened at all. They are truly hopeless, thought the Taoist, packing, and Chen Feng, who had been slapped and thrown out of that room and whose eyes had gone flat, went back to the Black Skull organization and demanded to speak to the leadership. Her offer was the design blueprints for 3 models of Zhenbo military exoskeleton, plus the Tianbing smart combat suit. Worth at least 3 billion on the black market, and rather more than that to certain governments. A shadow appeared on the wall of her study. We know your target is Li Feng, the crown prince, it said. We can use all the resources of our organization to help you kill him, but this task is far too risky. You must prepay. How do I know you will not take action after I give you the drawings? Please trust our integrity. We have been operating for over 20 years, and we have done missions of this rank before. A pause. Besides, there is no one else who can help you now except us. She sent a fifth of it. The chairman of the Black Skull organization was a man called Zhao Kun, Genla National, superhuman, scarred face, and a mouth that a subordinate once described as toad-like within his hearing and did not repeat. His actual plan for the blueprints had nothing to do with the contract. He was going to leak them to the international financial press, crater Genbo's market value by half, and buy the wreckage in the crash. 100 or 200 billion, minimum. His opinion of the target is the thing worth preserving. The people of Xia are flamboyant and arrogant and love to boast, he said. Even their vaunted 5,000 years of history is a lie. Back when Genla revolted and founded the country, I killed I do not know how many conceited Xia martial artists. Even Vajra Indestructible is something I could swallow whole. Then the part that was actually a good argument. Before the key tide, I knew every single one of the strongest people on this planet, every superhuman, every martial artist, by name, and this Li Feng thing I have never heard of, like it popped out of nowhere, so young and already overshadowing the entire martial forest. Even creating a god is not done like this, and he had evidence, which is the part I enjoy most. He had a eunuch on retainer in the household of a Xia official, and that man had stolen the military's own internal estimate of my real strength. It read, only a few times higher than Vajra Indestructible. These are classified documents from inside their own military, said Zhao Kun. They cannot possibly be fake. His deputy, Jiang Ping, was uneasy. I have seen the screenshots leaked from over there, he said. And the scene looks like it has been bombed by a hydrogen bomb. I think we should be more cautious. The old emperor's terminal illness was known worldwide, said Zhao Kun, and they still picked an unknown crown prince at the last minute. I will bet you the Xia top brass is spouting a colossal lie to cover instability in the royal family. This tactic has a formal name, strategic intimidation, then frowning at a report. Strange. My people in the capital have not updated anything on the eldest Prince Li Jing for a long time. He turned the page. Forget it. Ignore it. His actual motives were two. Revenge, for a scar Gu Qingyun had given him decades earlier, which he intended to collect from me instead on the grounds that Gu Qingyun was no longer available. And greed, for the Holy Firmament true skill, because he had maxed out his own Yin Phosphorus 9 claws and had nothing left to grow into. Self-created, he said, when Ruin raised the possibility. Are you kidding me? A young man like that could not create a technique that opens the martial road. He must have dug it out of some ruin. Jiang Ping wanted it too. Since the tide, his Devil King muscles had gone up by somewhere between dozens and hundreds of times, and he had started beating ordinary Vajra Indestructibles for practice. Very well, he said. Then I will head north in the next couple of days to personally meet that so-called humanoid nuclear bomb. The DI siblings joined my Office of Internal Affairs and drew a throwaway first assignment. Find the Superpower Brotherhood. I gave it no deadline and almost no attention. Gather information, that was all. The Brotherhood never operated inside the Great Xia, only in remote small countries where the police could be bought by the hour. They went out as a fake foreign business delegation with a dozen agents into a shabby tropical port city and got a tip in 2 days. A Brotherhood gambling ship was docking that night. It came in at dusk, 10,000 tons, painted thick gold with red and green and blue patterning across the superstructure. The ship owner is very rich, said Xia Guang, looking up at it, but his aesthetic sense is very vulgar. They boarded with the tourists. A storm came out of a clear sky about 40 minutes after they left the harbor. And behind them, once the ship was over the horizon, the busy dock workers and the stacked cargo containers and the customs shed all dissolved like smoke off a cigarette. That port had not been there. Room service arrived at their cabin without being ordered. Baked seafood, scallops and oysters, grilled lamb chops, pan-fried whitefish, steamed grouper, crab roe and ham noodles, iced cola with the condensation still running down the glass. Jia Ling reached for a lamb chop and her brother caught her wrist. Are you here on vacation? He tested every dish on that trolley with an office issue detector that catches common toxins, rare toxins, hallucinogens, and sedatives. He ran it twice, green light both times, so they ate. And it was the best seafood either of them had ever had. Good enough that it stopped feeling real. Good in the specific way that food is good when you are 8 years old and your mother made it. Something just feels off, said Xia Guang, chewing. Then the public address system came on. I am Chen Bo, assistant captain of the Ruby. Both of them stopped moving because they knew the name off a briefing sheet. Chen Bo, called the demon. Third vice president of the Superpower Brotherhood. We caught them this fast, said Xia Ling. Are we that lucky? I suddenly have a very ominous premonition, said her brother, and the speaker answered him directly. Your hunch was right, Mr. Dai. As a fellow new human, do you really enjoy being that prince's dog? What is it like being a dog? Can you tell me? Their vision went. Their strength went. Both of them went down on the carpet. They woke up standing on a rotted, lightless deck under no stars at all. A dozen office agents were lying around them with their eyes open and nothing behind them. The several hundred tourists were simply not there. Chenbo stood on a broken platform above them in gold-rimmed glasses, entirely dry in the rain. You did not go anywhere, he said pleasantly. You are still on the ruby. It has just been abandoned for a long time, so it does not look very presentable. Xiaoguang got out the only question he had. The detector. So you cannot understand human language? Said Chenbo. I never use poison. That is too low level. I simply set up an illusion, a dream. And in that dream I knocked and issued an order to enter, and you agreed and opened the door. So your foolish brains lowered their outermost defenses themselves. He adjusted his glasses. As for why the food tasted so good, just give the neurons for taste and appetite a deep massage, and, he smiled. Do you know, the most delicious thing in the world is the food my mother made when I was a child? Simple, but full of love. He held up 2 fingers a small distance apart. Pile that love up until it is a mountain and you cannot refuse it. That was my disguised second command. Dismantle every mental defense and lead me down to where your divine soul lives. He snapped his fingers. Now, with one thought, I could put your consciousness to sleep, or disable your 5 senses, or boil your brains in your skulls. Xiaoguang asked why. Not why kill us. Why bother with any of this instead of doing it in our sleep? Because I hate traitors most, said Chenbo, and it was the first true thing he had said. You are all new humans, and yet you work for old humans. Also, terrible as Yang Kai and Wei Bo were, they were brotherhood. He shrugged. So let your death show your prince the passion of our superpower brotherhood. And Xiaoguang, who was better at his job than anyone in my organization gave him credit for, worked out the last piece while standing in the rain with his sister behind him. You are a hallucination too. Very clever. Chenbo was delighted. I am not here. If I were, the moment you saw me, your minds would be plunged straight into hell. I have only spared a small portion of my attention for you. Then he gave them back their sense of smell. Crude oil. Thick enough to taste. There are more than 300 tons of crude oil and 100 kilograms of industrial explosives in the hold beneath you, he said. It will explode in 10 seconds. He leaned forward. I want you consciously immersed in despair. I want you to watch death approach step by step. I want to see your pathetic state as you struggle to the very end and are utterly helpless. Then he was gone. Xiaoling dropped out of her metal form and folded up on the deck. Her brother picked her up and put her over his shoulder and ran for the rail. Hurry up and metalize. 1, 2, 3. The rotting deck froze solid under his boots as he ran because that was his power and cold was all he had. 4, 5, 6. He encased his sister in a block of ice built layer on layer until it was as hard as steel, still running, still counting. 7. He burned his own cold energy past every limit he had ever tested and his skin turned transparent, muscle and pale bone visible through it. The freezing eating him from the inside out because a man who generates cold is not immune to his own. 8. Skin cracking and peeling off his forearms, he got her up over his head, and he threw his sister more than 100 meters clear of the ship, and his half-frozen shoulder burst with the effort. 9. He stood at the rail and watched her hit the water and lock into the ice, floating. This is all your brother can do, Xiaoling, he said. I hope you can survive. 10. 300 tons of crude oil and 100 kilograms of industrial explosives went up under a rotting hull, and the ruby came apart like a firecracker. The agents were gone. Xiaoguang was gone. Hours later, an office boat found nothing but burning oil residue spread across several miles of open water, and it took them until sunrise to find the one thing that was left. Half a body, charred, part flesh, and part metal, still moving. What tenacious vitality, said one of them, hauling it aboard. Blown to bits and still alive. Take her back, said another. Hopefully His Highness can find a way to save her. A day later, there was a storm over the capital, dark enough that people came out of shops to look at it, and everybody who could get inside got inside, which meant nobody noticed that inside the thunderhead there were several hundred identical handsome young men in black standing in the air with their eyes closed, glowing faintly, drinking the lightning. Every one of them was a true intent clone. The real body was still cross-legged in space above Blue Star, eating the true power of the sun and chasing a road that was not there. Each clone was gathering 50,000 Nine Heavens True Thunder, which is one Thunder King light-killing cannon, 100 clones. 100 Tsar bombas, standing in a cloud over a city of 30 million people who were mostly complaining about the traffic. The technique had evolved far enough by then that I barely needed real lightning. I used a little as a catalyst and refined the rest out of ambient spiritual qi, which was fortunate because all the lightning over the entire capital would not have been close to enough. And that was only some of the clones. At the Baolon Institute, there was one clone writing up lab reports, one running instruments, 5 standing around a mutated specimen on an operating table with 10 hands full of scalpels and syringes and bone saws moving fast enough to leave after images, 12 operating tables, 70 or 80 of me in that one laboratory, and 6 more laboratories past it, materials, physiology, spiritual qi, cultivation technique testing, nuclear energy, supergenes, every clone silent, every clone expressionless, because no matter how many clones there are, they all share one mind. What is there to talk about with yourself? The staff found the silence in those wings unbearable. 2 people transferred out over it. Baolan had quietly stopped being a life science institute and become a comprehensive one. The leadership of the Great Sia was extremely envious and far too frightened to take anything. Their reasoning was specific and correct. If they angered me, a Thunder King light-killing cannon might one day arrive from the sky onto their heads. Every researcher in that building, including Lin Manhwa, was carrying a divine-grade suggestion woven into their underlying behavioral logic. Not a single bit of information can be leaked. Nobody weaker than me could remove it, and nobody stronger than me existed. Not that I was especially worried. What I give you is yours, I thought. What I do not give you, you cannot take. And here is the actual reason for all of it. For 70 clones in a laboratory and 6 research divisions and a stack of condemned prisoners and an institute that had cost the An family a facility. As a martial saint, I had exhausted the martial accumulation of an entire planet in about 2 months. Since the martial arts of all Blue Star are not enough for my advancement, I thought, let us look for the path forward at a more fundamental level. In other words, science. I did the entire academic establishment of the Great Shia in one day. Clones through the Aerospace Institute, the National Academy of Sciences, the Royal Academy of Sciences, the National Technology Development Bureau, the Military Science Research Institute, the Royal Polytechnic, Great Xia Industrial University, the Aviation Academy, the Electronic Science Academy, and in every one of them I went through the top researchers and took everything they had: mathematics, metallurgy, medicine, mechanical engineering, computer science, electronics, materials, engineering, physics, life sciences, bioengineering, energy, nuclear physics, astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology. None of them noticed. Most of them had a good day and could not say why. And out of the pile that produced, I built the thing I still use, which is better than a memory palace by roughly the margin an ocean is better than a filing cabinet. I call it the Sea of Consciousness. Knowledge is an ocean. As the water moves, disciplines collide with each other, and where they collide, inspiration is born out of the water as a fish and swims, and by swimming makes more waves and more collisions. An unsolved problem rises out of the sea like a crescent moon and hangs in the sky above it, and when a fish of inspiration has grown fat enough, it leaps the dragon gate and soars up to that moon and fills in a piece of it. When the crescent has become a full moon, the problem is solved, and it sinks back down into the sea, and the sea is wider and deeper than it was. Once I have a thought, nothing can stop me. Even if there is no road ahead of me, I will carve out a great path to the heavens. And with that running, the evolutionary path I had not been able to see for a week was pierced through in about an instant. I framed the entire martial saint realm in one sitting, modeled mostly on the things Kuiye had shown me while trying to eat me. Even an entry-level saint gets tens of thousands of tons of force, speeds of tens to hundreds of times the speed of sound, punches that do more than a missile strike, and a body that cruise missiles and thermobarics only scratch. His divine power manifests small-scale scenes of sword, fire, water, and slaughter. His saintly aura alone kills people of lower realms spiritually, in groups, without him doing anything. And his divine power screens out gravity, so he genuinely floats. Unless struck head-on by a nuclear weapon, no conventional weapon could truly kill a martial saint. Above entry level there are 9 heavens, 1 gate opened per knock, and each gate is a breakthrough in the essence of life itself. A peak saint might be tens of thousands of times an entry saint, and could dominate Blue Star single-handed. I did not put myself in the system. At the entry level, I was already several hundred to 1,000 times the simulated peak, and the gap widened every night at midnight while I was asleep. The framework was a skeleton, and I had the 4 keywords that were going to fill it, swimming around in the sea as fry. Acupoints, spiritual chi, space, mind. The spiritual chi fish was visibly the biggest and growing fastest, so I went after it. And here is what spiritual chi actually is, which nobody on Blue Star knew, and which I found out in 9 days by torturing the question with several hundred clones. First, I was hard-capped. Entry-level Martial Saint was the ceiling, and I could not pass it because the QE activity of this world simply could not support the next step. That was the wall. Second, QE is not merely active energy. It is also not information that flips a gene chain, which was the fashionable theory in 3 countries. We hit it with kinetic energy, electricity, magnetic fields, resonance, radiation, gravity, extreme heat, and extreme cold, and every one of those produced a different physical feedback, consistent, repeatable, and none of them explaining any of the others, and nothing I owned could see its fine structure. Not atomic force microscopy, not scanning tunneling microscopy, not my own perception, which resolves individual atoms. So it is far smaller than an atom, and that is all I could say. Its measured mass density frequency hops irregularly over time. It has none of the properties of mechanical energy, molecular potential energy, radiation, light, magnetism, electricity, chemical energy, or atomic energy, and it interferes with matter anyway, and is interfered with in turn. Like imaginary numbers in mathematics, I wrote in the summary, it both exists and does not exist. It is illusory and real at once, and it has a real effect on all things. And the strangest property of all, the one I have never gotten over. Past a certain level of body and soul, a person's thoughts and will can steer it, directly, through a mechanism that is a complete black box at every level of resolution I can bring to bear. Spiritual Key, I wrote, surprisingly has an extreme fondness for life, especially for intelligent life. It is like having a back door opened. 2 parameters I could pin down properly. Activity. Below a threshold, gathering Ki is pointless, no matter how much of it you gather. You can store it, mimic substances with it, make thunder and storms and ice and fire out of it. And you can never raise its density in a region. Blue Star was below the threshold, and coherence, which is the measurable strength of the interference between QE and ordinary matter and energy. You cannot measure it directly. You measure it through the changes Ki makes in the things it touches. Coherence was the breakthrough. It let me control Ki with real precision instead of by feel. The closest analogy I have is dark matter, except more mysterious, which is not a sentence I enjoy writing. The spiritual Chi fish leapt into the moon. And working all of that out gave me a premonition about the realm above Martial Saint, which turned out to be correct and which shaped the whole rest of my life. It was not going to be more quantity, it was going to be power that touches the fundamental rules of the universe. And I needed that, because strength and soul alone still have weaknesses. I could feel the shape of mine. Somewhere in there, I also became able to perceive my own lifespan limit. 296,492 years. So short. I want you to sit with the fact that my reaction to a functional lifespan of nearly 300,000 years was disgust. Not a million, not 100 million, not long enough to sit and watch this sun go out and then watch the black holes evaporate one by one would have satisfied me. What I wanted was absolute immortality, and I want to say something about that because I have thought about it more than anything else. What was I before I became me? A lost wandering soul in reincarnation, or just a fleeting ripple in the torrent of karma? On Earth, I would have married an ordinary woman if I had been lucky, and had an ordinary child, and died in a few decades and become dust, and in 10,000 years that dust would have been an earthworm and a sea microbe and a shark and a dolphin and a tiger and a lion. Life does not truly perish. It gets rebuilt. The atoms go back in the bin and come out as something else, forever. But the only problem is that at the moment of death, I am myself. The feelings, the consciousness, the mind and the thoughts of one free individual named Li Feng will collapse and cease. The world will no longer remember me, and I will no longer perceive the world. That is the problem. I am not afraid of death. What I am afraid of is no longer being myself. If you cannot live according to your own will, what is the difference between that and being dead? I refuse. I will never back down on it. The world is always cold and cruel, and it will hand you an unacceptable result out of nowhere and leave you bewildered and forced to kneel. That result has a name, impermanence, and I will transcend impermanence. Panel that night. 299.612 billion and 299.945 billion. 2 weeks later, I chaired a materials conference at the Royal Academy of Sciences. Several hundred of the leading materials and chemistry experts of the great Shia, men with genuine reputations, sitting in a lecture theater like undergraduates in front of a 19-year-old in a lab coat writing on a wall of data with a pen. They had already had the fight and lost it before the session started. In the pre-meeting, none of them could produce a question hard enough to slow me down. Not one. So they sat. Here is the discovery. Guide spiritual Ki onto atoms in the correct pattern, and the outer electron orbitals keep stacking past a threshold that should not exist, and a stable electric field forms at the atomic level. That field raises molecular bond energy by 3 to 4 orders of magnitude and pushes the atoms into strong electron saturation, which is a superstable molecular state that at the macroscopic scale becomes what I named the spirit crystal state. I put a slide up. A fist-sized translucent crystal on a black cloth. An old professor was half out of his chair before I finished the sentence. Your Highness, has your experiment succeeded? That is right, I succeeded. What you are seeing now is spirit crystal carbine. The room came apart. Carbine is the theoretical maximum, 200 times the strength of steel, 40 times diamond, twice graphene, and the best laboratories on the planet can produce traces of it in quantities you measure in atoms. That piece was the size of my fist, and crystallized, its strength had gone up by a factor of 297. This is 60,000 times harder than steel, I said over the noise. Then I told them the part that mattered to them, which was that it was not only carbine, industrial elements, polymers, steel, industrial ceramics. All of it might be crystallizable. And I gave them the worked example that made it real, because materials scientists do not get excited about a number, they get excited about a use. Jet engines. Thrust is capped by what the turbine blades behind the combustion chamber can survive at nearly 2,000 degrees. Every additional 100 degrees you can put in front of the turbine buys you 15% more thrust. Crystal state blades change aviation outright. In the future, I said, almost every industry connected to industry will benefit from atomic crystal science. And somebody in the third row said, out loud, in the tone of a man realizing something at the wrong speed, Your Highness has essentially created a new discipline. My actual reason for that discipline had nothing to do with jet engines, and I did not tell them. Acupoints. An acupoint is a martial artist's valve, hub and furnace for spiritual ki, and the tolerance ceiling of the acupoints is what decides whether a saint can grow any further. The spiritualization of the 108 acupoints is, structurally, an energy-level analog of crystallization. Studying how the aurora backbone talks to its orbiting components across a gap gave me the rest of the picture. The acupoint fish matured and leapt, and immediately produced a new problem, which is that at entry-level martial saint, the acupoints are already at absolute saturation. It is like a water tank, I wrote in the margin. How do you increase its capacity when it is already full? It seems that improving the tolerance level may need to start with space, and the reason I held the conference at all, rather than simply doing the work with clones, even with 1,000 of me, I cannot test every substance in creation, so I seeded the entire scientific establishment of my empire with the starting point, and then came back later and harvested what they grew. Halfway through the lecture, Zhang Hua slipped in at the side and leaned into my ear. The mastermind of the assassination, the assassin, and the organization behind them were all identified, and the team sent after the Superpower Brotherhood had been ambushed and wiped out. One survivor, a girl. I understand, I said. You can talk about this after the meeting. In the car afterward, I got the rest of it. The Office of Internal Affairs was up to 84 civilian and 232 military staff. It is a little too little, I said. People were already resigning from the Special Task Force and military intelligence to come over, because I had ordered the pay raised and had not asked anybody's permission to do it. Zhang Hua, by the way, has 3 powers, not 2. Signal empathy, soul drawing, and overclocked calculation, which is what makes her genuinely useful rather than merely impressive. She had resigned from the task force on my father's direct order and brought with her several dozen Imperial City Division elites and assassins as core staff. In practice, she was my head steward and had been for about a month. On the survivor, she said, most of her torso is damaged. Her internal organs are near necrosis. She is still in a deep coma. Well, I said, as long as she is not dead, that is good. I will give her a new lease on life. Then she gave me the file on the chairman of the Black Skull organization, and I want you to know that I was delighted because I recognized him. In the original story, Black Skull is not really an assassin guild. It is a warlord. Contract killing, narcotics, telecom fraud, organ trafficking, kidnapping and arms smuggling, and it is the hegemon of the small tropical countries south of the Great Sea, and its chairman Zhao Kun becomes, later, a famous monster called the Glutton. His powers, from the file and from my memory of the game, are these. Mouths that open anywhere on his body, thousands of teeth that can sprout across his skin, hard enough to chew special tungsten steel like tofu, which rotate and dig and devour and double as armor, a gut that sprays fluoroantimonic acid, which is called magic acid, and is roughly 1 billion times stronger than concentrated sulfuric acid, and inside his stomach, generated spontaneously by his own biology, the gluttonous space, a sphere 100 meters across, occupying a few millimeters of real volume, a natural biological organ that collapses space. In the original story, humanity spent a decade reverse engineering that stomach pouch into the first storage device, and mature storage technology, decades later, is the thing that took Earth's civilization to the stars. It is clear, I thought, that this is an important item deeply connected with space. I need it. The question of whether Zhao Kun was willing to part with it did not arise, and I want to be honest that it did not even occur to me to phrase it as a question. I also wanted the comparison. If his organ worked the same way as my dimensional pocket, then the limits on pocket size and pocket count could be broken. If it worked differently, I would learn more of the Tao of space. Either answer was worth a man. Tomorrow, I said, take some office personnel to the Ganga forest in Genla, capture Chairman Zhao Kun, kill all the others. Lin Jie rubbed his hands together. I have just broken through. I am going to have a good fight. Zhou Gang's cheek twitched because he still had not reached phantom weapons and his junior brother had passed him twice. Master wants us to bring office personnel, he said, recovering. Which means Master intends to train them. Leave the small fry to them. Then I asked about the Chu family. Han Qing should not know yet that his wife ordered the assassination, I said. But he does know his son offended me, so why have I not seen him come to apologize? Perhaps, said Jiang Hua, he is still considering how. I was slouched in the back seat with one arm on the window, and I said the next part in exactly the same tone as everything else. All right, tomorrow night organize a mobile squad and wipe out the Chu family. She went still. Oh, I said, and before you kill Chen Fang, give her my regards. Then I sighed and watched the city go past. There are far too many self-righteous people in the world. You cannot kill them all. However, this is good too. It brings some fun to my peaceful life. Your Highness. She had turned around in the front seat. Would making such a big fuss not have a bad influence? Influence? What influence? She pointed upward, silently, without saying the words council or ministry or press. You mean those old men? If they have any objections, tell them to come and talk to me. But, stop. I looked at her. That is all I did. One calm look for about a second, and she was drenched in cold sweat in an air-conditioned car. Remember, you are the steward of the Crown Prince's residence. You do not need to have too many of your own ideas, and you should never refuse any of my orders. I know, she said. I know, Your Highness. At the gate, she got out and opened my door, and I patted her on the shoulder on the way past. From now on, you need to learn to be sensible. She stood alone in the drive afterward for a while, and then let out a long breath and said something to herself that I heard from inside the house and have never repeated to her. You have to be ruthless enough. And do things to the extreme. A pause. Hurry up, Zhanghua. Get used to the rhythm of His Highness. Genla is 5,000 kilometers southwest. Supersonic transport, 3 hours. Ramp down over the Ganga forest. Everyone ready to parachute, Zhou Gang began. Wait. Lin Jie was already at the hatch, grinning. I will give them a taste first. You can parachute in later. And he stepped out. He fell like a dropped round. From several hundred meters up, he roared a visible sound wave into the training ground, and 100 armed men went down bleeding from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth before he had even landed. Then he landed inside the formation, wrapped in a blood-colored key field, and cleared the yard. Then he ran at the next 100, and their rifle fire sparked off him like gravel off a windscreen. Heavy sniper rounds no longer went through him at all. Short of a bank of Maxims or Gatlings firing continuously, small arms had become weather. Black Skull's superhumans came out of the buildings. 4 poisoned bone spikes out of nowhere, corroding the soil where they landed. Lin Jie looked at the holes. Poison? And invisible? Then he swept a kick through the gravel field and turned it into a shotgun blast, and the invisible man stopped being invisible, or a man. A half-human chameleon thing bolted for the tree line, changing color as it went, and a golden red claw 100 meters long caught it against a wall. A thin man came up under him and erupted purple-black thorns in a ring, and Lin Jie detonated his own chi and shredded all of them and took 4 or 5 meters of bedrock with him on the way out. Then Zhang Ping landed on him. 2 meters tall, brown-skinned, 200 tons in a fist he had every reason to expect would end the fight. Lin Jie blocked it with one hand. As for strength, he said, it is still a little lacking, and put an elbow down through him and into the forest floor. Zhou Gang arrived with the squad about then and was immediately furious. You brat, you do not follow the rules again. I told you we were going to train the troops and you have already killed them all. Well, said Lin Jie. I just could not stop myself for a moment. Jiang Ping came back in his Devil King form, which is a monster wrapped in thick dark red muscle, several times stronger, launching muscle propellers off his own body like a man throwing knives with his back. Zhou Gang swatted every single propeller out of the air with 17 or 18 entirely casual thrusts and did not move his feet. Jiang Ping stopped. You are Ghost Spear Zhou Gang. Oh, said the old man, pleased. Not bad. Everywhere I go, people recognize this old man. It is really prestigious. The interrogation was short. It started with slaps and a question about where the boss was, and the answer was a lie, and Zhou Gang could hear the man's heartbeat, so he flicked one wisp of dragon overpower into him and waited. It took about 9 seconds, and the answer came out along with a great deal of begging. Chairman Zhao Kun went to the airport before you arrived. He plans to travel north to the Great Xia to assassinate the crown prince. Lin Jie and Zhou Gang looked at each other, caught somewhere between laughing and despair. This is even more absurd, said Lin Jie, than an ant trying to jump up and bite a god. In that case, said Zhou Gang, you are useless. One flick of a finger, and that was Jiang Ping. I took the call in a lab coat at Baolan with a chart in my other hand. Master, we have wiped out the Black Skull organization. Chairman Zhao Kun has gone north to assassinate you. I understand, I said, and handed the phone back to a nurse and went on reading. The chart belonged to the girl on the table in front of me, and it read as follows: skin half flesh and half metal, the entire torso below the hips missing, 3 severe spinal fractures, severe fracture of the skull vault, 4th-degree burns, sternum driven into the lung, 80% of the lung surface damaged. Lin Manhwa was standing beside me with her hands together. Such a serious injury, she said. Can it really be cured? The injuries are indeed a bit serious, I said, but do not worry, I will give her a new lease on life. I could say that because Isaac had been telepathically shipping me his organization's core secrets for days under the seal from the other side of the world in his sleep. Radiation-induced bacterial synthesis, artificial nuclear cell culture, rapid metal cell printing, protein micro-robots, human brain repair and preservation, 3-dimensionally printed artificial hearts, and above all of it, the extraction and nesting technology for Aurora superpower components. Lin Manhwa worked out where it was coming from about 4 days in. Frankenstein Pharmaceuticals? That company is shrouded in secrecy and is notoriously stingy with everything. How could you? I smiled at her and did not answer. My own opinion of them, for the record, had gone up considerably. The Holy Body Research Society truly lives up to its reputation. With nothing but a trace of Kuiye's blood, obtained secondhand from the Ascend to Heaven project, they researched the components and developed a fusion solution that works in a human body. It is truly unbelievable. I am becoming more and more curious about them. Even if traditional methods could save Xiaoling, I said, at best they would produce a cripple, so I will use more drastic methods. Lin Meihua's head came up. You mean, that solution? That is right. We can activate the titanium crystal body project now. Then I leaned over the sleeping girl on the table, close enough that she would have heard me if she'd been able to hear anything. Believe me, I said, when you wake up, you will see a completely new you. That same night in Liancheng, the Chu family estate went dark. It was a vast property in the middle of a metropolis, with its own park inside the walls, and after sunset, a dozen martial artists swept the grounds in silence the way they did every night. At 10 o'clock, the Office of Internal Affairs mobile squad arrived. A dozen drones mapped the entire manor and every heat source inside it in 10 minutes and pushed a 3-dimensional model, plus the live position of every human being on the property, to the wrist terminal of every operator. Then EMP rounds went over the walls, and the whole estate died at once. Power, phones, cameras, computers, the lot. Why is there a power outage? Oh my god, the circuit is completely burned out. In near total darkness with full-color digital night vision, they cleared the grounds. The few blood-transfused bodyguards got the treatment that had been planned for them in advance, which was shotguns to control the distance, sniper rifles to break the limbs, and light machine guns on a fixed line to finish. Han Qing and his wife ran for the back gate. He was cursing the Taoist who had fled the province 2 days earlier, and he was drowning. The financial press had run the Zhenbo leak that morning. The stock had collapsed by lunchtime. The great Xia military had cut ties and turned him away at the door of a building he had funded, and the market's large predators were already circling the way sharks do when something in the water is bleeding and cannot swim. Then a stun grenade put all 3 of them on the gravel with blood coming out of their noses. The squad closed in. Who are you? And a severed head landed on the path in front of him. Han Yes. Chen Fang crawled to it, screaming, and a gloved hand took her by the hair and lifted her head up. Target confirmed, Chen Fang. The squad leader leaned down. His Highness sends you greetings. And she came back to herself. Completely. All at once, in about a second, the way people do at the very end, and she started laughing and crying at the same time. I was wrong. Your Highness, please have mercy. Spare the Chu family. I should not have sent Black Skull to kill you. And her husband, kneeling 3 meters away, finally understood everything. He went for her with his fists. You bitch. You have ruined my entire Chu family. She did not resist. She did not even look at him. She knelt there smiling at nothing while he beat her, and that is the last thing anybody recorded about Chen Fang. The squad leader made a call. Manager Luo. He listened. He got one word back. Received. Then he drew a finger across his throat, and the Chu family ended. Liancheng's patrol division came screaming to the scene about 6 minutes later, and Chief Tang, the same fat chief from the bar case, got a phone call telling him to turn around. There is a bunch of dangerous people inside killing people right now, he said, and you are telling me to ignore it? There was a long silence, and then his director, who sounded very tired. Let me tell you the truth, Xiaotang. This order just came from the capital. God. The capital? Let us pretend that nothing happened regarding the Chu family case. He lowered the phone and stood in the road with the lights going round and round on the roof of his car. Earlier that evening, in a corridor at Baolan, Zhang Hua had taken a call and listened and thought for a moment, and then said softly, "Kill them all," and then taken a very deep breath and gone back to watching me work through the glass. Somewhere in that week, I got curious about myself and ran a test that I did not enjoy the results of. The question was simple. My strength had gone up by a factor of about 1 billion. Had my genes changed with it? If I grew a clone from my own cells, would it come out carrying my attributes? So I snapped off one of my own hairs, which was by then tougher than crystal state carbine, crushed it to micron fragments with telekinesis because no instrument on the planet could cut it, and extracted my complete genome. It was barely different from an ordinary human's. A clone grown from me would have come out a decent mid-tier martial artist and nothing more. Working out why took me the entire life sciences division in about 6 hours, and the answer is that I had been stuck in genetic determinism like everybody else. Genes cannot express chi blood. They cannot express true ki or divine power or divinity of insight. There is no sequence for any of it, and the rarer superpowers, prophecy, curses, remote sensing, walking through walls, possession, teleportation, force field control, almost certainly originate in the divine soul rather than the genome. What we had all been calling a superpower gene is the material shadow of the real thing, cast down onto the chromosome where we can see it, which explains the observation that had been annoying every researcher in that building. Implant the identical gene into 2 people, and you get 2 different strengths, because the gene was never the source. The information richness of the human soul, I wrote that night, appears to be far greater than that of its external material body. I want to add one thing about that, because I made a fool of myself for years without knowing it. Like several million other people, I had never actually read The Selfish Gene. I had read about it. I was a cloud reader. And I had absorbed, without noticing, the idea that a person's nature and talents are dictated by their genes, and I carried that around as a fact for a decade. It is wrong. Look at anything alive. Cats, dogs, chickens, ducks, mosquitoes, flies, tigers, lions, bacteria, viruses. Traits are shaped mostly by the individual organism, by its interaction with its environment, by what happens to it, and by randomness. And here is the test that settles it. Can the manipulated modify, use, or discard the manipulator? Cells do exactly that, constantly. Transcription factors, second messengers, epigenetic modification, break repair that rewrites the sequence outright. An organism can choose never to reproduce, or simply to die, and its genes have no mechanism whatsoever to stop it. Bedeloid rotifers eat other species and file the useful genes into their own cells. Genes are never the blueprint for an organism. They are the toolbox of the cell. The human genome does not even contain information about how human organs are arranged. Humans are not built by genes directing cells. Cells search their genes for usable information based on the internal and external environment and build. Which forces a definition of life that I still use. Life is information shaped by natural selection, and that definition is enormous because it means anything self-creating and subject to selection qualifies. A replicating macromolecule with no DNA, a computer program, a cellular automaton, which throws the Aurora clan into very sharp relief. Their backbone genes are unshakable. They refuse natural selection entirely, remove a single segment, and the whole chain self-destructs, as though it were specially fitted with an anti-tampering device. And the orbiting components are too regular. Not regular the way biology is regular. Regular the way a product is regular. The structure is too neat, I wrote. This deliberate regularity makes it seem almost artificial, which leads exactly one place. The Aurora clan was very likely created in ancient times by some being, or by a group of highly technologically advanced individuals. So who? An even older and more advanced civilization, or an alien race? I turned divinity of insight loose on it and got almost nothing back. Too few clues, too much buried time. That fish stayed small for a very long time. And then I turned the same lens on my own system, which I had somehow gone 2 months without doing. The thing that bothered me was mass. Strength, at bottom, is binding energy. Higher binding energy means a more stable structure, means more mass. If my strength had gone up 1 billion-fold, then by every rule I know, I should have become something the density of a neutron star wearing a coat. The crushed hair said no. Ordinary carbon-based cells, ordinary atoms, ordinary atomic radius, mass, ionization energy, electron affinity, spectral lines, electronegativity, spin, magnetic moment, and charge. I had not become anything. I was made of exactly what I had been made of on the day I woke up in this bed. However, every single particle that constitutes this body is, inexplicably, billions of times more powerful in actual manifestation. And then I got the correction, and it is the single most disturbing thing I have ever concluded about myself. No, it is not a particle. The doubling is a result that emerges directly in reality without a cause and without a process, and without any logic underneath it at all. A result without a cause. My body and my soul are not the thing being multiplied. They are the outward face of a causeless result, which is why a man with the strength of a collapsed star is still made of blood and cells, in open and continuous violation of mass energy conservation, which practically demonstrates that I am nothing more than a blatant, enormous bug, constantly challenging the laws of physics in front of everyone. If this universe truly possessed a will, she would probably be consumed by rage. My one comfort was that the original work never says the universe has a will. If it did, I would have had to put a second name on the list next to the Void Demon, and I did not want a second name on that list, and my benchmark for calibration since I was raised on the wrong planet. Superman, Injustice Superman, Red Sun, Supreme Superman, Ultimate Superman, Silver, Gold, Mind Machine. Pick any one of them, and every single one defies conservation of mass and energy, and unless you bring in Batman, nobody can stop them. Thinking about it that way, my system does not seem too outrageous after all. The surgery on Xialing took 5 or 6 hours and finished at sunrise. Dozens of clones, each standing beside one instrument, because no human medical team on this planet was capable of assisting me. Electrocardiograph, electroencephalograph, biochemical analyzer, injectors, ultrasonic sterilizers, dialysis, cabinets of wire, precision components, silver filament, and crystalline bone. Dozens of scientists watching through glass with their faces stern and their eyes shining. The white floor completely buried under cable running out through holes cut in the walls. She was in a coma the entire time, and she was still running her metallization at full power. I want that noted because it decided everything I did next. An incredibly strong will to survive, I thought, looking at the readouts. Even their souls are burning, and when the will to survive completely collapses, it transforms into a raging inferno of magma. So I spoke to her while she was under, soul to soul, where she could hear me. I can feel your anger and your despair, Xialing. I will save you. But from now on, your soul, your will, your body, everything belongs to me. Are you willing? Every readout on that table jumped at once, and a broken fragment came back up the line. 1. Am willing. Very well. Then from today onward, you will be the sharp blade in my hand, loyal to me until death. You do not know where your enemy is? It does not matter. I do. You lack the power for revenge? No problem. I will give it to you. Let me see it, Xialing. How far can your hatred and your rage push this body? The callouts from that operating room, in order. Begin injecting the micro-robots. Initiating injection of superpower components. Metal mimicry. Heteromorphic fusion. High voltage energy storage. Rapid self-healing. Metal proliferation. Electrical physique. Executing the backbone gene nesting procedure. Implant superconducting lightning pulses. Implant titanium crystal muscles. Remove the damaged original bone. Replace with carbine bone. Remove the damaged and necrotic internal organs. Replace with artificial composite electrically powered organs. Implant the electronic secondary brain. Implantation of the ultra-miniature nuclear fission reactor has begun. The short, round-faced girl who had been carried in on a stretcher woke up 1.85 m, athletic, with hollowed metallic filigree patterned into her skin and a few silver components showing at the joints. Less than 10% of her was still human. Part of her brain was now hardware. Her muscles were pure titanium, drawn crystalline into fibers, twisted into bundles, and driven by high-voltage current instead of blood. Over 10,000 tons. Her skin had the same filament woven underneath it. Her skeleton was injection-molded crystalline carbine. Her wiring was hair-fine room temperature superconductor, crystalline lanthanum hydride. Those are her blood vessels now, and the surging high-voltage current is her blood, and her power source was an ultra-miniature nuclear fission reactor in her chest running on crystalline-enriched uranium. The 6 components I picked for her were chosen to interlock. Metal mimicry gives her a flesh-colored outer skin over the silver so that she can walk down a street. Rapid self-healing cannot regrow a limb, but fixes everything short of that instantly. Metal proliferation makes metal divide like a fungus when given matter and energy, and stacks with both of the others. Electric physique, high voltage energy storage, and governing all of them, the key component out of Kuaye's gene bank. Heteromorphic fusion, which dissolves the boundary between metal and organism. That is how Kuaye stacked dozens of components into a single body and turned himself into lightning. The Holy Body Research Society, with a century of work and the best facilities on the planet, can nest exactly 1 component per subject. I broke that ceiling in 4 days and built a superpower framework that holds many, and then filled 6 of her slots rather than 1, to be safe. Even at 6, she was already stronger than He Jian had been, and over time, every cell in her will finished converting, and at that point she stops being a cyborg. She becomes a true mechanical life form. Because what I have never been about is manufacturing. It is about creation. The laboratory erupted, scientists hugging each other. Applause. Lin Meihua jumping on the spot in a white coat. Every one of them looking at me as the god of science, and Zhang Hua standing in the corner with a tablet, muttering, 39.5 billion, 39.5 billion, 39.5 billion. The surgery had cost 40 billion in a few hours. I had lost the concept of money somewhere around the second week. My treasurer had not. Xiaoling sat up, propped herself on a solid steel table, and left 2 palm-sized dents in it entirely by accident. Then she rolled off it and went down on one knee. Your Highness. No thanks. She did not thank me once. I had told her the risks and the outcome while she slept, and she had agreed without hesitating, and she considered the matter closed. Since the ship and her brother, she was simply a different person. She wanted 2 things, revenge and to be used up in my service. If I had told her to kill the current emperor of the Great Xia that morning, she would not have paused for half a second. Xiao Ling, I said, I think you really need a test on your body's performance. I looked through the wall and through 30 kilometers of city at Yuncheng Airport. As for the test subject, Zhao Kun landed, walked out into the terminal, and pulled out his phone. The Black Skull intranet was gone. Not down. Gone. Then a headline caught his eye. Zhenbo military industry facing privatization and delisting, suspected of being fully controlled by Kangxiong Capital. How could the Chu family be delisted, and Sky Capital? I have never heard of them. And a clear, faintly melancholy voice arrived directly in his heart from a very long way away. That is my company. Then something invisible tore him off the pavement and hauled him several kilometers straight up, screaming, past aircraft on approach, and dropped him. He came down like a meteorite in the wasteland outside Yuncheng and made a crater and was completely unharmed. 10 seconds, more than 10 kilometers. I am Li Feng, I said from the crater rim, and I heard you want to kill me. He was drenched before he got to his feet, and the thought going through him was almost professional. From an unknown distance, they can manipulate me like a doll. This is telekinesis, and the range and the magnitude are terrifying beyond imagination. And in the same second, he understood that the classified military assessment he had paid a fortune for was entirely fake, and that he had bet his organization on a forged sheet of paper. He switched instantly to groveling, which I have to respect as a reflex. Your Highness, I do not know where you heard such rumors. I have always held you in the highest esteem. I sealed his mouth. I have already wiped out Black Skull, I said. What are you still talking about? Which is when he learned why the intranet was gone, and I watched 20 years of a man's life leave his face. Even though you are so fragile, I said, that I cannot move you too quickly with telekinesis, I had to offset the friction on the way here for fear of grinding you into dust. I put my hands in my pockets. But you did intend to kill me, and you even flew to my doorstep to do it. What a nonsensical thing. I looked him over. Even if I killed you 100 times or 1,000 times, you are as weak as a fly, and I would not feel any pleasure from it. Xiaoling dropped out of the sky on ion thrusters that folded back into her spine as she landed. I spoke into her ear from 30 kilometers away. Xiaoling, your electronic secondary brain stores a large amount of knowledge about martial arts technique, and the information on every weapon built into your body. Do not worry about keeping up. Your brain has been modified. For you now, even a supersonic sniper round is as slow and sluggish as a snail. Go ahead and kill recklessly. Show me your skills. 2 lines ran across her vision. Full performance activated. Attack and annihilation mode activated. Fight my subordinate, I told Zhao Kun. If you win, you will have a dignified death. Failure will turn you into experimental material on my operating table. The veins came up on his neck. So I am destined to die no matter what. I did not answer him. Fine, I will kill you first and then we will talk. Yin phosphorus 9 claws, half-foot nails, 100 meters covered in a blink. I read the technique off him from 10 kilometers away while he was still moving, and it is genuinely clever. He had grown those nails by feeding corpse poison to mutant fungi nesting in the flesh of his hands, which hardens them and lets them self-repair. Cultivates the mind but not the body, I thought. Destructive power somewhat mediocre, but quite creative. If we imitate this to cultivate radiation bacteria, could we find another way? Indeed, a valuable research direction. Xiaoling backhanded him 200 meters through a house. How could this woman be so strong? 100-toothed demon throat. teeth erupted across his skin into armor, and a maw several meters across opened in his chest, lined with interlocking grinding rings. She punched straight into it. The teeth clamped and spun for about 1 second, and then the whole maw detonated outward in a spray of broken teeth, and he was flying again, and I was dissatisfied, which tells you something about me. Xiaoling's titanium crystal body should be putting out 10,000 tons, and she is only getting 20% of it. It seems the energy output of nuclear fission still is not as high as fusion. The reason I could not simply use fusion is that I could build a large controlled fusion reactor that week, and could not miniaturize one, and the reason I cared about fusion at all was not power output. It was that subatomic reactions like fusion are one of the necessary conditions for spirit crystallizing matter, which is also why crystal materials cost what they cost. Incidentally, the miniature fission reactor in her chest came from the Military Science Research Institute, whose staff were incandescent about handing over their single greatest achievement and did not dare say one word out loud. I improved it several times over in a day. Body incinerating Poison King cannon. Dozens of toothed mouths opened across his torso and fired a converged beam of magic acid. Her forearm cracked open into a cannon and answered with dragon breath, which is chlorine trifluoride, the strongest fluorinating agent known to chemistry, a substance that sets fire to asbestos, glass, sandstone, soil, metal, concrete, and water. The acid stream boiled into a corrosive cloud that ate the dead trees on both sides of them. Is she a robot? My magic acid corrodes everything. How could she resist it? And then he understood what the word test had meant. Li Feng. Just how many secrets does he hold? Why did I provoke him? Am I crazy? Tao Ti form. He swallowed his own head, and then the rest of himself, and became a gelatinous gray-black sphere several meters across, dripping acid, speaking out of dozens of mouths at once. In this state, neither physical attacks nor firearms work on me. I am immune to any attack. Now I am going to devour you alive. Xiaoling's arm unfolded section by section into a long barrel wrapped in electromagnetic coils. Watching on a screen in the lab, I said, high-energy electromagnetic railgun. It must have been quite a struggle to stuff that thing into her arm. Behind me, the scientists were talking over each other. His Highness has opened up a new evolutionary path, mechanical evolution. As long as the titanium crystal body does not die immediately, it can be repaired no matter how damaged it gets. And as long as there are resources, she can keep optimizing, much faster than cultivating every day. One alloy slug the size of a fingernail, at Mach 30. Chairman Zhao Kun, dead. That night, I dissected him. The stomach sac came out intact, and inside it was the core of the gluttony space. A multifaceted crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, structurally similar to diamond, holding 5,000 cubic meters of folded space. I thought it would be similar to my dimensional pocket in principle, I said, turning it over in the light. I never expected it to be completely unrelated. Here is the distinction, and it opened the last door. The box of Hephaestus and my dimensional pocket should really be called mental energy simulation space. It is a virtual spacetime built out of spiritual ki and spatial folds inside the practitioner's own soul. It stores real matter and real energy, and it does not itself exist on a material level. The gluttony space is the other thing entirely, imaginary space, the thing that in mathematics is supposed to exist only in theory. I derived it standing in that laboratory at 2 in the morning, drawing coordinate systems and formulas in the air with divine power because there was not enough whiteboard in the building. Real three-dimensional space takes 3 sets of real numbers. Imaginary numbers sit on the number line and cannot be compared for size, which does not stop you building a space out of them. And the conversion between real space and imaginary space is the Fourier transform, which means imaginary space is Fourier space. And from that follows the property that made me put the pen down. A point in real space is an infinite three-dimensional volume in imaginary space. An infinite three-dimensional volume in real space is a point in imaginary space. The imaginary point detonated in my head like a big bang, and I stood in the middle of my own simulation of it for a while. Then the deeper thing arrived on its own. The universe cannot be fully described by mathematics because the particles that make it up are finite, while the irrational numbers are infinite and non-repeating, which should be a fatal gap. Except quantum mechanics fills it exactly because microscopic uncertainty has infinitely many details, and those map onto the irrationals. Real solutions correspond to the real universe, and imaginary solutions correspond to imaginary space. Something thick broke in front of me, and the empty air of that laboratory started to ripple. Waves, fields, lattices, rhythms, all of it there the whole time, in a room I had been standing in for 6 weeks. The world I once knew now seems so unfamiliar, I thought, so magnificent. I understand now. I see. Then I tapped the air, spun a dragon-shaped vortex out of it, wrung every trace of water vapor out of that room, froze it, and built a fist-sized crystal of ice, layered exactly the way the gluttony crystal was layered, with half a cubic meter of imaginary space inside it. In the original story, cracking that took the combined top scientists of the entire human species years of coordinated work. I did it alone, in one night, off a dead criminal's stomach. Now that I have cracked it, I thought, it will not be long before Xiaoling can be upgraded to version 2. The limitation on body capacity is no longer meaningful. How delightful. The next step took about 40 seconds. If imaginary space is the Fourier transform of real space, then a region of real space has an exact real number solution, and if I can calculate that solution, then I do not have to travel to it. I calculated 1, and the clone standing in that laboratory in Yunqing vanished and reappeared in orbit above Blue Star, directly in front of my own body. The two of us looked at each other, and I smiled at myself. Then I reached down. In Laboratory 16, an alarm went off. A riot has broken out in Laboratory 16. Guards emptying rifles into a mutated experiment that was walking through the fire without noticing it. Then space trembled slightly, and the monster dropped dead on the floor, and the guards stood around it completely baffled. How did this thing die on its own? And in orbit, 380 kilometers straight up, I turned a deformed brain over above my palm and laughed out loud in a vacuum. Once I have calculated the real number solution for a space, I can not only jump there, I can take things from there, remotely. Then I annihilated it, because I already had the reading. The ability that made that possible was not Divinity of Insight. It was something Divinity of Insight had grown on its own, without being asked, and I named it Chaos Calculation. It is a global method, quantum in flavor, that jumps straight past all classical calculation to an answer from limited information, sometimes from no information at all, and it does not show you the road. Chaos calculation captures the answer. Divinity of Insight deduces the process. The combination of the two is omniscience. That is how the Marshall Saint model had appeared, incidentally. Chaos grabbed the answer out of nowhere and hung it over the sea of consciousness as a crescent moon, and then waited for insight to build the logic underneath it. And this is the part that kept me awake. In the original work, even after all 3 key waves, Divinity of Insight never evolves a branch ability. Not once. It only ever gets deeper and broader. So why did mine? And what happens if I evolve Chaos Calculation further? I worked out what the jump actually was, more or less, over the following hours. Higher dimensional space, string theory and M theory. One-dimensional strings vibrating into different particles, open strings and closed strings, gravitons most likely being closed strings propagating through the higher dimensional brain, and 11 or more dimensions required to account for black holes, white holes, wormholes, gravity, and space-time tunnels, of which human beings perceive 4. The metaphor I settled on is that the universe is a solid sphere. Its surface is our 3 dimensions. Its interior is the rest. Normally, the shortest path between 2 points on a sphere runs along the surface. I go through the inside, like a pangolin. Then I corrected myself, because it was not true higher dimensional space. That space-time structure is not a genuine high dimension. It is a narrow pore running through high and low dimensions, or possibly an unknown region outside the definition of space-time dimension altogether, a transdimensional channel that cannot be perceived by 3-dimensional senses, or by spirit, or by mind. Inside it, distance in 3-dimensional space is greatly shortened or entirely deleted, and the time dimension almost collapses there, or does not exist there at all, which is why I cannot perceive the passage or the transit, only the arrival. I named it the real number passage. I tested the consequence immediately by igniting a sun several thousand miles away, which burned the air and the dust and the orbital debris in that volume down to individual atoms in an instant. As long as my spiritual or mental power can reach somewhere, and I can solve that region, then matter, information, energy, or force, I can send it there instantly. From now on, my interference in this world will no longer be limited by distance, even separated by tens of millions or hundreds of millions of light years, even beyond the observable universe. Several hundred teleportation experiments later, I still could not perceive the higher dimension at all. Everything simply arrived, with literally 0 elapsed time every single time. The space fish matured and leapt into the moon. Very good, I thought. Spiritual chi, acupoints, and space have all condensed. Only mind is missing before I can create the complete Marshall Saint technique. But mind seems more difficult and troublesome. And then finally, I asked the question I should have asked on day 1, which was where the energy for any of that was coming from, because teleporting cost me nothing. Nothing at all. It was as simple as breathing. And the energy output of a single one of those jumps would likely far exceed the total energy consumption of all humankind since the dawn of civilization. I was not paying for it. The system was. And that reframed everything, retroactively, all the way back to a bedroom in a palace 15 days after I woke up. The system's greatest power has always been simply the daily increase in attributes. That is what I had been looking at for 2 months. Its other hidden function is an unlimited energy supply, and I have consistently overlooked it, which matters far more than it sounds. Because even weakened by a factor of 10,000, this body could not possibly be fed by the ambient chi of this world. There is not enough. There has never been enough. Every calculation says I should have starved to death in week 3. The infinite attribute is more like an isolated system, another universe. The one thing it cannot supply is spiritual chi itself, because chi is a transcendent phenomenon and not an energy, which is why I still had to sit here and wait for the second tide like everybody else. Panel that night. 2.4 trillion and 2.4 trillion. And the last thing I was thinking about before I was interrupted was faster than light. Phase velocity, group velocity, quantum tunneling, entanglement correlation, photons in a Casimir vacuum. Every single one of those exceeds the speed of light, and every single one of them shares exactly one property. None of them can carry effective information. The universe does not allow the transmission speed of effective information to exceed light. That would violate the rules protecting the temporal order of everything. And what does temporal order protect? The stability of the law of karma. The speed at which cause leads to effect is the speed of light. Destiny lies within the light cone, and that is not a poetic exaggeration, it is a specification. But it is clearly possible to transmit effective information, and even physical matter, faster than light, through the real number passage. I had done it 40 times that evening. So, does this universe have some kind of countermeasure against faster than light travel? And if it exists, in what form? Then the mother seal in my own soul trembled. Halfway across the world, in a building I had never seen, a voice I had put a leash on 10 days earlier arrived up the chain in pieces. Master, please save me. Isaac had been caught, and I sat there in orbit, 380 kilometers above a planet I had already decided was mine, and I did the arithmetic on where I actually was. 2 months earlier, I had been a man walking along a road holding his own diagnosis, not hearing the brakes. Now I could not be fed by an entire world. My energy came out of somewhere that was not this universe, and the only power I had ever received without asking for it had grown a branch that it does not grow in any version of this story I ever read. Something had opened a door in my head. I had spent 2 months walking through it and never once turned around to look at who was holding it. Then I sent one thread of mind, thinner than a hair, down the chain and across an ocean, into the Lighthouse Free Federation.